Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andrik. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's a Tuesday afternoon. I believe it's December 10th, 2024. It's snowing outside. It's wintry. There's a tree. There's presents under it now. That's mostly because we had to send Humphrey back home. He will open presents on his own. Doesn't care about the timing or any sort of, the sacrament associated with that. Sorry to have him go, though. He was really fun. Nana was really upset. We had 2 cats over for like a week and a bit. And now we're back to 1 cat. Actually, how's it going? When's the Eternal stream? I don't know if we're going to do one. This weekend, mind you, it is Eternal, but it's also, very importantly, RAM. RAM is on the 15th. Eternal, I believe, is on the 14th. I should double check. We are going to be, or I'm going to be streaming the RAM part for sure. And I don't mean that to not watch Eternal. I think Eternal is going to be pretty hype. RAM's also going to be pretty hype as well. That will be Saturday and Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just make sure that's the case. It's no longer pinned. We have to dig for it. Aku, how's it going? How's your Tuesday? Off meta month, December. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Eternal is this Saturday and then it's Sunday. Yeah, Saturday, December 14th is Tron's running Eternal. Eternal is a really big card pool. It's all the cards. Just about. There is a ban list, and a very important ban list if you watched maybe this weekend. And then random access memories, which we might do some random access memory test streaming on this Thursday. Maybe I'll reach out to Cold Lava and Juniper if it makes sense. Because how random access memories works is that you get a special card format. A special format. Wow, let me try that again. Basically 2 hours before the tournament. Can I find the website? Yes. So 2 hours before the tournament, you get basically a raffle pull that chooses a bunch of deluxes and a bunch of the packs. And then you have to basically play a tournament in the meta with just that sort of those card pools. What we think we're going to do on the 2 hours on Sunday before we start, or before the tournament starts, is obviously we're going to do the card pool draw live on stream. And then for the next 2 hours, we're going to try and build a series of decks. So specifically, we're going to try and build, here's some decks that if you don't want to do any deck building, you can just bring these to the Random Access Memories tournament. So we'll have hopefully at least a Corp deck and a Runner deck. We're ideally having more. Do a test stream live. I think it'll be free. Yeah, maybe we could do it. Cold Lava, how's it going? Cold Lava, mind you, in chat is running the event. Maybe we could do it on Thursday night because I'm going to be streaming anyways. And it might be a good introduction of what RAM is. Hey, good morning. Changeling, how's it going? Okay, says fairly well. Just finished up work. Interview went smoothly. Nice. I take it you're interviewing for something, not interviewing someone. Either of those can be pretty fun. Glad to hear that went smoothly. To give you a test of how this works. So there's 2 data packs that are banned. I was actually kind of surprised about these. These are not the data packs that I thought would be banned, but there are 2 sets that cannot show up. BM and DAG. What are they? What is BM and DAG? BM is blood money from the Flashpoint cycle. So this will just never show up in any random access memory. Why? Let's try and figure out why that is. So far, not obvious. It's probably because Khan. I think it's probably Paperclip. Paperclip's just really good. Rumor Mill and Temujin Contract. Okay. So these are some of the most powerful cards. Uniquely, it's mostly the runner cards here, but Paperclip's a really good fractor. Rumor Mill is a card, it's a current, and currents are allowed in random access memories. They actually have a pretty big impact. There's a chance you roll a set that only like one faction or one side of the table has access to currents, and currents, generally, you need everyone to have access to currents for them to feel fun, in quotes. And Temujin Contract is just like one of the most busted cards. If you're looking at this and thinking, well, that's just red team, it is why red team exists, but this thing is way better than red team. Def should be available. Let people play Paperclip. I don't think I mind so much about Paperclip, which is one of the best fractors of all time. I think it's more so that like every runner deck in the format will just play 3 Temujin Contract and it'll warp around that. So that's not great. The other one is what was it? DAM? What was the acronym? BM and DAG. Okay. So DAG, I'm assuming this is a Red Sense one. Or Temujin. This is Democracy and Dogma. Whoa, okay, so this is from the Katara cycle, and I'm assuming this is the one with the political assets. So I'm also surprised about this. So we had one pack that had the first political assets, and you're probably familiar with political assets because they do modernly exist in Netrunner. And in short, the political assets back then, they just didn't do anything if they were iced. So you had to play Iceless, and you generally played Acid Spam. So we have Commercial Bankers Group, which is 3 credits a turn. That's all it does. It's pretty good. We have Clone Suffrage Movement, which is just recurrent operation every turn. Turns out that's broken. And then Bioethics, which is do 1 net damage, and it's not unique, so you can have 3 of these. And we also have Mumbet City Hall in this pack, which searches for alliance cards. We have Sensi's, which is the NBN political. That's the strongest card. And then there's a whole bunch of support for Geist, who might not show up in the format. This one I'm kind of surprised. I think there's a chance that just having access to these means that most decks will spam assets, because these cards are definitely worth the clicking 2 credits to make the runner trash them. But also, I feel like in a not an open card pool, it's hard to make decks that are like have 26 good assets, if you know what I mean. Mumbai City Hall, yeah, this one's probably not that good because you don't have a lot of alliance cards, because it depends on the role. But Mumbai City Hall was a very, very big card. Hey, True, should we be hoping for Dawn preview soon? I would be very surprised if we see Dawn previews before February. So just to like, maybe, what's the word? Manage expectations. Like, Dawn is expected to come out in March, and generally previews start a month before. So I don't think if you're holding your breath to see something on Null Signal Games website next week, I'd be very, very, very surprised. Jeff is a bit more familiar with why. He mentioned that it forces the meta to be shaped around them if they're in the pool at all. That is the weird thing about random access memories, right? Like, going into the card pool, you have to have an understanding of what the meta is going to look like, and that can be pretty challenging. But understanding like, oh, corporations have access to bioethics, I think there's going to be a bunch of people that play bioethics, and so that's something you have to keep in mind, even looking at your, partial runner card pool to figure out how to work around it. Let's just do a test draw just for the fun of it, because this website's really nice. Lost Geek made this a long time ago. Mind you, Random Access Memories hasn't been run in a long time. It was ran pretty commonly by Vesper during the lockdown, during pandemic time. So if I'm not mistaken, what do you click on? I never remember what you're meant to click on. Roll sets at once? I think you just click this. So firstly, you get 2 large sets. So large sets are like the core set, System Gateway, and then all of the deluxes that FFG put out. So you get 2 of these. These actually have a huge impact on the card pool, because some of these have cards for everybody, but some of these have cards for only 2 factions. So like Creation Control is just Shaper and HB. We got System Gateway. That's a really, really strong start, because we have really good cards for every single faction, and really strong, generally like 2 or 3 already really strong identities in there. I would love to see System Gateway and Core Set, because it's really funny. Oh my god, we got it. System Gateway and Core Set. This is the most open it can be. So you can play ETF, you can play PD. You have, I still think you're only limited to playing 3 hedge funds. Like, there's still the deck building rules and influence and that sort of restrictions apply. But that's a really, really open large sets. Again, you can end up landing like Data and Destiny, which is just NBN and mini factions, and like that obviously makes the pool a bit weird. Then you have to draw 12 small sets. So I believe you don't see that Liberation shows up here in the graphic, but Liberation is in the card pool because it does pull just from Netrunner DB, I've been told. So let's see if we can draw a Liberation here. Hey, Jeremiah, how's it going? Cold Guava. I think rolling some of the newer sets have exactly the same results. Hitting an older pack is so much better than one of the new sets, the PD format. So we have Quorum. I don't know what's in Quorum. I'm not very good at understanding what's in each pack. I think I'm just going to hit draw all, because after, one of the cool things about this website is that firstly, it allows you to visually explore all the packs like this. So we can open up Quorum really quickly. I don't think we're going to roll all 12. Let's maybe roll 3 and 4 and see what jumps out, like the sort of cards that we can do deck building around. So one in Quorum is really good. Aaron Moran is busted. You can also, Quorum is super toxic. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it is. It's from that era. Aaron Moran here in the top right card. I can't blow it up and make him bigger. Oh, I can highlight him. That's nice. This card is just banned. You can just look at as a shopping list and go through packs. Flashpoint Mind is rotated at standard, but go look at old ban list and you find a card that's banned, it's probably worth building around. So Aaron Moran, pretty banned. Tapworm was banned for a while. This is really, really good. Cipher, hyper banned. This card is just absolutely busted. 1 influence that just lowers the strength of an ice to 0 once per turn. That's kind of absurd. Peace in Her Time is a neutral economy card that's actually quite good. You gain 9, the corp gains 5. You can't run this turn. JNet won't allow you to run, which is great. You have Brian Stinson, also a card that got banned at some point. It just says play a transaction from archives, ignoring all costs. And important to know, costs are play costs. So you can play, like, just spend a click to play a hedge fund, which is a transaction, and gain 9 credits, and then you remove it from the game. Now, you can only play this if the runner has fewer than 6 credits, but also Brian is 5 to trash, so good luck, everyone. Nastics is just a better pad campaign. Veritas is a fine ice, and then we have 2 neutral ices. Macrophage is important to understand exists, and Tribunal is a bit expensive. Also, we have 1 big ice, Chiashi, and we have a bit of stealth support, but not very great stealth cards. So this pack is very, very powerful stuff, but a lot of the bad stuff is like really quite bad. Study and Static. This is one of the first cycles. This is in fact the first cycle, just the Genesis. And so Genesis is a really interesting cycle because there's a lot of cardboard on cards that aren't very good, unfortunately. But also there's a lot of cardboard on cards that are just like direct reprint of cards from ONR. And some of those like just don't make sense in terms of power level. So things that are pretty good. Scrubber's fine. If you need to deal with acids, Scrubber is a good option. Deus Ex is a slot you can remember. If you're playing Shaper, you can break AP Ice, whatever. Underworld Contact you can build around. If you have 2 Link, mind you, this is one of the weird ways Link matters without him making Trace. Green Level Clearance is totally a fine card. I think Hourglass is a better card than I ever saw play. Otherwise, it's a pretty rough pack besides Overstate AI, which is a build around. We have Chiashi. This card reses an ice for free, but if the ice gets broken, all the subroutine's broken, you trash the ice. But you can pay 1 credit to get Chiashi, and False Lead is really, really strong. Is this random deck building? Jai, just to show what it looks like, to see like how we open packs and then highlight certain cards that we think we can build around. Actually, probably should draw all 12. Because the cool thing is once you're drawn all 12, it'll give you this string, and that's the string that you can input into any Jinteki.net, or sorry, any Netrunner DB search field, and it'll only search those packs, which is super useful because you're going to be doing your deck building, obviously not on randomizer.com, but you're going to be doing it on JNet. Let's just draw one more. Yeah, it's like we have Oversight Chiashi. How you doing, by the way, Jai? Force of Nature. Parasite is in the pool. Super gross with Cipher. Oh, passive. Yeah, it's really, really gross. So we're probably pretty familiar with System Gateway. Mind you, we just put out another video in the System Gateway series. We're just trucking along. But the core set also has some of the most busted cards of all time. Like legitimately, the original 2012 core set is of a power level where if this was a data pack, people would be like, what are you talking about? But luckily it was the core set. So it was the cards everyone had. So people weren't super upset about it. So firstly, we have Noise. That's always fun to understand. You can build around viruses and do sabotage. Deja Vu is a recursion card. That is what it is. Stim Hack is one of the best cards ever in the history of the game. Click, make 9 credits. This is a direct reprint from ONR. Very, very powerful. We have Data Sucker, which is Leech. We have Medium, which is just Conduit. We have Parasite, which trashes ice if it's 0 strength or lower, so you can just destroy every single piece of ice. That being said, passive, we don't have Simulchip and we don't have Clone Chip so far, so it actually might be really hard to build a Parasite Cipher deck. We do have Deja Vu, but it's going to be a bit slower and a bit clumsier because you only do Parasite on Res Dice, which I always forget. You have Account Siphon, you have Desperado, you have Inside Job, Special Order, like some of the strongest criminal cards of all time. On Shaper side, at least you have Diesel, which is good. Maker's Eye just feels like it isn't powerful enough, but probably is. You have Magnum Opus, always important to keep in mind. You have Infinite Economy button, and there's a lot of cards in here. ETF is fantastic. A 3/2, that's really powerful. Biotic Labor, Archive Memories for combo decks, very, very strong. Nothing beats Roto Turret. You can play Personal Evolution. You got Snare. Like, I love when it rolls a core set because everybody gets so many options. It's pretty wild. Medium is better than just Conduit? I don't know. Yeah, it is. Well, yes. I guess so. Yeah, it's strictly better, unless you're playing Shaper. How's it going, Veronica? You have Data Dealer? You have Data Dealer! Forfeit an agenda, gain 9 credits. Hope it's not a 3-pointer. Core set is wildly unbalanced in the power level. Some cards are just absurd, and then you have Worm. Yeah, but like, Worm's cool. Worm's a cool card. It's wild. It's like, it is really unbalanced in terms of power level, but it's obviously like cards that you build around and then weird tech cards, right? And weird niche cards. Like if you look at the Anar card pool, every single card is an absolute banger besides Demolition Run and Worm. Jin is okay, right? Like every single Anar card is so good besides Demolition. Jin is still saw some amount of play and Worm is like, you lose to it in an internal combo. Good guy, Worm. What's up, Scrub? How's it going? We're just doing a quick RAM roll to see how things look. Same on the criminal side. Like every card is busted good besides like Lemuria, Codecracker, and for what it's worth, Decoy and Crash Space were valuable in the core set. Cyberfeeder could legit come back. It's just Rizeki. It's so funny that this card is just like a Rizeki. It's just obviously not as good as a companion, but this saw no play back in the day. This card was not playable for some reason, even though it's a 2-credit install, 1 per turn. Ninja is hype? Yeah, Ninja's fine. Ninja's whatever. Shaper side, you got some weird stuff. Like a lot of this is, I am so happy I spent a lot of time digging in ONR because it showed me how many of these cards existed because they were cards in ONR. So like Net Shield is a very common type of card in ONR where it was like a lot of programs or hardware that just prevented 1 damage per turn. And that was a thing that they thought was interesting for some reason. I don't know why. Personal Touch was an event back in ONR. It cost 4 credits. This one costs 2 and it's a hardware. So for Kate, it cost 1. They had Rabbits instead of rabbit hole in ONR. And a rabbit was a program. It didn't search out the other ones, but it just basically said all traces are down 1 strength, which is actually much more important in ONR than ANR. But a lot of these cards are just like ONR. Like Sacrificial Construct is an ONR card as well, which, like, no surprise. It's some basic design space that has to be explored. But so much of the core set and Genesis cycle is just ONR reprints, and I don't think I realized that. I thought so many of these ideas were so cool and unique, and it's not to shout out. They did a fantastic job. ONR didn't have factions, but Magnum Opus is a direct reprint. Every single number on this is the same of a card in ONR, which is just kind of very cool. I love the Rata text on demo run, so crisp. It is really nice the way they changed demo run. It's very, very disarming the way that it's worded. It's sick. Op stream, yeah, hey Gyro, yeah, we're gonna be playing some Op today. I feel like it's been a while that we played Op at all, let alone weird Op. Like, we just haven't played Op on this channel, it feels like, in a year. Jason, how's it going? Crim doesn't have breakers. Yeah, but that's fine. You're just gonna play Leech. It's just like playing System Gateway. Criminal almost has breakers in System Gateway. You just play Data Sucker and you play, you know, Anarch breakers. They all cost like 1 influence. We have Sacking plus Tapward. Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's gonna be really good. Core set sick. Let's just roll a couple more. We got Breaker Bay. One of my favorite sets in terms of flavor, because it's just so fun and colorful. So we have Hacktivist, that's fine. We have Career Fair. Haley is definitely a build around. Game Day is fill your hand size, and you have Beach Party. So you already have this weird combo where you can draw like 10 cards for a double. Very important to keep that in mind. Study Guide's fun. This is basically pre-hyperbaric. We also have all of the Founder ice. So these are all very good ice, and they're all positional. So we actually don't, oh yeah, we have all of them. We have all 4. These are just very good ice for every single faction. Breaker Bay Grid is a build around. Oh my God, Breaker Bay Grid is really, really good. We already have Adonis. I don't think we've rolled an Eve campaign yet, but this just reses things in the root of the server for free. A lot of people get confused by this when you see it in a draft. It says the res cost of cards in the server. It's not ice, it's things in the server. The modern text is in the root of the server. Carmen is good. Carmen's fine. Carmen is like, honestly, fine in System Gateway. In Gateway alone, it's fine. Hey, Second Cap. Just grabbed a full set of PAX U. Excited to get stuck in IRL. I totally forgot to plug. PAX U is this weekend. That's PAX Unplugged. And I heard from friends who went to PAX U, they had like 40 or 50 people for the Learn to Play event. Like, they had way more people than they expected. Pat was telling me that, and Pat didn't go, unfortunately, this year. Pat and I wanted to go. We couldn't go. But they sold out of product on day 2, which at least that's pretty good. I'm assuming PAX U is 2 days at a minimum. But yeah, apparently like the turnout for people learning and getting into Netrunner at PAX U was incredible. If you're watching this right now and you came in from PAX U, welcome to the game. Please ask some questions. This is not going to make a lot of sense, but we're just kind of showing something off here. We'll get back to Netrunner proper in a bit. Draw another. Let's just draw a couple more backs. That's taking a while. That's an exciting animation. Old Hollywood. Sick. Again, one of my favorite cycles. This cycle was so cool. We had Film Critic, which just means agenda text doesn't matter. That sucks. Fan site is a weird card. It's whenever the corp scores an agenda, add fan site to your score area as an agenda worth 0 points. Whoa, that's useless. And technically you're right. It is entirely useless. However, it does work with other stuff like the data dealer. So you can sacrifice it for 9 credits, which is really fun. Spoilers and noise, kind of goofy. Paparazzi is a tag me card, so you can't take meat damage, but you are always tagged. A lot of this set isn't very good, but we have Vanity Project, blank 6/4, good old ONR type card. We have Old Hollywood Grid, which is a fun build around, and I think the best cards here we have is an NBN Identity that's playable, and then we have Explodapalooza, which is just a 4/2 that gives you 5 credits. Data Dealer, Fansite Haley. Hey Eric, how's it going? I was super busy at the booth. I hear it was super busy at the booth. They sold out just about everything too besides Learn to Plays. Yeah, that's sick. Like, it's a bummer you can't get content if you showed up late, but clearly people give a shit about the game, which is fantastic. It'd be funny if Carmen had been a Space Wayland era card. Wait, Gyro, I don't get it. Explodapalooza is great. Yeah, it's really good, especially in a format where you might not have as much money. It's like, for what it's worth, when this card existed, it was not a 3 of an NVN decks. In certain NVN decks that have like mid-seasons and ways to like really leverage credit differentials, especially on a turn that you score an agenda. Imagine Punitive, but it gives you a lot of tags. This saw consistent play, but it honestly wasn't the most commonly played NVN card in the format back in the day. If you came from PAX U and you're not interested in Shaper, this is not the stream for you. Wait, why do you say that, Scrub? Future Proof. Woo, old school. This is a really good Genesis pack. So this is, again, the first cycle, and a lot of these are all over the place. We have Early Retrieval Run without the Trash Panda. We have Data Leak Reversal, one of my favorite cards of all time. I'm so surprised this card came so early in the card pool because it was like very, very sharp for Netrunner. We have Indexing, one of the strongest multi-access cards. Imagine Cataloger, but it's a single event, and it costs 0. It's a run event. We have Fairy, which is fun. We have New Angeles City Hall, which is Tag Tech. We have R&D interface. Like, these cards are all very playable. Eli is one of the best one influence ice ever seen. Ronan is worth knowing about. Beal is Beal. We have mid-season, so we can do mid-season's Explodapalooza. This is the card I was talking about. This is one of my favorite cards back in the day. People hated it. Play only if the runner stole an agenda during their last turn. Trace 6, if successful, give the runner tags equal to the amount by which your trace strength exceeded their link strength. Is one of the few cards that made trace a non-binary. Do you spend more money than the runner? It was also how much more money do you spend? So some runners could not beat the trace, but decide to spend some more credits, because technically every credit you spend now is cheaper than clearing the tag if you had a turn after that, because it wasn't terminal. Otherwise, sick pack. Corporate War is a reprint in ONR. In ONR, this was a 3-3. Now they made it a 4-2, but it was a 3-3 back then. I love early premiere back in the day. I don't know if I've ever done anything great with early premiere, Ken. It was like a really attractive card. Like, it was a fun card. You can imagine stories of it working. Got to add an offer you can't refuse so you can prove that you are the best at rules. Do we have an offer in the last pack? I guess we did, huh? Well, technically, because you're running and I'm the active player. Bird screams, bird screams, bird screams. DLR Paparazzi and I think Corehead Decoy and stuff. Yeah, you actually could build a Tag Me deck. Like, I'm sad we're not playing this Ram pool, because there's already a lot of really cool things we're noticing. We have Paparazzi DLR, and then we have ways to clear tags at instant speed, so you can play Tag Me DLR. We'll probably need a bit of click compression to be able to get more clicks on a turn. We don't have Joshua B, but we might need some ways to speed things up. Notably, too, we haven't rolled the Spin Doctor or Jack. Oh no, we have Spin Doctor. So actually, DLR is going to be slightly less powerful because we have access to hot recursion in your area. But it's worth keeping that in mind as well. An offer can't refuse is some great noir style art. Yes, but it is meant to be a noir style film, I'm pretty sure. Like, that's the big thing about old Hollywood, is a lot of the cards are references to films, and this is particularly meant to be a reference to the noir style film. I don't know what is the character doing, like a tarot reading? We didn't roll RWR, we can't. Quality too low. But yeah, very, very, very noir vibe. Rebellion Without Rehearsal. Oh yeah, RWR. I thought Rain and Reverie for a second. This is a 60 card set. So they do show up. Again, they're not in the randomizer, but the big old this is the big difference, is when you roll Breaker Bay Grid. Important to understand, back in the day when FFG put out Netrunner, they put out 20 card packs. So you got a full play set, so it was 60 cards, but 20 unique card packs generally every month. And obviously Null Signal Games does it differently, where we get 60 cards arguably maybe every year if we're lucky. That's really different. I didn't realize how big of a difference it is. Like, getting these 20 cards, interesting. Getting these 60 cards, like, shit. I don't know. That actually has a huge impact on RAM, rolling 60 card sets. Yeah. You want some tag click compression? I guess we got Seb. We could play Tag Me Seb, sort of, kind of. We can play Amanuensis. We can play Friend of a Friend. Like, this actually works for DLR Seb, which is great. Isn't the whole universe a noir theme? In theory, it's meant to be. If you ask me, the original like Android Netrunner is meant to be a bit more noir, the sort of, cyber noir. That is a word that came up a lot. I do think that cyber noir was kind of lost in Netrunner around the Red Sand cycle. Like Red Sand, Katara, I don't know. Flashpoint arguably has something there because it is a bit about a heist. But Null Signal Games also on the other side hasn't focused too much on the noir side either. System Gateway? No, not really. But it used to be a bit more. I think that was a more present theme back in the day. Seb with Crash Base seems good. Yeah, I guess you can remove that tag for free every turn. That seems pretty all right. And this is where it's exciting. It's like, for those who know the old cards, you can start to put together combos you've never seen before or never imagined, right? Like, playing Seb with the entire card pool is going to be fantastic. But also for players who are newer to the game, again, we'll help you building some decks and people will share at the end of the day, of course. But like, just trying to be like, pick up a card that you see that I think is really interesting, like Comet. The first time you play an event each turn, you may play another event after the first one resolves. Sick. And you can build a whole deck around that, no problem. So there's a lot to do here. Cyber Noir is so cool too, Sag. Yeah, it's really, really cool. I'm excited to see what like Dawn is about. I've no doubt at some point it'll come back. The last cycles were specifically talked about as like being narrative sets, I think is the term that Null Signal Games uses. So like in theory, the entirety of Liberation Cycle is meant to tell a story. Now we didn't get all parts of that story, which I think is unfortunate. The release was a bit interesting, but there's a chance that Dawn can go back to that noir theme. I know that is like feedback I've heard from other people too. So Cyber Noir is really cool. I agree with that. Borealis is more location based. Yeah, Borealis was about a location. Liberation was about a story, right? Because it was technically like 2 acts, Act 1 and Act 2. Ashes was just a set of cards because we needed cards because Netrunner had died, which like power to that. It is exactly what it needed to be. And then all the other ones, like that was the interesting thing is like even through FFG, there was different worlds, right? So Spin Cycle was just a series of cards, and largely this was just to flesh out the core card pool. Again, a lot of these were reimaginings of ONR cards, just like a lot of the core set was. So it was just basically treading old space and modernizing and adding things to the card pool. So for instance, in the first pack, I believe in I'm being really bad at finding words quickly. What's going on? Let's just slow down, I guess. We got like Plastic Carapace, some damage prevention. Everybody got a 3/2 agenda on the corp side. So a lot of these things just were basically filler cards to make the card pool feel more robust in the first cycle. Then we had the Spin Cycle. Spin Cycle focused on bad publicity, a fun pun name. So bad publicity was also a mechanic that was super prevalent in the second expansion of ONR, and it worked in a totally different way. Technically in ONR, if the corporation ever achieved 7 bad publicity, they just lost the game. And there were way more runner cards that could give the corporation bad publicity under different conditions on different costs. But the Spin Cycle explored bad publicity. From there, we had our first locational base set. We did the Lunar Cycle, which had a narrative. It did actually have a narrative. Again, there was a bit of story that came in every data pack, a little bit of text. And that was all about on the moon and the adventures on the moon. Then we had the Breaker Base Cycle. What is this called? What is this called? What is this set called? Sansan Cycle? Sansan Cycle is so sick. It was location based as well. And each pack explored a different part of Sansan. And Sansan is the West Coast, right? So certain packs focused on Hollywood. Breaker Bay is specifically the beach area where the universities are. So you have a lot of like students and school-based stuff. There was the one that was all about cybernetics and the gangs and crime and Wayland renovating those areas. Like they were just really, really cool thematic packs. Then we went to Mumbad, and Mumbad was about a location, about Mumbad. Then we went to the moon, sorry, to the Mars. Then we went to Central East Africa. And then we had, what's it called? A Rain and Reverie, which was Boss Wash, which was meant to be a cycle. Hey, Dan, a more noir set would be very cool, but would be glad the set's very more in theme and style. Yeah, I want to be clear. Like, I'm not upset with what we have. I do think there's a soft spot for noir stuff, right? But I'm not upset with what we have at all. I hope that's obvious. I really, really want to see an Expanse style Outer Planet space opera set. Yo, I'm not a space guy. I really don't care for space. I don't know what it is. I feel like anytime I have to bring that up, I have to somehow explain myself out of that. But I know people like space. We haven't seen that much space. We've seen Mars and we've seen Gagarin, and that's mostly it. Dan, how's it going, by the way? Ash just had the whole Beanstalk explosion event. The heck is that? I don't know anything about that, droids. Wait, what? The Beanstalk exploded in Ashes? I have no idea what that is. Gagarin height. I hate space, clip it and ship it. It's just like, there's so much of it and nothing happens out there. It's like saying, what's your favorite kind of genre? To be like big empty room. Oh, but we can put spaceships in there. Yeah, where are you going to put them? In the big empty room? Yeah, but the big empty room's scary. It's quiet too. Going well. Had a really fun CO in Ohio this weekend. Super nice to meet no players. Oh, sick. Dan, I thought you were moving. I'm not going to dox you. I didn't know you were in Ohio at this point. I know that you were moving a bit more south. Glad that you're having a great time out in Ohio. You might have ran into, like, I know Mondi is out there. Mondi is usually organizing in Ohio. I will not stand for the space liner. Wenagon, say 3 good things about space. Besides, like, there's a lot of it. Good thing you like space. We got so much of it. Andre hates hydrogen. Downfall is the downfall of the Beanstalk, and Uprising is getting it working again. Wait, what the? Wait, really? What? Huh? The Beanstalk collapsed in Downfall? Wait, when's the last time I've read narrative? Ash's symbol's supposed to be the Beanstalk being broken? I thought it was a... Look off. I thought it was Fencer Fueno. Are you kidding me? I thought that was Fencer Fueno. Wait, are you serious? No joke. I thought that was a unicorn or fencer fueno. Are we not? Like, I'm not doing a bit. It's got a spike. It's got little flippers on the side. Has 2 eyes. This is not fencer fueno. How is that the fish? Do you not see it? It has the narwhal horn. It got the narwhal fins, and it has 2 little eyes, and it's swimming. Read the fully op flavor text. Alice in Offworld is about the moon and Mars. So all of System Gateway is about the moon. The entirety of System Gateway takes place on the moon. I don't think it's incredibly obvious, but System Gateway is about the moon. Atlas is about a space project, not necessarily the moon. I think I like this art, which just shows people in a boardroom. There's no flavor text, but it's about building spacecraft because Jack Wayland wants to escape to space to find basically the plot of Alien, but also to find immortality. Ohio CO rock, ton fun to go to. Hey, Lockman, that's good to hear. Read the fully op flavor text. Fuck do I not know about Temple? HOD's unsecured servers were fortified just before the storm. Are their Byroid oracles that good or were they tipped off? Now I understand everything. Wait, no, I don't understand. Why'd you want? Why was I needed to read this? I didn't get anything for this. Javier, how's it going? A friend of mine introduced me to Netrunner from the starter decks and I had a blast of a time. I also watched all 3 of your recent videos for beginners. Loved it. Hey, glad you like it. Welcome to the game. I'm glad you've been enjoying the System Gateway content. It's been a while since, it's probably a long time coming since we focused on System Gateway. I know the videos have been pretty long, but I'm glad you've been appreciating them, hopefully. There's a lot to talk about. Welcome. Jai just wanted his favorite card on stream? Yeah, I think so. If I remember correctly, the whole thing doesn't like fall, but the elevator car part stops working essentially. So there was a minor technical issue. The Ashes cycle is about a technical malfunction. Is that they couldn't get the cars to work on the Beanstalk. Is that what you're telling me? Space. Big, cool, full of things. It is statistically the least full of things anything is, at least by volume. By number, yeah, okay. Some of my favorite movies of all time are space movies, and you're bad for saying these bad things about it. Look, I'm aware that this is not a charitable take, but literally empty room. Hey, Zara Wilson, recently got a Netrunner. Been watching your videos. Cool to see you live. Welcome to the stream. This is a Tuesday stream, which is a pretty loose energy. We're definitely going to be playing some Netrunner, but we're just kind of hanging out because I don't honestly understand what's going on here, and I want to figure it out. Okay, hold on. Chenchling has copy pasted some marketing material. Welcome to the channel, by the way, and to the game. This is the downfall flavor text. It happened without warning, out of a clear evening sky. The neons of New Angeles were flickering to life as an equatorial twilight sped across the city. Events progressed, broken and disordered. A strobing light directly overhead, like a drive flame where no ship should be. A rain of carbon shards shattering windows and downing hoppers and manta, molten and twisted into tortured forms. Kayambe rang with a bone-shaking vibration as if someone had that's cut off. If someone had capriciously plucked a planet-sized guitar. The world hangs by a narrow thread made of dreams and faith and reinforced bucky weave. No one realizes how narrow that connecting string is until someone tries to cut it. Who tried to cut it? Or is that just meant to be metaphor? Okay, so what we're learning is that the space elevator, which you can see, here's the bottom of it. Here's not the bottom of it. The rest of it, it goes pretty high. There's a grid in the middle that NBN owns, and then it goes all the way to space, which is pretty far away. So there was a problem, and then it broke. Yeah, planet-sized guitar. That's actually pretty interesting because this is tense. For those who don't know how a space elevator works, all you have to do is you build something long and light and tall enough, and then because it's like holding a yo-yo around your head, right? The Earth just kind of keeps it up there because it's easier than it falling because the Earth's spinning, right? It's a really cool problem. The idea is if you just get a long enough rope, you built yourself a space elevator, technically, from my understanding. I do think you're going to need a ballast on the end. I'm assuming some sort of plumb. Regardless, it broke. Who broke it? Was it Az? Did Az do it? Oh shit, wait, we have another lore update. This is from Uprising. If you stand on Manta Beach as dawn breaks on the Andes, you can see a twinkling thread stretching above the city's skyline. Oh, by the way, this is in South America specifically. That's why the Andes are coming up. As faint as passing imagination, but reaching ever upwards, a golden rope tying the earth to the heavens, the past to the future. Frayed by the vicissitudes of corporate war and the battering of terrorist cabals, but patched and repaired, whole. One of two. Change is inevitable and comes in many forms. Not even the strongest reinforced bucky weave will last forever. The events of the past have pushed and pulled. Controversial measures have been enforced from above, attempting to lock down society into the elite's desired shape. In reaction, a groundswell of unified outrage has risen up from below, allowing runners to fight back from directions never seen before. As these conflicts run their course, hope begins to permeate New Angeles. Some take solace that the citadel of the beanstalk did not fall. Others breathe easy as the corporate grip loosens. It's a new world, and everything is on the table. Things are looking up. That's a fun last line, because it's tall. I believe it's implied that some part of the Wayland themselves sabotaged it. How do I not know this? Bucky Weave? This came up earlier today, but Bucky Weave was invented by Miramati. Pushes limits of physics by engineering the first Bucky Weave structure, a 1,000-foot wall. This is only like slightly science fiction. From my understanding, like these sort of carbon nano weave structures are like the bleeding edge of trying to figure out the $1 billion space elevator problem. Because carbon is, I know carbon like weaved lattices are incredibly resilient and incredibly light. And it's what people are looking at to build a space elevator. So this is only slightly fiction, which is kind of cool. What is an Earthrise hotel if not a champagne supernova in the sky? I'm not sure if this is meant to be Oasis or Lady Gaga, but Earthrise Hotel is a really cool card because it's on the moon. Bucky Weave is when Captain America's friend knits you a sweater. Who's been playing Marvel Rivals? It's been pretty sick, honestly. People like space stuff because it's a futuristic ocean setting sails on unexplored high seas and all that. Bob, how's it going? Okay. Fantastic. You've sprung my trap card. Do you know what the next worst setting is? The ocean. The ocean, a lot of space, nothing going on. Literally just dangerous anxiety around you. Like, do you want to have a setting where literally you got a place you can walk and then everything else you can see you can't walk on it? Enjoy that for 2 hours. No shot, you hate oceans. I fucking hate them. Carbon nanotubes do be light and strong. Yes, those are the words. Worlds of Android goes into the physics of the space elevator. It's really quite good. That's 2 wrong opinions on one stream. Are you kidding me? Why would you want to be surrounded by all the water? It is the worst place you can be. You cannot back up. There's no corners. Waterworld is Andre's favorite movie. I've seen part of it in Slovenian. World's soggiest weighted blanket. How's everyone excited about the open water? It sucks. It makes me feel unsafe. I don't want to be there. It's tense. I get it. There's narrative value for having your thing taking place in space or on water. It's just, I don't want to be there. How much do you think a ride up the beanstalk costs? Like 40 euro? Or are we playing like thousands? I think it's affordable. I remember reading narrative about, what's his name? Nasir Maidan going up this space elevator. And he's just like, I think a tourist. Like he's just going to the moon for fun. And then he goes to the people at the border and they're like, hey, space cops here. And he's like, well, you want some wine? And they're like, okay. That was obviously a bit of a reduction, but it seems affordable. Like shouldn't be a surprise, but there's shops on the midway station grid. But there would be anyways, right? There's no taxes halfway up the thing. Man hates 60% of the world. Hell yeah, I do. Bioshock's fine because Bioshock you can walk, you can go somewhere. Fish and seafood are good. I'm a vegetarian. I don't give a shit about that stuff. It's just water. I just like fish. Fish are cool, Miller. Fish are really cool. The thing is, that's the part where they don't shoot the film, right? There's a group that contacts Chairman Hero directly and claims responsibility for the attack using some shadowy digital avatars that even clones can't identify. Spark, where are you getting this? But we're so safe in the Thule subsea. Join us, Andre. Join us down here. There's no nightmares. Next closest thing to flying is sailing. But it's such a difference, Dan. You can fly over land. I can fly to the grocery store. Like, you know what I mean? Submarines are cool, tense, but cool. Okay. Don't watch the Pacific Ocean yacht blogs if you hate the ocean. I'm not sure what those are. Nasir opened the space vault containing Apex or something, wasn't it? He found the source. So spoilers for a narrative that's 2015, I want to say. Oh, not this source. Oof, not this source. Shard? I'm just going to search Shard. He found these. What are these? I don't know. They don't have flavor text on them because they have limit 1 per deck. But these were the things that he was searching for, the shards and the fragments. And these are meant to be like some sort of primordial force that cyberspace owes itself to. But this is, from my understanding, what Nasir was hunting down. These were in a safe somewhere on the moon. Again, this was a long time ago, and I read pretty quickly. So I don't know. It's from the Downfall fiction on NSG site. I must have read that, right? 60% of rookie numbers. If mining raw materials on the moon is economically viable, then civilian travel is surely cheap. But I think people live on the moon, right, Tron? Right? It's the same thing with Mars. It's like, I don't think they're shipping out roughnecks out there to work. I think they just live there. And we know they live there, right? Like, again, System Gateway is all about it. Like, Reality Plus's whole thing is about making the moon not look like crap. This is what I mean, right? Like, when we have to have something like NBN Reality Plus exist, it is the, like, tacit agreement that space is kind of rubbish, right? It's like, do you want to live on the moon? Cool. What's it look like? But. just gray and black, and there's nothing in any direction. Like, this makes Alberta look cool. There's at least one roughneck repair squad. Yeah, but they're space people. They're like the turtlebacks. Technically, the roughnecks are meant to be, a lot of them work in space because they're genetic clones that they deal with gravity better or the loss of gravity better. Also, they probably don't get upset about how boring it's out here. I think they work that part out as well. The roughnecks genetically are modified to not, oh, these are not clones. Okay, so these people just like space. Or a job's a job. Roughneck Repair Squad is the team that had to fix the elevator when it broke. Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. There's something about the human touch that androids will never replace. Sounds kind of racially. Be a first wave Martian or lunar settler. I'd be a first wave Martian or lunar settler. It's all I've ever wanted. I'm like gonna be wave 5 if at all. Like, I'm gonna let everyone else make sure that the air system works good. Space is boring. I can't keep saying this. Pixie, how's it going? They're mining helium on the moon. You can just let go of it on the side of the moon that faces Earth. Why even have the elevator? Yeah, that's a good point. If they're up there mining their helium, their H3, their HE3, excuse me, they should just be able to like let it go and it'll fall down to Earth. They just need to build like a big old bucket somewhere, hopefully on the ocean where nobody gives a shit if it misses, right? What's your thought on Sokka's new card design for Dawn? David, how's it going? Great, I can get out of the space tangent only slightly. It's not up here, is it? Keep perform. It's not. Where can I find it? Sokka234 YouTube? Utati with advanced level shit post. He's got a point. Let Utati talk. It makes sense. What do I think about this card? Okay. We're not gonna watch these, but we're gonna watch these, you know? Like, Sokka's gonna get all his ad revenue. That's not how orbits work. You're not throwing the rocks hard enough, Gyro. Like, one of two things are wrong. Either your rocks are not big enough, or you're not throwing them hard enough. Anything can be solved enough, Bucky Weave. Okay, this is Sokka's card. It's the first card we've seen from Dawn. I don't have a physical one yet. I should be getting one soon enough in the mail because they ran out of copies at Worlds for their, what's it called? For volunteers. It is what it is, but I don't have one yet. I wish I had one because we'd be easier to talk about it. But now we can also look at Sokka's face twice. This card is a transaction. It's 2 influence, so it's relatively splashable, and you can resolve 2 of the following in any order. They have to be 2 different. That is kind of the point. And so there are 4 options. So the sort of modal card, there's a bit of a standard here. There's a tradition of world champions building modal cards. Fantastic. So the first one is draw a card, shuffle a card from HQ into R&D. Okay, that's fine. A bit of recursion is okay. I don't think it's going to replace Spin Doctor. I believe Sokka said that part of the card was not his intention on the design, and design thought that would make it more interesting and necessary. I'm not convinced Sokka is a person who likes shuffling unknown random cards from HQ into R&D. And honestly, the more I play Sprint, the more I get frustrated with the ability to shuffle a card from HQ into R&D without revealing it. Like, if someone attitudes adjustments you, like, again, I will be upset, but they at least show you what's going back into the deck. Same with something like Gatekeeper. And obviously the point there is because it is a typed card, it has to be an agenda. But I'm a huge fan of when the shuffle abilities reveal the cards that go back in, because you can now read the board state a bit more clearly. When they shuffle a card back in from their hand to the deck, it could be the worst card, but it could be an agenda. And then when you're trying to teach or do divide by 5 maths to track down agendas, it becomes a lot harder. I'm actually kind of really not happy when Sprint is played in System Gateway, because I'm like, well, we're trying to track if they have an agenda in hand, but we don't know shit because we don't know what happened, right? Like, this can do anything. It can fix a hand. It can make a hand worse. It's kind of random. It's a good card though in System Gateway, so that's fine. Solid piece of HQ ignoring all costs. That can be very valuable. The idea that you pay 1 to install an ice. Again, ice can cost 2 or 3 to install depending on how deep it is. So already we're making some amount of money on this, and that's only one of our abilities. Place an advancement counter on an installed card you can advance. I'm imagining that you're going to see mode 2 and 3 played the most often, where for a single click, you can install a piece of ice and advance a card, which will give you the sort of click compression, the sort of burst that a board state needs to be able to quickly threaten an agenda or surprisingly threaten an agenda. So the idea is that you can draw early on your turn, then you can install an agenda, and then you can put ice advancement and basically threaten to score at a 4-2 on the following turn. That seems the most universally useful, because those are abilities that are very hard to click compress in general, let alone you do it for free, right? Like, not only do you don't advance the card, so you already save credits here, the same way that Seamless Launch is technically a soft econ card in a way a lot of people don't, I think, appreciate. Finally, gain 2 credits. That is the worst part of this. There's going to be some board states where you need to do that because you have to afford the second one, but that is the one they're going to try to do the least often, I imagine. This card is going to be played in the sort of deck Sokka likes, for better for worse. I'm not sure a lot of people like sort of like the Sokka Slow Glacier. Outside of that, it is slightly too much influence to be incredibly flexible, unless it works with things like wage workers combos or their other transaction or operation based synergies that really care about this. This also could see playing strange things like Mirror Morph might really like it. I think there's a chance that you might like this in Atea because it can do some weird stuff at instant speed with Atea installations. So it might show up in the same sort of spots that you expect red level clearance to show up. And red level clearance does show up in a lot of decks that like the combo potential of it. But for 2 influence, red level clearance is often found out to be too expensive. I think for the deck, that card to do something that red level clearance doesn't, it's going to be very difficult. I'm imagining a lot of those decks will splash red level clearance before they splash KPI, because KPI just is less flexible. You can do anything with this card, like literally anything you can imagine with this. Oh, Iswax synergy too? Yeah, okay, I guess. I don't know. It's like really cool to show a Sokka card. The art's fantastic, and it's a nice card that I think is very much what he likes. I don't think in terms of like showing the first card from Dawn that this is anywhere near an exciting card. Which, like, it is what it is. I think they wanted to show something at Worlds, and I really appreciate this, but like, we're gonna see much more exciting cards than this from Dawn. This is a bit more of a workhorse card that is gonna be interesting, if at all, depending on the context of the rest of the set. Right? There's a chance like this becomes something akin to the Extract in Op, where it's like, oh, on its own, that's a whatever card, but then you play it in something that actually synergizes with it. And there's a big chance the World Championship design is not as well integrated with the rest of the theme of the set, because it is a bit of a, you know, unique card. That being said, like the toolbox or whatever it's called, what was the Limes card that searches your deck for your knife? Like, that card actually did integrate with the set really well. It doesn't always do that. Wayland level clearance. My Worlds cards are showing up today. I'm excited. Oh, sick. Nice. Yeah, they should be soon, I think. That's going to be a real treat. Canadian ads. Yeah, that's true. Oh, man. Sokka was giving out playsets to his Worlds opponents. I got 2 playsets because I played him twice. Yeah, technically, one of the players, Amanda from Montreal, she was the first player to ever get a set of this, because round 1 at Worlds was playing against Sokka, which, like, that's probably not good if you want to win Worlds on average, but she was very happy because obviously Sokka's really nice, and she got this card that was technically a secret. Gave away my extra set to Jad for winning SG Nats side event draft. Oh, super cool. Getting the set about shuffling agendas back sounds like you need an attitude adjustment. I'd rather have it. I'd rather have that. Not too sure I love playing a card called KPI. It's a bit too close to actual work. That is actually a term that does hit close to work, for what it's worth. Like, the term KPI shows up all the time. I used to work in video, and so understanding what our KPIs were for any video project, a live stream, was a real thing. And that is a word that comes up a lot. And that sort of like technical business jargon gets a bit grating over time. But understanding your KPIs on any project, which is basically how do you figure out if this project was considered a success? Like, sometimes your goal is to get big view count. Sometimes your goal is to get a narrative across or to get engagement. And it is a term that I used a lot. So it's fine. I don't say regulatory capture as much as KPI. At least I'll remember this name. Like, I think that's a cool part. I don't love sometimes when the names get super, super technical, like regulatory capture. What is that NBN3 cost to upgrade that advances a card? Like, I can never remember the name of that card because it's just technical jargon to me. This one I actually will remember, which is good. Plan B is so lives rent free in my head. It's so cool. That's such a cool card. You can use KPI on Atea to triple events and agenda / trap. You can't score it, but it's more threatening. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can use this. That's where I think this card can be interesting. The idea is that you can use Atea to install a piece of ice, which allows you to install a card in the other server or in front of the other server. Then you can advance that card, and then you can advance that card twice. So it is technically 3 credits for 3 advancements, but it's kind of nice. Calibration testing, that's the one. I can never remember the name. There's a couple technical cards I can never remember the name of. That's one of them. Wizard's Chest, thank you. That's the one I was thinking of as well. Why can't you score in cold lava? Because Atea says you can't score the second card that was installed through Atea during the turn. It's just Atea text. You cannot score the second card. That's why a lot of times you have to do the opposite. So like if you want to install Atea and install a moon pool, you install the agenda first and Atea the moon pool. If you install the moon pool and then Atea the agenda, technically you get cooked. It's not good. So does extract if you work in don't see what actually does extract if you work in mining? I don't see the difference. I'm not sure. I just noticed that KPI references Vancouver in the background. You think it does? Oh yeah, I imagine it does. I think it says Vancouver expansion. That's actually really cool. I've never noticed that. I don't understand this graph either. TBD 89%, 60% PTD. Like I have no idea what's going on. And the numbers here are also bizarre. Like 08 to 24. Yeah, very, very funny. Card's interesting. I think it's like a card that if you play into your deck, like I'd be surprised if this is a key part of any deck, but it's a card that you might be happy to put enough slots in your deck. It really does remind me a lot of what is that other card now I don't know the name of? 2 influence? Yeah, that's the red level clearance problem. If red level clearance was 1 influence, it would show up in a lot of places. What is the card I'm thinking of that had the Miami Vice art from Worlds? That has like people cleaning up a murder from Wayland? It was in the last set. Business as usual. Thanks, Cranked. Like, it's the same thing as business as usual. However, it's less flexible than business as usual. One day business as usual will be a card that is integral to some sort of combo that will show up. I don't think it's because of this text. I think this text might just happen when you're on threat 3. But it's a card like that. Like, no one's excited about business as usual, but at some point it might have some marginal utility or high combo utility. And until then. KPI lacks a certain degeneracy that RLC has. I wouldn't say those words, but yeah, it's not as flashy as RLC, that's for sure. Shipment from business. RLC is a sicko card because of the gain click mode. Yeah, RLC is cracked. Like, you can do so much with RLC. Man, you can do so much with RLC. Like, when you commandment an RLC versus when you commandment KPI, like, one of them's cool, I guess. BAU is a combo deck now if you put your sicko glasses on. It is, but I don't know if it's fantastic. Like, I think Vladislavir something. Squint. Oh, I feel stuffed up. All right, we'll be fine. Hey, huge news. So this happened, right? This upcoming year. I don't know if y'all have it, but I've got an email back. We've got our bid for a district championship in Montreal. Huzzah! That's sick. So I applied for both a mega city and a district championship last night at a time zone that only made sense for somebody in Australia to send out the email. We got the email from someone in Australia who said that our bid for a district championship is alive and well. We'll be getting an order for the play kit. Mind you, district championships are like regionals back in the day, so it's something above a circuit. Not a circuit breaker invitational, something above a casual tournament kit or a circuit opener, but obviously smaller than a national. Regionals are kind of like what a lot of the NPC events were last year, which is a really nice vibe. Something that you want to travel for, something that could just be a single day event, might be a 2-day event. I'm not sure actually what to do about it, whether it's going to be a single or 2-day event, but we want our bid, so I have to start planning it. Now, is there a separate kit for districts? Yes. Oh, yeah. We haven't seen any of the kits for next year besides, I think, some of the GNKs and CTKs. So we haven't seen any of these kits, but there will be a district championship kit that everyone will have the same kit. Then I'm assuming you'll get to decide whether you want to spend more money on the boosted kit or the non-boosted kit. Okay, awesome. That's Ob. Hey, Vane. Yeah, I'm really excited. Hopefully you can make it. The weird thing about it is trying to figure out when it should be. because the window for district championships, and I haven't entirely like grokked this, the window is from January to April. And now the window for when events has to be a fair bit stricter because they work into one another. If you win a district championship, you win a buy, and you can spend that buy at the upcoming megacity. And if you win that, you can win a buy that you can spend at the Continentals. So they have to be structured in a somewhat more strict linear order, as opposed to last year, where Nationals can happen after Worlds, before Worlds. It doesn't matter. You can do, this actually has a more firm structure. The problem is this window is really awkward when it comes to Dawn, because everybody's hoping that Dawn will drop in March. So I'm assuming a very big part of the meta will want or would expect to be running their districts between March to April. So everyone's going to have their districts in the last like 8 or 6 weekends of March and April, which is going to suck because traveling is going to become much more difficult. So it's not going to be hard to see like 3 districts within like 6 hours of each other are all going to be on the same window because everyone's trying to make it be legal for Dawn. On top of that, the date that Dawn comes out versus you have to wait generally 2 weeks after that. So say that Dawn comes out right in the middle of March, Dawn won't be legal largely until April for a tournament of this. So that is kind of rough. I'm not sure what to do about that. I'm going to ask locally, but I'm pretty sure if people can choose besides waiting for Dawn or doing something in the modern meta, which again, I'm expecting there to be a ban list between now and I'm assuming the CBI is coming up, whether or not people will want to do something there. I hear the Canada's quite nice in April. Hey, Safer. It's Montreal's okay. It's still cold in April. Like it's fine. I would love to have you. That's very clear. It's worth traveling to. Please don't try to snipe Dawn release window. Yeah, like actually, are people not going to do that? I'm assuming everyone's going to be doing that. Is there any new news when we have a new set of cards rotating all FG cards? How's it going? That's all attached to Dawn. So when Dawn releases, that is the day where all the old FFG cards will release. Wow, will rotate out. And the last we've heard from NSG, we're expecting that to be in Q1 of next year. So March, generally the latest. So I'm planning around it being a March release. That is the way I see it, is we'll probably see things come out mid to end of March, just to be like cautious. Please join the TO Discord and coordinate with other TOs in your area. Yes, I am in there. That is worth doing. So if you want to make sure that you're not doing your TO, you're running your tournament on the same weekend, another tournament 2 hours from you, which you probably shouldn't do if you want people to come to your tournament. There's a tournament organizer Discord, which is fantastic. I'll try and link the link in the description where you can talk to people around your area and be like, hey, I'm running one here. Ottawa when you're running yours, Vermont when you're running yours, Toronto when you're running theirs. I know one of those was a state, but it's fine. I hope that people won't do that, but for sure somebody will try. But legit, what can you do? I don't know. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. It's fine. Is there a specific card that makes you expect a ban update? Shaper. I would just say Shaper. Right now, it's very clear on all our stats that like Shaper is just the best faction by a relatively large margin. That it needs to be taken down and pegged. That's mostly it. Like I think whether Trickshot gets banned or you see something like Creative Commission or Overclock or SMC, I think that's what we're probably expecting sooner than later. Because every big tournament has just been like, oh yeah, Shaper is like the positive win rate. Nobody else has it. And it's probably not going to change too much between now and CBI unless there's some changes. That's my guess. Cool. Anyways, I'm really excited. In-person play is fantastic. Not only because it's just a great excuse to get all sorts of friends together. I like filming it and putting stuff together. It's been fun. I need an excuse to film content. Thinking of picking up a camera. It's expensive. I know. I want to like get a good enough DSLR camera and start filming some stuff again and maybe get some table play in this room. Like we haven't done that in a long time. I only used to be able to do that back in the day when we had a nice camera when I worked in a group that had a camera. So I just used that. We should just ban lat. I'd be surprised at banning lat. The thing is like, Alex, how's it going by the way? Maybe banning lat is the like solution here. The thing is you'll end up on whatever is like the closest to lat, whether it's your Arsana or people will just play a Kiko and be like, yeah, it's still fun lat. Yes, the table play. Yeah, I know, Eric. I'd really be down to do that at some point. Very big fan of Creative Commission ban. Yeah, I'd be fine with it. It's such a goofy ban, but it just forces Shapers to manage their money a bit better. Like having a recovery panic button on 1 credit at the end of the turn is pretty rough. Banning DJ? I'd be really surprised if banning DJ does anything. I don't even think DJ is showing up in all of the lists that people care about. DJ also is like a sort of card that is only going to be legal for the next 3 months or so. So I would be super surprised if the ban list targets something that rotates out just on the basis that it's going to rotate out soon. You know what I mean? Like, I think some people want to play 3 more months of DJ before DJ's gone forever, let alone Steve Cambridge is gone forever. Shoot trick shot because of cannon and into the sun, please. Table play is fun. Can't confirm. Kevin joined on Neon Static yesterday, getting to play some Mateo, which is really fun. I think Eric like died to ice a fair bit, which like I don't want to make fun of him, but it was fun to watch. Either creative can go or deep dive should get banned. Yeah, man, deep dive is a fun card, but I do think deep dive is incredibly powerful. But I think the power level of deep dive is also associated with things like trick shot. Like the fact that you can so aggressively get your breakers at value while also not having to play other multi-axis in your deck, like has an impact on how playable deep dive is, you know? We both died. Oh, that's true. Ice was Ice was really strong on Monday night. I think I have a combo of Kit and girls, and Ari would be a good meta even if we still have a lot of Shaper. I agree. I don't think you want no Shaper representation, but obviously Shaper seems to be doing a bit much right now. I'd be surprised if Trick Shot gets banned straight out as a relatively new card, but Trick Shot, sick, makes sense, but also banning dive makes sense to me. It just allows Shapers to play cautiously and just have a where they win. I died to a table snare. That you're allowed to do, Kevin. You have flatlined me basically with table snare before. Trick Shot, most balanced RWR card? I mean, okay. I think we need to ban SMC, Trick Shot, Sandwich Chip, Creative Commission, Turbine, Lat, Aces, Pawn Shop, Capillation, and Deep Dive. Okay. I don't think the newness of a card is going to be important for bans after the Tributary ban IMO. I hear you, but Tributary was like definitely a problem, like very clearly a problem. I'm wondering if they want a world where like Trick Shot is a card that you can and are expected to play around, but then the things that enable Trick Shot to be like incredibly busted, like SMC, that gets hit. I think that's an option as well. To be like, hey, Trick Shot's a powerful card, but there's just gonna be less board states where it's playable, as opposed to like turn 1 SMC Trick Shot into your pre-show, whatever. Tributary was busto. Hey John, how's it going? John, your name came up on a stream last night on Neon Static because your nice Atea acrylic showed up. People were like, where did that come from? I'm like, I know, that's John V. Hopefully you're doing well. Tributary is such a messed up card. Yeah, slowly messed up. Very slowly, apparently, that card got boiled. Have fun with the Fizzarum with no SMC or Simulchip. You got Muse. I think it'll be fine. Neon Static is such a great channel. John, how much are they paying you to say that? I say that all the time for free. Being mentioned there, so awesome. Okay, no, it was a genuine comment, as was mine for what it's worth. I said a good thing, right? Oh, let's build a deck. I feel awkward. I made a good joke. Playing it as intended at Arisana. John, I'll send you a kickback later. Piss. Okay. Okay. Good old wink. Let's build a deck. It's been a while since we built Op. Wait, did we ever see the boiled frog story of Tributary? No, we haven't. I think the last time it showed up is when Jeff did a video on his channel where they had a bunch of the folks from Null Signal Games and they talked about design and development and stuff like that. And they had some interesting things to say. Like, I'd highly recommend watching it. Let me see if I can find it really quickly before we get into deck building. I'm so sorry. What is the boiled frog story? So in theory, I'm surprised people don't know this barbaric term. But boiled frog is this awful term. The idea is that if you have a pot of okay, I do not endorse this. I hopefully don't have to say this. This is an old, horrible, like 2 ways to skin a cat, a bird, 2 stones. All these things are terrible, and we still say them, okay? I'll go out of the way to say that. Anyways, the idea is that if you have a pot of boiling water and you throw a frog in, the frog jumps out because it's boiling ass water, right? This is the idiom. However, if you put a frog into a pot of just regular room temperature water, it's chilling. It's a frog having a good time. And then you slowly heat the water up. The frog doesn't realize the water heats up, and then the frog boils itself, right? It never realizes things are getting worse. If things get worse gradually, the frog stays. There's a lot you can get from that idiom. It's a great idiom. What people are saying is that from our understanding as outsiders is that the card changes on Tributary were super subtle over time, that they kept getting changed and changed and changed and changed, and then eventually what was released was obviously a bit above the mark that people wanted to aim for. I think that's what we refer to when we mean the frog story. That might not be accurate, but this is the video, and this video is really interesting. It's a call with Safer, right? Safer, that's your handle, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure the SMC is, which is untrue. The frog will notice. I was on there. Okay, it is Safer. Yeah, right, of course. And who is the SMC logo? There's no way of knowing. The real fans demand that you put Watchtower into the deck. I guess. The real fans. I know the boiled frog metaphor. I know the boiled frog metaphor. Okay, I'm not explaining it for you exactly, Safer. I know other people have asked about it. SMC may have been test running. That sounds correct. That does sound correct. This is just for Jeffrey. Hi. You can purchase whatever products you want. Honestly, purchase whatever you like. Or don't purchase anything. Those are fine too. Oh, there's a skip button. It's a good interview. But I know there's talk about Aquaceris crew, it being changed. I do think specifically, I remember in this podcast / video / audio thing that the folks at NSG said, oh, the tributary story, that is something worth talking about, but we'll probably talk about it later. I think that is what we're talking about, is that the tributary appears to have some sort of story associated with it that it looks like Null Signal Games wanted to talk about, but they didn't want to talk about it then and there. So I'm still waiting on the tributary story, as many other are. You can purchase some merch from the Metropole Grid. Oh, thank you. I don't have any. Hey, reference, great idiom. Not actually a thing that happens. It just hops out. Oh, I'm very surprised. Frogs seem more clever than that, I think. But yeah, it's a very fun idiom in general. My Metropole Grid merch showed up and it fills me with joy. Thank you, John. Fun fact, there isn't actually true. It's based off of a 19th century experiment where they removed the brain first. Have you heard the one about the frog test? It's a good joke, okay? I'm gonna say one more horrible thing about torturing animals, okay? This is not good. So a scientist, right, is doing his test at a lab and he wants to see, like, he's testing. So he has his frog on his bench. I might have said this on the stream before. And he says, hey, frog, jump, frog, jump. Jump, frog. And frog jumps. Frog jumps, measures how high, jumps pretty high. It's a frog. And says, okay. Then takes out a knife. This is science circa 1922 and cuts off one of the frog's legs and says, okay, frog, jump, frog, jump. And the frog jumps. He's like, okay, wow, that worked. Frog jumps, still just about high. Not a quarter less, which maybe you'd assume because there's one less limb, but still jump. Keeps going. Another knife, another frog leg. I'm so sorry. People eat frogs, so this apparently should be acceptable. This is the world you chose to live in. Frog jumps. Jump, frog, jump. Frog jumps. Writes it down. Frog's still jumping pretty well. Takes out the knife. You know how this goes. We got one leg left. Jump, frog, jump. Frog jumps. Incredible. Still frog jumping along. Last leg goes off. Jump, frog, jump. The scientist yells. Nothing. Jump, frog, jump. Frog still not jumping. Yells one more time. Jump, frog, jump. Frog doesn't jump. Scientist takes out his clipboard. Frog, 0 legs, gone deaf. Thanks, my dad. Funny joke. Only the back 2 legs really do anything? Yeah, then the joke doesn't make sense. So. Not a super great time to join us. Ren is a terrible time to join. I'm so sorry. How you doing? So released a test stream on how much Andre can get away with. First the space and ocean slander and then bad animal idioms. The last part saved it from being horrific. Yeah, it's the little good old terrible shaggy. That's not a shaggy dog. 2 of my favorite content creators are here. Cool. Hey, Marlon, only one of them is saying regretful things about animals. How you doing? Aren't the front logs just arms? So you're telling me that you don't think the frog uses its front arms at any point of the jumping process? This is what we're thinking? Fuck, buy whatever you want. I don't care. You don't have to buy this stuff. Okay, we have the good stuff. Hold on. The question is, does the frog use all of its arms? My guess is yes. It's gonna like, boom. I would say it's like an 80-20 split, maybe 90-10. That was also not as slow motion as I wanted, but I think that frog is going. Evidence is inconclusive, honestly. There's no way of telling. I like frogs. I'm upset that people are doing terrible things to frogs. I don't know why I'm getting pulled into this. I think I'll keep this one in mind when my dad complains about my dad's jokes. I know they're worse. That's an old joke. I like it. The front frog legs are for aiming. It's like when you're shooting a basketball. This one hand doesn't do nothing, but it keeps you on track. The frog doesn't have the front legs. It's jumping sideways. It has no idea. If you use it for locomotion, it's a leg. Huh? But what about if I'm crawling or like I got a chair or something? Are there any animals that are acceptable to use for idioms? Oh, like there's lots. Like raining cats and dogs, totally fine. People don't think that one's horrific. Generally, if anything bad happens to the animal, I'm upset. I want to be very clear. I don't feel like I have to defend this point anymore. I'm done. Monkey locomote with arms? Yeah, monkey has 4 legs. You just couldn't see it? Thank you, Kevin. Frog deck. Hey, Bear. I imagine it gets no propulsion from the front, probably just balance and ability angle. It's an aim thing. They're necessary. I'm just going to say they need those. They probably should have all the limbs they have. So when humans go beast mode, up the stairs on arms temporarily become legs? Yeah, they're locomoting. Yeah. You've never beast moded upstairs where you like you're Donkey Kong? When you really need to go upstairs? My brother beast modes up the stairs all the time at any age. Always done it. And then recently when he's doing it, when we're home for the holidays, he forgets there's like cats upstairs. And then they see this like 6'4" Slenderman. Like they're like absolutely terrified. Do trains have wheels or legs then? They definitely have wheels. But they sometimes have the legs between the wheels. You know what I'm talking about. If I'm doing a handstand and amble forward toward my arm, my legs, my arms. Do you think nothing happens to all the cats and dogs that fell from the sky? Yeah. Beast moding up the stairs is reserved for when you're turning off all the downstairs lights before. It's safety in beast numbers. One beast is safe. I know, I hear you. I know what you mean. Cats are fine. Yeah, cats are honestly fine there. This is how a Donkey Kong appreciation stream. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I know I consistently say 2 stones, 1 bird, and then people in the comments are like, look at this goober. But it's literally the way that you can kill the less birds. Yeah, it kills the least amount of birds, which I value. Okay, let's get back to deck building. So I'm so worried in the YouTube timestamps. There's going to be one timestamp that's just going to be called like cruelty to animal jokes, and it's absolutely horrific. We'll burn those bridges when we cross them. So Op. We haven't played Op in a long time. Op allows you to do a lot of creative and weird things, and there's always like deck ideas that I don't pursue that can do strange things. The short of the long, there's a lot of text here. It's mostly because it's rules complete. So if I can just say this in one sentence, once per turn when you trash a thing, go get something from your deck that costs 1 less and res it for free. Caveat. Technically, it's only free on credit costs. So if the card to res it, you have to like forfeit an agenda. You're still gonna have to do that. But in theory, trash a 4-coster, get a 3-coster. Trash a 3-coster, get a 2-coster. Trash a 0-coster, shuffle your deck for fun. It's only once per turn, but very powerful effect. When Ob came out, it was like the coolest thing ever for not only Netrunner players but content creators because it's just unendingly fun. But we haven't seen Op really do fantastically for a while. I think probably did Beeblum just win a thing? I feel like Beeblum just won a thing with Op. Playing Arella. That sounds about right. I think there's a list posted. But that's what Beeblum does. But otherwise, Op hasn't been doing fantastically well. I think Op actually did okay at UK Nationals. And why is Op not doing well? I think having something like Trick Shot is definitely not going to help. The fact that R&D pressure is a bit more consistent. Op often loses on R&D or in central servers because anytime that you take a non-agenda card out of your deck with Op ability, you just increase the density of agendas in R&D, and that catches up to you. Eminent Domain, mind you, hell of an op card. Holloman, hell of an op card. Even the 5/3 Basalt Spire has been a really powerful op card. So we can do some cool stuff there. Jonald came third at UK Nats with op. Yeah. Classic Jonald. Tuna has a few good op finishes. Yes, earlier in the year, like CBI was an op win that it won. Tuno basically, but like Tuno gave up on op. I think Tuno even posted the op list being like, this is not it anymore. People have figured out how to play against half assets op. And again, some of it was playing against it. I remember watching, oh man, this is a bad take, but people not trashing hearts and minds, right? Like people now realize you got to trash hearts and minds immediately. It costs 2 credits, and you need to do that, right? So the deck kind of fell apart slightly when people learned. It's a cool kill deck that runs Urban, Ronin, Holloman. Yeah, we died to that. We saw that one too. We saw it very close up. Highest op placement was first at EMEA by Tuno. What? EMEA was won by Op? That I don't remember happening. Not that I doubt you. I just want to look at the list. Oh yeah, that makes sense. But like at that point, Tuno largely gave up on Op after Intercontinentals. Wait, EMEA? Wait, what? First at EMEA. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And Tuno is really fun to watch on it too. Imagine thinking any political asset is allowable to live longer than a turn. Yeah, it's not great. Now, on this channel, we've done other weird op stuff, and I think we're going to be diving into the other weird op stuff. So firstly, there's kill op, like damage op. One of the combos is that you can just grab a Ronin. That's a really fun one. So we've never done this, but if you have an Urban Renewal go off, which pinhole threadings are not as popular as they used to be, but if Urban Renewal goes off, not only do you do 4 meat damage, and on its own, like 4 meat damage is enough to kill people. Unless they have a Steel Skin Scarring, you can just like score out an Azef from hand. This was relatively common a year ago, maybe 2 years ago even. I think Op has been around for that long. But that was a pretty common play line. But otherwise, if you get a Ronin on the table and then you have some way to advance the Ronin quickly, whether it's technically you can't do a seamless launch, but if you have like a Holloman, seems a bit convoluted, but you can get it done. You can flatline the runner. Now, this is saying the runner can't have in hand, they can't have a stone chip on the table. That's already kind of pretty rough. If they have an Onicom, it makes it a bit trickier, but not impossible. So it's a bit difficult. Are you going to play my Ronin combo? Gyro, I don't think I am. Daruma Snare. Yeah, some of the snare things. So there's a bunch of weird ones with snare as well. So specifically, you can get a snare in the remote server at instant speed. And I think this is fascinating. The problem is the only way you can get in snare in the remote server at instant speed is if you have a 1-cost card that is trashable at instant speed. And that is really difficult. So there's not many in the format. I think Daruma is not it. Daruma lets you swap a card. When the runner purchases a server, you may trash Daruma. Okay, no, so that technically works. So if the runner purchases a server, you can trash Daruma, but they can always, I guess they can't jack out to this anymore. The issue is that this is a lot of influence. Yeah, Mark Yale, this is the one. It's like, this doesn't happen in Eternal, but in Eternal, there's a card that sees, well, honestly, saw not a lot of play back in the day at all, but sees a lot of play in Op, because this is a 1-cost instant speed trashable that gives you 2 credits. So at any paid ability window, you can trash Mark Yale to go get a snare that they have to access. You can get a Spin Doctor, you can get a Rashida, you can get any 0-coster card you want. And that seems incredibly powerful. For what it's worth, I haven't seen a lot of people, or I haven't seen anyone at all do a Yale snare in Op. I think a lot of people might run into that and not expect it. That's kind of fun. But if you ever have a 1-cost instant speed trashable card, it's going to be a problem with Op, because Op can get snare at instant speed and Spin Doctor. Imagine playing a Mark Yale in Titan deck. Yeah, I did that. You can put the agenda in Daruma in a server and more the agenda elsewhere and get the snare and access. It's pretty nasty. Put the agenda in Daruma in a server and move the agenda elsewhere and get the snare on access. Oh, just like fish it out. So Daruma also never saw a lot of play. When the runner approaches the server, you may trash Daruma. So immediately you can get a 0-coster. Now, when the runner approaches, you have to ask them, do you want to access? And if they say yes, you can res the Daruma and do its ability, and then they can't jack out. However, if you do choose one of the cards in the root of another server or one agenda asset or upgrade in HQ, swap that card. If you swap cards this way, the runner may jack out. So are you allowed to trash this without changing game state? I'm not sure you can. So I don't know actually how you use this, because the runner can always jack out, right? The runner can jack out after you pop Daruma. You got to read the errata. Oh, there's actually text errata that would make it more obvious, because they could always jack out, but I'm pretty sure they can jack out anyways. So they can't hit the snare unless they opt to hit the snare. There's other weird ones too, where like, this is a kind of an interesting one, is that in theory, if the runner runs the remote server, and the rules have changed on this is super convoluted, but the rules have changed. If the runner runs a remote server and steals an agenda and you have a res Tucana in the remote server, you can now search your deck for an ice and install it and res it for 3 credits fewer. Which means if you haven't fired Op this turn, you can use Tucana to search your deck for a Stavka. And when you res Stavka, which you just have, you can trash one of your other installed cards to give this +5 strength. Now, the +5 strength doesn't matter because they're not encountering the Stavka. You're just getting a cheap Stavka. But if you use Stavka to trash a 1-cost card, whether it's an ice or not, then you can go get a snare and insert the snare in the remote server the runner is currently accessing. That being said, they have changed the rules now that if you add cards into a server mid-breach, the runner can opt not to access them. This is how they stopped the infinite ganked combo chains. In theory, you could also do this with ganked. Funny enough, you could get a Stavka, trash a 1-coster, and install a ganked and get someone to be ganked back into the same Stavka. That's really funny. However, the rules have changed to allow that shouldn't happen. The runner can just choose not to access the card, and it comes in res, so they'll know what it is, so they have no reason to access the snare or the ganked. So that doesn't work anymore, which is a problem. That being said, there are things that do work. Firstly, this one shows up a lot in a lot of the deck's pat builds. At instant speed during a run, if you can trash a 4-cost card, things like border control, you can go get an enemy from your deck, and as long as you have a card in hand, that will do 2 net damage. Which means if the runner runs last click, you can get them on 3 cards in hand. That's kind of interesting. 3 cards on hand means on the following turn, as long as you can set up some sort of end-of-line combo, you can do an end-of-line combo. The other thing that you can do in Op, and I've done this a fair bit in Op, is that you also have to understand OZF is a really important one too. Because if you OZF, to score an OZF, you have to trash one of your installed cards. And if you trash one of your installed res cards, you can go get a card from your deck at instant speed and res it. And that card will be present for the scoring of this agenda because you have to pay the cost to score the agenda. So that card that you get was there when this agenda was scored. So the thing that I ended up doing is with OZF, which only does 2 meat damage, and you can fast advance this out easily with Audacity or Slash and Burn, whatever you want in Wayland, is that you can go get a 4 influence card, Vera. So as long as you trash a 4-coster with your OZF, Vera can trigger, and you can get Vera to trigger before the OZF triggers. And so you can reveal the hand and trash a card revealed this way. So if there's a Steel Skin Scarring, pick a different card. And in theory, that means every time that you fast advance an OZF, it does 3 damage, which is kind of fascinating. So the idea is that with some amount of anemones, some amount of all this other stuff, you can add into some weird damage combos. Another one that's fascinating too is we have Zato City Grid. Zato City Grid says when the runner's running this remote server, you can throw a piece of ice at them to do a subroutine. So you have an ice that has a really mean subroutine. So I believe back in the day when we were playing this, because we both had tags and damage, is we were playing Unsmiling Sarievna. Is when the runner runs this, you can throw the Unsmiling Sarievna at them with the Zato, and then you choose which subroutine fires. Sometimes you want to give the runner a tag, which if they're running last click, that can be a problem. But if you just throw this at them and do 2 net damage, they take 2 net damage because the subroutine just resolves. They can't break it. And then because you trash a 4-coster, you go get your anemone, which means Zato and Sarievna into anemone is a 4 damage uninteractive combo that can just get them out of nowhere. And then if they're on too few cards in hand, obviously, then you can just like end the line Zato or whatever you want. I don't know. It sounds sketchy. It worked a bit when we were playing it back in the day. It will probably work a bit. Like it's not a tier 1 deck, especially if people are not expecting it, but it is a line that you can capitalize on for sure. Andre is a Sika too. SMH. Hey Daria, how's it going? Congrats on the deck list of the week last week, by the way. Action said of playing Estelle, we play Friends in High Places, 1 Snare, 1 Gaslight. Have you seen playtested cards from Dawn? David, no, I haven't at all. I keep myself separate from playtesting intentionally, just so that when the set comes out, I can feel, you know, it's a nice surprise to me, as the same way as it is, I reckon, for most people watching this. Actually, a lot of people watching this, I think, do playtest. Now, the other thing I want to try in Op, and I'm not sure how consistent this is going to be, but I've seen nobody do this, is that one of the best cards in Op is, what's it called? Wow. Mavirus. Mavirus is really important. It's a 3-coster, and you can purge at basically any paid ability window, which means you can get a 2-coster from your deck. The thing that I want to try with this is that at any paid ability window, not can you purge a virus to go get an Afrun, and this is something that people do in relation to Stavka, but you also have to remember you can just purge when the runner encounters a piece of ice, period. So if the runner is approaching an Unsmiling Sarievna, and I'm aware that every card we're talking about right now is influence, you can just go get the Afrun, and then with the Afrun, they can't break the subroutines on Sarievna, and that's just good. It doesn't matter that, right? Like, you don't need to have to be a Stavka. It doesn't have to be on a Stavka res. You can always have Rune to make ice fire. And that's kind of fascinating. But the other one that I've seen no one do is that at any point in time during a run on any server, you can purge them a virus to go get a ping. And as long as you put the ping on the server that they're running, they get a tag. They don't end their run, mind you, because they're not going to approach the ice. But if you just purge them a virus to put the ping on the outermost of whatever server they're running, if it is last click, they're just going to have a tag. Now, running last click is something that more and more people are learning they shouldn't be doing against Wayland in general, or Op specifically in general, because allowing someone to Op last click so they can like purge them a virus to get a Hollow Man, they'll just put it on the table where you're not running, right? So it's really hard to pressure an Op if you run last click. But I've never seen anyone do the Mavirus into ping play. I do think this might have been a startup angle that existed at some point in time, back when the set was out and you did Mavirus into ping into Retribution. I think that might have been a thing. But this seems okay. This is why people don't face check my Op Ice more. They should, Laura. They really should face check Op Ice. I think there's nothing that can hurt you in Op Ice unless you install programs. So mostly what you do is you never install your icebreakers and face check everything because most of it just ends the run. That being said, just don't face check last click. That's all you want to do. Why are we using Afron to guarantee a Stavka when we could just be using it for tier? Well, because then we have to res a tier and it's not that good. This just doesn't do that much. I do think the other card that's like worth looking at is this is one of the best targets to throw at someone with Zato City Grid. You could do 3 net damage into ping. That's pretty bad, probably. I tried it for a bit when it was the sysop that could trash a program if tagged. Oh, with Keegan, right? Keegan Lane. Also, we shake up the rest of the deck some because we're playing friends. Tron's talking about an Eternal deck, I'm pretty sure. Or Protect a City works, though. You get fewer random kills. Yeah. I don't need to pay for tier if I can get a Res 11 credit card. Yeah. Okay. So I think there's a couple lines here. I think one of the ones is that we can build some sort of burst kill damage deck. Oh, this is another very important card, is that you can play Reaper Function. And Reaper Function on its own, as long as you can spend 2 influence. What is there a 2-cost card we can get out of our deck that will actually matter here? Because it's worth noting that Reaper Function, and Pat has been doing this all the time for better or for worse, is that you can just do Reaper Function, res 3, do 2 net damage, and then just get like a Regolith. It's like, okay, it's not amazing. The other option is that another cool thing about having a Reaper Function in your deck is if the runner runs last click and then you pop like a border control, you can just go get a Reaper Function and put it on the table. This is a very important line too, because if they do this, if say the runner runs last click, you pop a border control, you border control for a Reaper, then the Reaper fires, it does 2 damage. And then if you fast advance out the Azief with the Vera that you can pull with the Op ability, that is a 5 damage combo. So as long as a runner doesn't run the Reaper or disrespects it and runs border control last click or something like that, you are able to get a 5 damage combo to some consistency. It only does 5 total. Yes, 5 total is not perfect. You have to be playing like some sort of like, that's the weird thing is like you have to be playing some sort of modernism rush. You have to be playing fast enough that they feel like they have to keep up to you. But also nobody's like playing against Op being like, I need to keep 5 cards in hand, because that's not a thing, right? So Reaper into Holloman into Ronin also works. Reaper pulls the Holloman. If the Ronin's already on the table. If the Ronin's not on the table, you can only place 2 advancements, so you install Ronin. So that's tenuous, Ren, but it could work. Yeah. The Holloman Ronin line works, I think, a bit better with Urban. Because the breakpoint on Reaper into Ronin is not even lethal. That also only does 5 damage. But like Urban into Ronin does more than 5 damage, it does 6. That's cool. Or sorry, it does 7, right? Wage Workers might be something with Reaper. 5 damage is enough to kill most runners. I think if you play fast and loose, I think you can kill a fair bit of runners. I don't think it's going to be perfect. I don't think it's going to be a tier 1 deck, but I do think fast and loose could work. Angelique also makes sense in the deck. It's Angelique is fine. I kind of wish Angelique had an ability to return her to your hand. I think that'd be really, really fun. We don't have a card right now that returns installed cards to your hand. That's like a card always existed in ANR or ONR that lets you do that. But there's a lot of times where I put like, this is my frustrating thing about Angelique. Is there's a lot of times where if I have her in her hand, she's the most important card for a kill combo. And then I install her on the table and then I just want her back in hand because the runner's not running the remote server anymore. It's kind of weird. Let's try and build the deck though. So we want 3 as yes, because this card's going to do something. Let's see where our influence goes. We'll have to play Spin Doctors. Vera, if we want to play one of, it seems kind of important. Just play Replanting. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I guess so. So much tempo. How aggressively could you change this card and still not see any play? Like, if this was not a double, it would be good. That's obviously not saying much because you just shaved off half the cost. But if this card wasn't a double, it would still be okay. It'd be pretty good. But it wouldn't be perfect. You gain a lot of tempo, yeah, but you have to uninstall one of your cards, which like that does cost you a fair bit. Okay, we need Audacity to be able to fast advance. What are our kill pieces? We'll play 1 Reaper. We need to play 2 Zatos to get the remote server to fire. We need to play Border Controls, 3 of, and we need to play Anemones. We generally only need 1 or 2 of these because we're going to be firing the mid combo and hopefully we don't have them. Squirrel Basalt and overinstall the shooter upgrade. Yeah, I guess. But like, I was trying Zato ping it to be 1001. That's so much work just to end the run though, right? Like, that is all the effort for just a border control. Always put 1x Holloman up. I don't think we do gyro because I don't think we actually use it that well. Too good not to? I don't think that's the case. Like, Holloman's only really good if we're trying to score out. We might not be trying to score out. 4 more influence enough for Ronin. I think we need like 2 Serievnas though. Like, I think this is just one of the best cards to Zato. Oh, no, we also probably need Mavirus. We can't Mavirus into Anemone. Okay, so we have to make a decision whether we're also going to play some amount of tag tack, right? Like the other thing we can do is Mavirus into Ping, which that costs at least 4 influence if we're playing 2. So if we do 2 Mavirus, 1 Ping, that's 4 influence. And if that's the case, we could consider dropping Vera, but Vera is like a pretty consistent way of doing an extra damage on the combo that might mean. Yeah, we need to be able to FA as Yefs. So we're going to be playing Audacity and we're going to be playing maybe even Slash and Burn. So obviously we're at 19 influence, but we have to decide whether we want to go for this route. This route's nice because then we have end of line. We also could be playing a public trail, and that means like even just Reaper function into public trail into end of line gives you some sort of options. Is Ping for the 2-cost slot? Yeah, Ping is to be able to pull with Mavirus at instant speed. Right, that's all we need. We need a way to pull at instant speed. 2 Regulus for now. What do we want? A Descent, Boredom? I don't know what a code gate is in an op list. We don't have influence to spend on like Thimble Rig. So we have to decide what lane we want to be in. If we want to do the tag lane or not the tag lane. If we don't do the tag lane, the Mavirus is actually not that much value because Reaper's a 3, Vera is a 3, Setievna is a 4, and Anemone is a 3. So we don't actually pull that many 2s. Do kind of for the on-steal effect. Chat, how's it going? What do we do on steal though? Descent and Magnet? I think Magnet is a bit overdone in Op because Op is already so good against Trojans inherently that I don't think you need Magnet. There's a meta where that was not the case, but I just think Op is so inherently good at dealing with Trojans because you trash your ice all the time that I'm not too worried about it. Reaper into Sturgotic Resonator. So Sturgotic is the one that gets power counters, right? Yeah. The problem is that this doesn't see the Reaper. Wait, no, it does. This sees the Reaper, right? No, you're right. We can pull an enemy. That's kind of cool. We can also pull a Ping. Yeah, we should be playing Zato. Yeah, pinging an enemy on steal is actually a really good point. So Sturgotic is a card that saw no play. I remember playing this for a bit in like Assets PE and actually kind of liking it. Now you can use this as many times as you want, but the first time you turn you trash a card, it's not damage, trash a card. So that means Vera fires it. Obviously everything else fires it. But this should see it because the big thing is the way that these are text, you may trash this asset to do 2 net damage. So I think the trash happens first and then there's a checkpoint. I think that's how it works. I'm assuming that's how it works. I just don't know if we can use the influence for it, but technically that's a click to do 1 damage. I don't get the Mavirus to Ping combo. It only works during a run. So we're hoping to run it around last click. Yes, correct. We're hoping for them to run last click. You can enforce that with border control, right? Like you have a bit more control over that with border control. That's worth keeping in mind is that you can fire border control and not use op. But sometimes runners run last click. And the thing that's really important about Fix is that people are not going to recognize this all the time, is that the Mavirus can come from anywhere. So say last click they're running archives, last click they're running R&D, and all our ice is rezzed. You can still just get a ping. Again, people run last click. They just often don't run last click into unrezzed ice or into the remote server. But if they're running HQ last click or R&D last click, we can just purge them a virus on any server to get the ping. It's harder to play around. Hope seems like a bad plan. Well, ideally our game plan forces them into that situation. But yeah, no, Hope is a start and then seeing how it works. We're Wayland. We can play Angelique instead of Sturgotic for 1 damage. Yeah, we don't need it. It's just kind of cute because we can get it consistently. Yeah, it's better than it sounds. It doesn't sound fantastic, but it's better than it sounds. Above the Law, I think we want Atlas with counters because we are a bit of a combo deck. Do we want Atlas with counters? We actually want cards in our deck. If we have an Atlas that puts cards from our hand back into our deck, will we play it? Maybe. I think we can play some slashes. And I do think we just play the big 5/3 that does damage. The issue is if we play the 5/3 that does damage, they know we're a damage deck and they might slow down. This is the bad thing. But I'm not sure what else we would play. What is our agenda suite? What else works? We can force bad situation with armed intimidation, sort of. Not really. This is like easy to protect in the remote server because if they run this and steal this, we can flatline them by like Tucaning and Anemone. I think that's kind of interesting. But then Trashes is out to do 3 net damage into a ping tag. Yeah, Wenagon. It is 3 influence though for Pathinimus. Play Broad Daylight. We don't have enough bad publicity for this. If you don't take bad publicity, it doesn't do anything. This is 2 damage once per turn. I think a lot of our combos actually don't even have a click. Build your own snare. Like, it's probably Oaktown and just doing Rush. That seems ridiculous. When's the last time we played Oaktown and Op? Like, that's a lot of agendas. We have 2 Tucana. We have too much influence, so we have to decide what lane to come out of. So I like the Mavirus into ping because it's an option, so I think we actually dropped the Sarievnas. Karuna Zatos for 2 net damage into Anemone? Yeah, Sarievna I think is just that but better though, Winnegon, right? Because Sarievna is just a better face check, and we care about all this text. And we have this ability as well. So this is just like better Karuna if you ask me. Is it becoming a pile? Yeah, sort of. All right, we need more ice. We don't have influence, so we'll just do ice neutral. Did we not think about going to 7? Are we not scoring out? I don't think we're going to try and score out. You're right. If we want to score out that we're going to have an issue, we might cut these for CityWorks projects and play 2 CityWorks projects. That might be fine because we can't score to 7. We can score to 8. Broad Daily is a 2 damage button one time and will on a future turn, but just score 4-2 to have the ability to combo later is bad. It's not terrible, but I'm not convinced we want to give a bad publicity. Our ice does not hold out the longer the game goes. Okay, we'll play Unafshar. I kind of like Anvil. Anvil's another card that's really hard to deal with on central servers. And if they ever run this last click, which they probably shouldn't, we can go trash anything to go get a ping or a Reaper. That seems kind of valuable. I think this card's just kind of like so frustrating that we're lucky people don't play it. This card is so effing frustrating when this is on central servers. Anvil's great. It is really, really, really annoying. We have 5 code gates with some sentries. I guess we play 2 Stavkas. Also gives us flexibility to go get our pings at instant speed. That's pretty good. What other sentry do we play? I guess 1 Winchester for HQ. We can get that aggressively if we want. How much ice are we on? We're on 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Where's Sandstone? Yeah, we probably should play Sandstone. It was either Sandstone or Envelopment. 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We have a lot of slots left. How do we have so many slots left? Has Armor Intimidation been considered? Yeah, we just can't do anything well with it because we give a choice to our opponent. I think Armor Intimidation can build decks, but for this, you either need to be playing Holloman or Seamless and or having more tag punishment than just 1 card. Lycean multi-munition. Wait, why? Why the joke? The last time I played Lycean multi-munition, it was against Daria at like Mansion Runner, and I have destroyed that piece of cardboard. Tattoo is good ice. It's not that great in op because you want your ice to be rezzed, and also we don't have influence. But yeah, it's actually like it's okay in op because tattoo like the floor in tattoo is really high, but in op you actually want your cheap and the runs to be rezzed so you can extract them. Are we doing this for Axu? Search R&D for a card and add it to HQ. No Rashida. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot to add Rashida. I should always check this. 3 hedge funds. I think we will play hedge fund. 3 Rashidas. We will play hedge fund. I'm okay with playing a hedge fund. I do think we probably have to play CityWorks and just hope we don't lose these. It also means that we can just, like, the faster we get to 7 points or to 5 points, the faster they have to play our game. And I think overall that's probably better for us. Let's do that. NGO. I don't like NGO. I don't think NGO is that good of a card. If you spend your whole turn advancing NGO and they don't res it, it's just like a mediocre economy card. Only 1 Audacity. Yeah, we have 2 slash and burns. So I'm not too concerned. We should have 3 fast advance cards. That might be enough. Second S&B seems like a lot. Slash and burn? You can slash and burn. Okay, so slash and burn is fine if we slash and burn as Yefs, if we have more 1-costers. What's the 1 cost that tutor spins Rashidas? There are none, Lord, really. There are no 1-costers that tutor aggressively in standard. If there was, it would be a lot better. I ironically think AAP is better in op than hedge. Harp, how's it going? I don't, kind of, but not really. We can try it. Let's do 2 and 1. I do think hedge actually doesn't show up that consistently in op decks, but I'm down to try this. It's a cheap enough card we can play. Why no Urbans? I don't think we want to be holding Urbans. I think we might be right that we just want to put Urban in their mode server. But the sooner we play Urban, the more that they think we're on a kill deck. Our goal is to not let them know we're on a kill deck, right? Why end a line? Because we have Mavirus into ping. We probably should be playing 2 of them, honestly. Stavka without Hafren? Yeah, Stavka's fine. You don't need Hafren for Stavka to be good. And for what it's worth, Stavka's good to be able to let us trash cards. At the end of the day, like every Shaper deck is playing 3 simul chips, so like Stavka doesn't even win the game. So I think Hafrening a Stavka is not necessary. We might be able to play 1 less code gate. I feel like that's a lot of code gates. This is our remote code gate, central code gate. This has very little value. Varus seems overkill, better have 3x Reaper and Anemone. No, Varus for the combo, Dujen. So the idea is that if you score an Azef, you can go get a Vera, and then you can kill with 3 cards in hand. That's the reason. Like 1 Reaper is probably good enough. The idea is that we board. So we board and control them to get a Reaper. Then Reaper fires, they take 2 damage. Then we score an Azef, fast advance, and then Vera flatlines. That's the combo. AP needs 3 types in the bin to be as good as Hedge. So in the deck with trashing assets, a couple upgrades and events, it could be good. It could be good. But the difference is also this is easier to play than Hedge Fund. But sometimes all you want is money on turn 1 to res your ice. Like drawing Hedge Fund on turn 5 to 9 is not fantastic. So maybe Armed is better there. Code Gate is worst ice. I think Code Gates are not bad right now. If people are actually like breaking Hordem with Unity, you're in a good spot. I don't think Buzzsaw's that popular. I don't mind Hordem. I don't mind Code Gates. Mind you, Anvil's gonna be annoying. Let's try this. Let's try this. City works without punitive? Yeah, because we want them to die. I don't like punitive. We don't have money, but we want them to die. I don't actually think SDS is fantastic against a lot of Shapers, which is probably the hardest deck to beat right now. It's good against Criminal, but only so good. But we need to put in a remote server so when they run it, we can go and get an Anemone and they flatline, hopefully. That's our goal. This is probably not going to be fantastic, but we're going to test it. It's likely that we're going to have to like focus on 1 line. So like either we can do Mavirus 3 ping or we can do kill damage. Argus Crackdown is so hard to make that card good. Right? You need to draw it. They need to not trash it for 2. And then you have to find a board state where like you can install advance and then it matters. It's such a hard card. No Angelique either. I don't think we have combo. We don't have time for the Angelique combo unless we put Angelique in their mode server. Which maybe that means we can drop an upgrade for Angelique just to have a 0 coster. But like our combo turn is almost always, we don't have time for Angelique. So if anything, we can maybe drop a card for Angelique, like drop a Hedge Fund for Angelique. Maybe that's fine. We'll try it. We're playing 1 less Hedge Fund, 1 fewer Hedge Funds. Op kill combo. Shaper Lat sometimes generally doesn't care about SDS. Yeah, SDS is only really good against Criminal. It's annoying in the early game. If we're looking to kill with 5 damage combo and we have Zato, why not core damage ice? Because core damage ice is really expensive. Joe, did we play against your? Whose core damage? Was it Arzon's? I think we played against Arzon's core damage op list or something. Core damage Zato list. Like at the end of the day, you're still going to not kill people into Onicom or into like Stone Ship. Like that's just going to be the problem. And the core damage ice is okay. I think it was like, ooh, Quetzal. That's interesting. Thanks, you too. I'm assuming this is the Chastushka list that came out from UK Nats. Oh, this is the deck can make money. Load bearing Regolith. Regolith Extract. Very, very good. Extract is a 6 credit econ card. I don't love this hand. This is not better. Oh no, we drew a ping. Oh no. That's not good. So we're going to Ice HQ because I'm assuming Quetzal is going to be on Chastushka. Core damage ice is also very HB, which is costly influence wise. I think the idea was when we played against Alex, who I'm pretty sure was playing it, is that all the Biroids are pretty low influence and pretty low cost to how impactful they are, that you can get away with it. Already combo in hand. Yeah, this is not great because we actually want the ping back in our deck. All right, Winchester on HQ is fantastic. We could put a Rashida on the table. I think Rashida and ping in their remote server is like another option. What's our last click here? Like this is where like Hedge Fund would be so much better than Armed Asset Protection, specifically in this case, where we just want early economy because this is a very expensive res. So we could put Rashida on the table. Remember the ping doesn't end the run? No, 100%. We don't care about the end the run. Like if I do end the run to Rashida, it's still like the thing is Quetzal will always face check the remote server. I think Wayland, you'll always face check the remote server. So I don't know what we do here. think we just put Angelique on HQ. Ah, no, with end of line in hand, maybe we don't. I don't like this. Oh, good, you put AAP in? I think this is exactly the situation where we'd rather have a hedge fund. That doesn't mean that AAP is useless. But this is the bad one. Like if we were in 9 credits here, as opposed to what is this, a click for a credit? Well, literally a click for a credit. So bad. So bad on turn 1. Oh man, that's not good. We have a virus, so if Quetzal does any sort of like Plongy stuff. Shit, you know what? I don't think we res this. Piss. Taka, okay. Yo, this is looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty bad for us out here. At least our armed asset is now a click for 2 credits. Oh boy. Oh boy. Not a good start. We'll get out of this. Price, Steel Skin, Sure Gamble, Hippo, okay. Stop drawing agendas. It's okay. We have a Spin Doctor here. Technically, we like top deck a Slash and Burn. We can't actually shuffle that many agendas back, but Slash and Burn would be a really good top deck here. Okay, so this we can actually just like throw away. I'm assuming we're gonna see pressure on HQ because of the Winchester into the Hippo. But there's no breaker in sight. We'd really like them to respect this to have more than one subroutine. The problem is like if this is the border control, it's totally fine for our opponent. Damn. I wonder if our deck should have sprints. This is an interesting setup with these 3 cards, but we're going to need money for it. So I don't know if we click this for 2 credits. That seems pretty bad. But if we can res Anemone into Ping, that is 5. But then unfortunately we don't have money to play this. So I think we just play this. Because we're going to get pressured here. Hedge is better early, so if you're running one of the other, you need to have another econ in the category to make it work. I think we weren't that worried for early econ because we have Rashidas and the 2-coster, Regolith. Quetzal's, for what it's worth, putting early pressure on our end the runs is like pretty legitimate here, as much as we haven't seen it. Jam Angelique. I only want to jam Angelique when I can res all this stuff and pay for Angelique and pay for end line. Like our win condition now is like Angelique, Aziev, 2 Kana, and if they run this, again, we've seen 1 Steel Skin so far, but it can be pretty tricky. Okay. It's good to flush out the Spin Doctor actually sooner than later. Our opponent maybe didn't feel like they needed to do it, but with things like Audacity and Slash and Burn, which maybe you're not expecting. AAP isn't even better late, really? It can be. The ceiling is realistically basically hedge. Yeah, but you can play it on 2 credits. So, okay. So an enemy ping. This is 5 credits. So if we do 2 Kana, it doesn't actually get anything for the deck. The high number of agendas, Dredge might be a good idea. I don't really like Dredge at all. We've just been drawing really poorly. Like, if we got a Rashid off turn 1, it'd be very different. But we've just been drawing a lot of agendas. We don't have that many agendas. We only have 9 agendas in the deck. We've just drawn a lot of them. Like, our deck has a reasonable agenda suite. It's 9 agendas. We've drawn like 7 so far. Sometimes it just be like that. I don't think we play Dredge work. All right. So there's a chance if this run goes through that we can fork either between Slash and Burn into Aziev, or we can end the line. Now, the bad thing is we need to get Vera, and Vera needs a 4-coster. Feels like we're really all over the place. I think we need more focus on the game plan. Yeah, I think right now we're just throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks. Oh, that wouldn't be fair. But I want my secrets. But this server is actually kind of difficult to contest safely. Zatoing and losing a lamb is pretty rough. In theory, also there's a risk that we can purge the fermenter, but I'm not too upset about that. And my start of a new Vang list, it feels like great as a 2 of cuz 2 to recursion to bounce back from basically nothing at times, but on this list I'm not convinced. We're just trying it. I think Harp recommended us trying it out, so I'm down to try it, but here, yeah, this is like not a good showing of the card. That's for sure. But you can imagine better. Ooh, telework. Ooh, Ozyef. Wow, we've seen so many agendas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ugh. There's only 5 agendas and 36 cards. Raindrops. Oh no. 1 click left here, so it's gonna be. Ooh, that's interesting. I mean, we're gonna shoot our shot. Fuck. All right. Now to break this, it does actually cost 3 credits. Unless you want to take another net damage to draw a card, which is like neutral. All right. So neutral. So we res the pink, gets a tag. I mean, this is something. We have to res Anji and pay 2 more, right? Yeah. So we're gonna be on 1 credit, which is enough. It's not enough to score. Oh, you can. Oh, lamb? Yeah, they could land this if they wanted to. You don't have to Quetzal. You can Quetzal. Won't they die to end a line? No, they can clear tag. Oh, Taka. Got it. So even if we didn't res, they can just boost. Okay, so I don't think we're in a good spot here. If we res Angelique. Yeah, you have prior here. We don't have snare. Okay, so just to run through the lines, if we want to do slash and burn Ozyef, it costs 2 credits. We don't have a 4 cost to res, so we actually can't do any additional damage. So we can only do 2 damage here. The other option is we don't res Angelique, or we res Angelique, and then we do, Angelique does 2 meat damage, and then they clear the tag. We're 1 credit short. Literally, if we had hedge fund, we might have been able to win here. Feels bad. Feels really bad. If we had hedge fund, we'd be okay here. Oh, but Taka's gonna give another tag, actually. That's fascinating. Because Atlas is gonna be stolen, so Taka will get a credit, which means if you. Oh, interesting. All right. That's not good. Wait, we put envelopment in the deck? Since when? Wait, what? They can just boost? Yeah, but they have to do it before they access. So their Dirty Deeds could have boosted immediately before they access. If he didn't, then we can respond. Right? That's the cool thing. If they don't do anything and we don't do anything, so if we don't res Angelique, they're going to take a tag no matter what. Or they could trash talk, actually, which is probably what would happen here. So if we score the Atlas, we're bankrupt. Wait, this is terrible. We can slash and burn Atlas to get a counter. But now our remote server is totally defanged, so we need to actually overinstall all this stuff and go back. I think we're cooked. I think we're cooked. They can only boost during a run though, Tron, so they'd have to run. They can't just boost for fun. It's not like mental. Okay, thinking. So the server is still kind of annoying. I don't think we need to score the Atlas. I think we just need to stabilize financially and just pretend that this is nothing. Fashion you see telework when Liberate is a faction. Yeah, it's just a lot cheaper, right? It's a lot cheaper. It's a lot faster. You don't lose a lot of tempo. Liberated paying 6. It's a lot of money. Like, I kind of get it. You don't often see it, but I kind of get it. I think Liberate's really hard to play. Unless you have career fair. Like, being on 6 and then spending the first 2 clicks just to get to, like, 3 clicks to break neutral is really difficult in the modern standard meta. Some enter decks can't afford the 6 on a lib install, yeah. Pinhole? No res. Paladin with Liberated? Yeah, but that's slow, right? So we could have res this to do damage. I don't think it's worth it. I think my most recent version of S, I just use Influence for telework. Yeah, it's cool too that you can install it and just like let it chill. Technically, yeah, you need a run here and you need to boost the breaker. There you go. Sphere clicks overall 4. Yeah, it's 8. Why? Why is it gonna be like this? They don't know we're on this, but like they've touched 2 cards in R&D and stolen 2 points. Is that literally 2 cards, 2 points? Sorry, 4 points. That's brutal. That's so brutal. There's 4 agendas in 33 cards, 32 cards now. Karma for the pile. I take offense. I don't think it's a pile. I think it's testing, and I don't think we deserve karma. Why would you shit on exploration? Like we're trying something out here, and then the response is like, "Get effed, buddy." Like it doesn't make any sense. So we have 2 spin doctors. Our economy draws are really bad here. We can just score a blank atlas. I think we need to basically get a spin doctor. I'm going to put the Afshar on R&D. We could have considered purging, actually. That might have been correct, but they have telework. Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of really tricky things here because if we draw our pings and anemone, it's like obviously our combo. Didn't mean it like that? No, it's okay. I'm also having fun. Don't worry about it. You need snare? I wish we had a way to get a 0 cost snare in instant speed. Wait, this is how you get purged. Okay, so we could lose on this run. There's also Tomb of Iris to purge out everything. If we res the raindrops, they're on 2 credits. Wait, the raindrops will fire. And this is last clicks of the discard cards. Do weird and wonderful things with Ob. It's what it's for. Jonald, how's it going? Thanks, bud. So we res the Afshar. They can't break. They'll lose all their money, but then they'll draw 2 cards. We will be bankrupt. But this denies the... Oh, raindrops, they get money no matter what. Ah, this might not be right. This can break the cost of everything. Oh, they have Taka. Fuck. I missed Taka. Yeah, that's not good. They can paint and Quetzal for 2. Yeah, I messed this up really badly. I thought they'd paint and not be able to break, but they can paint Quetzal. Yeah. So in theory, they should paint with their credits, not with Taka. Yeah, this was a bad res. Let's just say that we want to get a 3-coster res for extract. Let's just say that. Yeah. They, in theory, should have boosted with their credits and kept the toxic credits, unless they're worried about finding an agenda here. But if they do, they win. It's half the time. Yeah, rip 2 credits. Yeah, that wasn't perfect, I don't think. Not that we did it perfectly. The game seems very unfair. Why isn't the corporation allowed to gain more than 1 credit per click? Like, look how well-oiled their economy is. Look at us, basic actions. Oh, Ganville. Oh, shit. Shit, that's good. I don't know, dog. Like, just gotta hold on. Just gotta hold on. We need to get 5 credits because we have to res with Hisukana. There's no way around it. They think that remote server is a Zato, so they actually might be respectful of the remote server. For what it's worth, they should know to some extent it's not Zato, because if it was a Zato, we'd have to res it when they approach the ice. And looks like can trash the enemy to get Regolith. You know it. They're on 15 credits. Uh-oh. Purge on 12 Fermenter. I don't know if we can afford to do it. I don't know if we can afford to res this. I think we do. Harp, I'm putting the hedge funds back in. I'm doing it. Going to get hippoed? Oh, yeah, piss. I'm not paying attention. I'm tilted out of this. Yeah, if this gets hippoed, it's pretty bad for us. Yeah, they have to just land break it. They spent a lot on it. I think that's okay. They have 1 click left. What can we do? Lose? Nick played Zato with Bathinimus at COS. Yeah, I heard. But it wasn't in Wayland, right? It was in Jinteki. Yeah, I misplayed around the hippo. So the hippo is really important. The outermost size can be... I'm surprised they're not going back with leech counters, I'll be honest. This is like where your opponent doesn't play the game and you're just playing the game. You're like, oh, it's going pretty well. Yeah, good game. Not even close. Thanks the game. We had 1 interesting turn where they ran the remote server, but the problem is that we don't have money. We just can't do anything. We drew really poorly. We drew 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only still like 3 agendas and 29 cards, right? Like we learned a bit about the deck for sure, but there's literally, oh my God, they're the next 3. Okay, wait, there's 4 agendas left and 2. We had 6 points coming up in the next 3 draws. Oh, we're so cooked. We're so cooked. Did you anchor the JNet devs? No, I think I've been pretty nice. We have money in the deck. We have Regolith, we have Rashida, we have Extract. Like, we need money to play the game. And then imagine we had money, we'd actually jam in their remote server every turn. Okay, we're going to get rid of these. Hedge 3x, and we'll cut another card. This is a results-oriented. Damn, I go, yo, Oscar, good game. There was absolute pile. We did not do anything. I think that's fine. We have to cut a card, I guess. The ice seemed okay. The Tucana seemed good. The honestly was interesting. Okay, we'll be fine. Yeah, we 3x extract. We had 2x regolith. If we had an extract, like we're back in it, we just extract a 3-cost ice. I'm like, we can leave R&D open. There's no agendas in R&D. Can't afford those envelopments. Wait, you're right. Why is there an envelopment in this deck? When did that happen? Like I drew the envelopment and I was genuinely surprised. Oh, it was meant to be sandstone. I was meant to add 2 sandstone and I added 2 envelopments. That was the mistake. Now, that being said, we have to make sure we have enough 4-costers because we need to trash a 4-coster to Vera. So we have 2 anvils, we have 3 border controls, and a Winchester. Let's say that's enough. But that's why there's envelopments in the deck. They were meant to be sandstones. I did not understand why they got in there. That's a sandstorm. Okay, deck's illegal. Good catch. Sandstone. Okay. The sandstorm trash itself? Would it trigger op? Would it be cool? Development to counter kits all. Of course. Are you not on Poison Vial? The rude. I was playing at Worlds at COS and I was playing against Dean. He sandstormed me and Dean always listens to music. And right when it happened, he's like, give me a second. He like hands me his headphone and it's playing Darude Sandstorm. Oh shit, Los. I know Dimas was, I think, working on a Los deck. Los is pretty good into op in general because you do res a lot of ice at weird timing windows. Now we have an anvil for HQ. We're definitely going to get diversioned, which is something we should have had in our Los deck. This hand is at least economically viable. We can extract a Zato to get a Regolith. It does trash itself like all trap ice do. This is my humble Los deck, you too. Nice. I guess we're going to see it. So we played Los on stream, I think, last Tuesday, and we had actually a pretty fun time, as much as the deck was really tricky to play. I'm sad I never got to do Sandstorm Mati. That was the matchup I was playing. I was playing Geist into Sandstorm Mati. It was really fun. As much as Sandstorm was only like a 1 of in the deck, it wasn't like a huge part of it. This is like fine. Not the best hand. We have to play around things like Window of Opportunity. Oh, that's much better. So I'm just going to ice up Centrals. Whoredom for the remote server is actually pretty good. But we have to be playing around Tread lightly and Window and stuff like that. So what are we going to put on HQ to stop successful run triggers, to stop a diversion of funds? Like for what it's worth, Anvil is really punishing in the early game, but you need to trash one of your cards. So Whoredom is pretty good for the remote server, but ideally we want a border control. So I'm going to do a Whoredom. I'm going to put Anvil in R&D and I'm just going to click for credit. We're going to play slightly slower because we don't want to overextend against Los. Because Forge activation orders can come out of nowhere. Oh, run to the Anvil. Oh, imagine you run to an Anvil. Like nobody plays around this punishment. But if you run into the Anvil and we trash the daily cast, it is fucked. Just messed up. Like this is such a ridiculous face check on turn 1. You definitely shouldn't install this before you run, I think in general. As a new player, op hurts my blade. Zig, it's a lot easier if you play online because JNet, when you trash something, it tells you the list of options. But I promise you, just get a couple reps into it and you realize like it's relatively easy. Krim always expects an ETR on HQ. Yeah, but you like, I don't know. I don't think you should install this before you run unless you're worried about damage. Sorry, thinking. If we res a Whoredom, it costs us 3 credits and then we get res, then Los gets credits. I don't think we're going to res here. It's a 1 in 4. That's fine. Anvil's 100% the most fun op. It's cursed. It's hella cursed. All right. Man, if we swapped those two, it would have been so fun. Just going to play nice and slow. If you res Anvil into diversion, then don't you get money and you have a rude ice on HQ they need to deal with for the rest of the game? Okay, so we can throw out this Descent and get this to be our res. It'll drop us to 5 credits. I think this is a relatively okay early res. But understanding that this is a 4-credit swing. I'm okay resing it. If they spend tricks to hunt down the Zata City Grid, it seems fine. And like, this is not a great thing to like window of opportunity as a descent. Okay. Fine. We want to res the Zato to throw the end the run and get a 1-coster. I think that's okay. We only have code gates on the table. We have only 2 more code gates in our deck, so Cat's Cradle is going to do well. No, that's fine. Okay, so we can do Mavirus Extract to go get a Regolith. I think here I'd rather put the Mavirus on R&D. Because if they run into the Anvil, they lose their daily cast or they eventually lose their Cat's Cradle. That seems good. But I think we want to keep the Mavirus for, if they run last click, end of line is going to be a bit tricky because there's a 2 of them, we don't have it. We can also, basically we need to protect this for a turn and then go get a, extract this to go get a, oh, we wouldn't extract it. We just purge to go get a, what's it called? Okay, it's a 1 and 3 here. E Shutdown is a punishment. If we res Hordem, it costs 5, they gain 2. Cat's Cradle doesn't break this well. They break it for 4 to 5. I think we just let this 1 and 3. Extract is more money. Yeah, but it's more valuable. It's much more money though. You're right. I think we just need to get money. We're gonna E Shutdown a descent. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. This is sick. This is really good. So res the Mavirus first. Then we'll res the Anvil. Sorry. Oh, we can't! No! Sorry. Oh, because of Cat's Cradle. Oh, we were almost so close. Let me think about that. So the other option is now we can res the Anvil to trash the Descent. I think it's more important we just purge with the Mavirus though. Oh man, that was going to be really good, but the Anvil unfortunately cost us 5 because Cat's Cradle makes every code gate cost more. So I don't think we res the Anvil. The only thing we res the Anvil is to trash the Descent. Yeah, Cat's Cradle actually played around it really well. So we're just not going to res, and then we'll just purge this. This plays around Los too, which is fine. And we'll just get a Regolith in server 1. This takes a card out of the deck. We could in theory give a pink here, right? Like this is the line. However, it's not going to do anything. Okay. Haha! We're back financially in the game. So if they want to run it, it's 4 credits to deny a 6, which like, I guess sometimes you just got to do that. It's not only deny a 6, it's denies an op trigger, so it is actually a bit more valuable than it looks. What's the 1 credit slot? I honestly don't know. I don't think we have enough 1-costers in the deck. We probably should cut the sandstones and place them in ice walls. An ice wall here would be really nice. It would be a nice wall. Okay, all breakers are out. Just fundamentals. Just fundies. Playing Crowder. No, you good. So if we do Sandstone into this scent, it's not weak against window. So we can do Sandstone, Atlas Advance. They have to break a Sandstone, which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, then 5. Then they have to come back. They're going to be on 5 credits. So the worst case is they do like Sure Gamble. I think that's interesting. The problem is they'll be on game point if this whiffs. Is this deck bad? I feel like this deck is bad. I feel like we have to focus on one line. So if we do Sandstone in front of here. We probably should wait for a Tucana. Oh, that's something. Now, we don't have a fast advance from hand, but this does 2 damage and gets a 2-coster, which can be a Regolith. I think we're just going to hunker down a wee bit. Boarding control would be a really good draw. No one home? That's not good. Why is that in there? Throwing out a breaker. Wait, why is that in there? Angie. So no one home. We have to trace our way through net damage and the first tag. The first of either. Mr. Deck Building 7. Are we killing with these Reapers or are we just doing value net damage? We can do a Reaper combo. So we can do Reaper into ideally Aziaf Vera or Boarding Control into Reaper. It's kill combo. Hey Esteban, hello from Seattle. How's it going out there? This Atlas counter would be super valuable because then we can get an end of line. It's value unless they mess up. Okay, Sure Gamble. Just drawing. Class Act, they got a lot of cards in hand. That's fine. Okay, we got an Alice counter, so we can combo off slightly. Again, the first tag for No One Home, we have to beat a trace. Los has no link, but we don't have... This is useless. Now, this is really good against Anvil, but this is the first time you would take any number of tags, so it actually, they interrupt one another. That being said, you can do it twice, so now we have to have 3 times the money? I guess that's frustrating. We have no reason to res this. Go, spend your money. Yes. Go, spend up. I guess we're just jamming agendas? Like, what are we doing here? Yeah, these both work, right? So we have to have 3 times cash? Throwing out breakers. Interesting. Playing the second No One Home is it's wild, but like honestly, yeah, it is annoying. It is going to be a problem for us. Like I don't know what our win condition is. Score in remote server. Like I think we just do this. Oh, diversion, interesting. Of course. So now if we res the Whoredom for 5, Dimas will be on 6. Cat's Cradle has to break for 4, 5. So it undoes. We'll be ending up on 2 credits. That's not good. We don't want to be on 2 credits. So we res again 3, 4. He breaks it for 2 functionally. Be able to throw sacrificial damage to trigger the No One Home? I'm not sure what you mean. It's going to be fine against Anvil. I think we can't res this. I think we'd rather be on 7. Okay, so now 9 credits. This is a last click run. It is an Angelique, which is going to do 2 meat damage. The problem is we can't beat No One Home extract. Yeah, we're cooked. We do lose the tech 9 out of 9 times. Oh, this gave 2 credits back. It was still worth it. Maybe not. I think we started with the assumption that we would make the runner run too much to keep up because our deck only works when the runner runs last click. Yeah, but it's happening and still we can't do anything. It's really bad. It's like very, very, very bad. I think we might need to focus on just like one of the angles. Yeah, game's over. The deck has a lot of legworks in it. I don't think I've seen 2 legworks in a deck. I think the idea is that financially, if they slow us down, we got no shot. Yeah, we just can't beat No One Home. So for the deck to be consistent, we need more access to Mavirus because it's the only way that we can instant speed get a ping last click. But even if we got a ping here, the No One Homes. Amaze is a cool include that could be a 1-coster from Rego. Yeah, I think we should probably maybe do the end-of-line tag tech and just do like 3 Mavirus, 2 ping, Amaze, end-of-line Retribution. Like Retribution would probably work here. That's the last Cat's Cradle. 2 legwork, 2 No One Home is wild deck building choices. Do they keep up with PD? I don't think they do. But I don't think their goal is to keep up with PD. They might be able to keep up with PD with like D-res synergy, but that deck actually, like the D-res targets are not terrible. We also don't have Public Trail here. Like Public Trail, the end of line, in theory, with enough money does something. So Sandstone next turn will be 4 strength, so they still break for 1, 2, 3. Ugh. Okay, if we get a 4-coster res, we can do a 3 damage combo. Are they running out of cash though? Yeah, their deck doesn't have a lot of money. We doing Tucana, Stavka, Mace? We can. We can and we should. We can extract chance for a Regolith and res everything. I think you're right, but we're credit short and we should have done that earlier in the turn. Like we can't even res HQ. Yeah, we should have extracted, click extract. It's probably not good enough. Maybe we could have. But the Sandstone's like the best ice we have on the table. Is Descent worth it? It seemed kind of mad. This game is a lack of 1-coster tutor makes it less appealing to trash. I think the Descent is mediocre. I think I'd rather have an Ice Wall. Forged? Okay. Yeah, we probably should have extracted. This is fine. We've had those extracts since turn 1. Shutdown, that's fine. Like, I don't know if that was a particularly good turn. Like, the thing that we want to do here is not get diversioned. Set up to do that, click 1 next turn? Yeah, well, hey, where'd the ice go? So if we do the descent, thinking, how many 1-costers do we have in the list? I don't think we have any 1-costers in the list. Two pinholes are out, I think? Or just one? Just one. We might see a diversion here. Bravado, okay. So if we res this Whoredom, it gets more money than if the Bravado doesn't go through. I think we just let this through. That was unlucky. This is where like you find yourself on turn, what is this, turn 10? Yeah, and this is what our ice looks like. Like this is just rubbish. Oh no. Okay, we can win. We have to just top deck either an Audacity or an Azyef. Oh, you can't go down to no cards in hand. Yeah, you have to have at least one card in hand here. So we just have to get lucky and draw one of them. Imagine we did res that Whoredom like 4 turns ago with the legwork. Oh, Angelique. Oh my god, Angelique flatlines. Wait, but she's in the deck. She's not in the deck. So we need to find a spin doctor. So we're going to edit the descent back to her hand. Oh, thank god. Okay, so now we win. Yeah, no, we just have to find the spin doctor. Oops. Yeah, you need to always keep at least 2 cards in hand. Just because Azef, you lose there. Yeah, that is unfortunately a mistake. Yeah. With Azef and Fast Advance, you need to keep at least 2 cards in hand. That's the only way. Yeah, No One Home prevents the first net or tag. It has no interaction with Azyef or Angie. Does No One Home? No, No One Home is tag or net. Yeah, a lot. It happens. Like folks just die to Azyef because you forget, and you're in such a good spot. Thanks, you too. Yeah, it's net and tag, and only the first time as well, which does actually matter in like personal evolution matchups. Okay, this deck is bad. We'll do one more run in it, and then we'll change it. And I think we'll focus maybe on the tag iteration. But clearly, like we're not drawing anything. Like we're drawing really poorly. I don't know if we're like really in the load-bearing Rashida camp, but like half the cards in our deck we haven't seen. Like we've never drawn a Stavka. We've never drawn the Vera, which maybe that's good. Can you Atlas and Angelique? Sweet. Yeah, that was the idea. The problem is it was in our bin, so we had to find a spin doctor first. And if we Atlas for a spin doctor, we can't Atlas for the Angie. You focus too much on the cool combo and not enough on Ob fundamentals or chaining cards down. Our chain lines are busted. I think that's true. Our chain lines are not very good. All right, 50 card Lou. I'm assuming it's a mulch. The name would make me think Meat Space, but I guess that's what Crash Space was for. Oh yeah, none of the digital cards prevent meat damage, if I don't think. All right, we have Anemone, Vera early. Those are combo cards. We want them in the deck. Tucana early is fine. Audacity will get lewd. We have 2 Mavirus. I'd rather have 3 against Lou. I'm going to mulligan this to put something in a remote server. Sansa and Rashida is totally fine, and whatever we lose from HQ, we lose from HQ. Ooh, Anvil. Anvil is really annoying. I don't know if we can sustain it. So we can click for a credit here. We're going to need to spend 3 here, or we can put an Anvil in HQ. Again, I think Anvil is just such a disgusting face check, because if they just install an Imp run this, we trash the Imp. I do think Anvil is like such a bad turn 1 Central's face check, and nobody plays around it. It's not uncommon to install a non-program card and run. This eats everything. The problem is that it is like pretty toxic. Like, look at this Onacom run HQ. Fuck. It's going to be so bad if it happens. Imp run HQ? No, we're just running R&D. All right, last click. We can purge this if we want to. Oh, an Anemone. Bummer. So they know that we're on damage. I'll keep that in mind. They're also on Onicom, so I think our damage deck is cooked. I think we're in a bad spot when Onicom comes down on turn 1. It is what it is. All right. I think we'll do border control on the remote server. We'll put this on R&D. We want to have stuff to trash, so we can always trash an Angelique if we need to. And we'll put border control. We just need to make sure we keep our money up to res these, because these are going to hit like the anvils they are. Not that you hit with an anvil. I don't know how metallurgy works. Onicom Lu is cool. Onicom Anarch is a lot of fun. I know Tang's been playing this a bit, if I'm not mistaken. All right, just 3 credits. Draws a card, though. It's really hard, because, again, we're assuming all the damage we do is going to basically rebound 1 card per turn, so any of our 3 damage, 5 damage combos just don't work. It's like a Roadrunner cartoon. Anvils do hurt. Oh, that's true. You just need enough gravity. Audrey. Okay, sick. Fine. All right, how do you do anything on tempo with this deck? With this hand, excuse me. I don't think you do. We need money. We could extract an Angelique to gain 6 credits. Not the worst play. Getting worse. It is getting worse. I do not like that we did not do anything. Again, more the Ob list are having like Mavirus, Tranquility, Eminent, things to do in the early turns. Here, like, this is very much a hand you're holding. All right, Badge. They really need trash cards. Installing the Apshar, even if we don't res it, like, we'll anvil it. So it's just the cheapest install. I don't want to score slash and burn. I don't. This is overkill. Raindrops. Nice. Okay. Winchester is actually very powerful here because all 3 of the subroutines matter and they'll all connect because our opponent here does not have money. The other option is doing an anvil, but I'm just going to res the Winchester, which will trash an Onicom and it'll trash an Audrey, I think is more important. So these are unbeatable. So the first one's trace 4, trash an installed program. Y'all thinking Audrey or you thinking Imp? I think we're doing Audrey, right? With theory, Imp, they can run R&D. Maybe it's actually better for Imp. Yeah, I would say Imp is probably a bit better. This will trash the Onicom. This ends the run. Cool, now they can run server 1. Banhar, okay, that's cards out of hand. Botulus, fine. We do have Maviruses in the list. I think we're actually going to have to extract the Angelique. Oh, this is last click. Okay. So it's border control into Sandstone. If we res the Sandstone, we can do credit, extract the Angelique, and protect our Toucan Angelique. We want to protect the trash because we just can't have anything trash. This is a bit of a prison. Kind of the way that these sort of virus decks are. They can make successful runs usually really, really bad for you. So I think we'll bottom out here. More virus counters. I think we just have to do credit, gain 6. Oh, extract cost 3. Oops. Oops. You can strike the Winchester. Now it's been Botulus. Yeah, we probably should. We'll actually get a card. The fact that they committed to this before they ran too. I mean, that's good for us. I think here getting them to 3 credits doesn't change much because all our reses are 4 costers. So we can either not lose a card and put in server 1. I think that's fine. And next turn we can do credit extract, the Winchester. Unless we think a virus is going to hit at a good time. Winchester is really annoying for this list. Like, it's just lines up well with Audrey. It has enough counters. It has an odd number of virus counters and +3 strength. Yeah, you have to do capitalization. Zato is an acronym in Russian. No problem. So this is the card that they want to Botulus. Oh, Banhar, right. That's fine. They can trash some of these. I'm not going to res the Angelique. If we res the Zato here, we can't. So this is still going to be 1 card. You can grab a Mav and leave it for another trigger the following turn in remote. Yeah, having a Mav on the table is like really frustrating. Okay, that's 1 steel skin down. This would be a fun matchup if we played an op deck with a win condition. So they can trash 1 of these. Actually, no, they can trash 2 of these. It depends on the order. Because if they trash 1, they'll have the Lu credit. So the order that they access here is actually kind of important. Thinking. Now, I don't want to res Angelique to do 2 damage because they have more than 5 cards in hand, and also we can't afford it. So it is what it is. Tucana is the one we want the most. So Angelique they find first. He knows we're on a damage deck because he saw Anemone. Tucana has to go. Yep. And now Xatu can go too. But you can't go back and access the card you've pre-accessed that turn. Cool. Man, I think if we do this and focus on tags, we actually can get something cooking. Especially the Imp and not the Audrey on HQ run is really interesting to me. Surely Audrey's the more important card. I'm hoping we can lock the Audrey out. The way I saw it is that if you don't have... The deck has 3 Imps, but like that turn, if they Imp R&D, at the end of the day, what's going to happen is the cards are going to get simul-chip back, right? You're right, Audrey's an important breaker, but without the Imp, it's hard to get the Audrey counters. Maybe that's incorrect, considering our deck has a lot of trashables. I could go either way. I just didn't want to deal with the Imp, because Imp also turns on Lou. Yeah, I think both. Maybe. So what 3 cost are we getting? Mavirus? So we can get Mavirus, we can get Reaper Function, we can get Sandstone, we can get Vera, we can get another Zato. I guess it's just Mavirus in server 1. We drew the ice that we don't want to, or sorry, the agendas that we don't want to deal with. So we probably just click for a credit here. If they ever run last click, we can go grab a ping. We can always purge to get a Regolith on the following turn. But this remote server is hard to deal with. Mavirus also does a damage, but it's hard to imagine that's worth it for us. Okay, second Onicom. They could run last click. I don't think it's always a great idea. 5 cards in hand. Okay. Onicom didn't fire this turn. So do we want to Mavirus this turn for money? I don't think we do. I think we want to Mavirus for damage or for a Tucana. So I'm hoping that here we can get a slash and burn or something. Fuck. I don't care. This beats Imp. This does beat Imp. It's not to steal our score, it's to access. So this is technically a 4, 5, 7 damage server. It's a 7 damage server. That's probably not easy. Dirty Laundry HQ. Banhar is here. Banhar beats Anvil. We have 2 really good hits in HQ. No trashables, luckily. We res the Anvil, we're on 4 credits. This will take 2 cards out of hand and probably bounce back up with Onicom. I think we need to res this. Trash another card. The runner cannot break the printed subroutines, but the printed subroutines don't matter. 8 damage with Anemone, yeah, but Anemone's in our bin. We lost on turn 1. So in theory, we can still use the Anvil to like get op shenanigans. But it is what it is. Hit a labor rights and Friday chip. Okay. Gotta hope. Don't hit the city works. Border control, fine. Now we're not incentivized to score this out. We can Mavirus for a Tucana. We only have 1 Winchester though. Oh, that's ugly. We might actually want to slash and burn the above the law to trash the Banhar. Now you can always bring it back with the buffer drive. This is the first Banhar we've seen. I think that's going to be an important interaction sooner than later. But I don't like how our hand is looking. We probably just want to border control on top of HQ so that we can play around Banhar if we choose to and click for credits. But it's likely if we get... what would we need? We need a 1-coster to be able to get Spin Doctor. But I want to slash and burn the above the law. Dealing with Banhar on a turn is going to be important. Targeting R&D, that's fine. We won't res. Unless an imp comes down. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I guess we res this. We can now trash a card. So if we had a 1-coster, yeah, we just need to work on our op. Because if we had a 1-coster here, we could trash. And that would actually push us forward. We could trash a Sandstone to go get a 2-coster. To get a Zato in their remote server. That might be something. But with Audrey, they can run their remote server. I'll just res this. But then, yeah, we can always purge. That's fine. Labor rights, okay. Infinite recursion. They're going to be able to play their deck like 2 or 3 times. They're on an Ashen. Yeah, there it is. All right. We have to just purge out. We can't allow this to happen every turn on R&D. Lost to Rashida. Okay. Didn't even use the imp. This deck's an absolute prison. Like, basically every run they make is entirely free on the basis that they can play their deck 2 or 3 times. Unless we, like, double ice up everything and really, like, lock them out. It is very difficult. Okay, so we still have a virus, so we have to remember that. Not even the 2 cards for Angelique is rough. Oh, Spin Doctor is really good. The issue is if we get Spin Doctor on the table, our opponent will probably crash it. So we have to ice up Spin Doctor to do the above the law combo. Now, again, the issue with Anvil is our opponent can't just run it over and over again with Audrey because we can force it not to be broken, and then they have to eat their own board state, and that can be hard. So we don't have a lot of options here. On 1 credit, we can throw out our whole hand with Audacity. That's definitely a play. But we probably just click 3 and pass, right? Like, what's going on? Archive's interesting. Pinhole. Okay, cool. So this is Pinhole probably for the Mavirus, which we can either purge to get a 2-coster. If we res this, I think we just let this go. They might actually challenge server 1. So I'm assuming they're going to purge the Mavirus. And the question is, do we want to use the Pinhole on that to purge so they lose all these tokens? Because then they can't contest. It also purges our Sandstone. I think it's fine. If they access the Angelique, I don't care. If they access the Zato, they know what those are. So they're definitely going for the Mavirus. I think that's fine. Oh, they're going for the Zato. Surprise. I don't know how they contest this when we have a Mavirus, though. Okay, Friday chat. Party never ends. Assuming they drew that off the Unicom trigger or the Lu trigger. I don't know if we played like a more reg op, whether we'd feel good about this matchup. Like, I don't imagine we do. I mean, if we played a reg op, we'd have 3 Mavirus. I think that's maybe the best thing. And if you play like, which is not super common, but if you play Hammer, man, this matchup is a lot easier. Hammer is so damn good. A triple advanced Hordem is also interesting. The best they can do is botchless it. But he can just break it. Fermenter. Oof, okay. It's a lot of viruses. Stavka. Okay. I think we have to slowly score this out. So maybe we just do advance. We can Mavirus the City Works project to go get a Tucana. We can always do that if he accesses this. But the problem is we need to get the thing back in, the Anemone back in. It's just, there's no way he's going to run this. Maybe by trashing the Zato, he's saying he wants to run this. But if we have a Spin Doctor on the table and we use the Spin Doctor to shuffle back in the Anemone, then if he runs this, it's like City Works for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. Angelique for 2 damage. And then the other one for damage, Anemone. I want to have at least 4 credits. I mean, absolute prison. Okay, how's everyone doing? This is rough. What I don't fully understand, and maybe it's because our op chains are like so fractured, is that it doesn't feel like we have access to a lot of like on-tempo stuff that we can do. Right? Like every turn we're just doing the basic action card, and I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't know what we need to have in our deck. Like maybe it's because we committed to the City Works project, which we don't really have the funds to back up, but it's at least safer there. All right, so Anvil we can actually force to fire. So our opponent has to trash one of their cards. I mean, I guess we just res this. It's nice to have a 4-coster resed. I'm getting to the point where we should concede this match. I don't think this deck is going to show off anything anymore, and this is rough. We can board and control this run to get a 3-coster. The one 3-coster we'd want on HQ is Afshar. That's not super important when our opponent is ducking. So we have a couple options here, right? We can Mavirus into the Anvil to force it to fire. We haven't found a simul chip yet, which is kind of surprising. Or we can trash a card to force it to fire. If we trash a card, we get up. What are we trashing? Like, we can trash the Angelique just to force it to fire. Otherwise, they break this for Audrey. If we trash one of our cards, what are they trashing on their board state? Probably the Friday chip, right? I honestly don't know if the Friday chip is that valuable. Yeah, I don't know what we're trashing here. We're going to lose points. That's kind of a given. We might have to purge. The other option is just purging here. And if we purge, we can get a descent on R&D. I think we just purge and then this fires no matter what. And then we don't get imped. I guess imping is not that bad for us. Oh man, the virus is so good. Oh, this is quite difficult. If we purge, he doesn't have virus counters. The virus counters are somewhat useful. If he steals an agenda, he won't gain virus counters. His economy is bad. All right, so we can get a 2-con in their remote server. That's probably what we do. And now we don't need to do this. Unless we want to, but we've already opted. So this will fire. So we'll gain a credit. He'll lose a credit he doesn't have. Oh, it's a raindrops run. I didn't realize that. I don't think it changed it that much. And trash is the badge. Whoa, I'm surprised. I think the Friday chips may be a bit worse. Slash and burn, okay, that's fine. Oh, okay, that's why. So he basically needs to Banhar R&D this turn. He needs to Banhar this R&D to be able to touch cards. We're hoping our Anvil army like grinds him down, but like, I don't know. If we do advance on the City Works, 2-con will fire, we can get an ice on R&D. All we want is a cheap ice. The issue is we'll actually have too few credits. Okay, so we can extract a sandstone. We don't have an extract. Like 3 credits fewer? What can we get from our deck? I think we get a descent on R&D. Now we're not really heavily have to score this out. But if we do advance, we can get a descent. No, we have to do credit advance, get a descent on R&D, be bankrupt. This remote server is starting to fall apart. Oh, we didn't need a credit. Oh, because its install cost is reduced on 2-con too, huh? Install and res. Oh, sick. Okay, so that's nice. I think I'm going to concede. I don't think we're going to learn anything from this. And I think it's going to take us another 20 minutes. No doubt. This is an absolute first. Like, let's talk about all the things we have to do. We have to ice up all centrals to the point that it cannot make one successful run. Any ice that we overextend is going to get botulist. And then once we do this and we grind down all his resources, he's just going to bring it all back with an Ashen Epilogue. I don't think we have a chance here. Yeah, I'm not feeling good. This is the second time we've done this today, and I think that feels terrible. I feel it's rough because we're trying to like explore. We're building rough decks. Like, I don't think this seemed good. Hey, thanks for the game. But we're just struggling to do basic things like have credits and put any sort of threat on the table. We're still having money issues? Yeah. But this deck also spreads you really thin. Like, look how much ice we've read so far. Hey, cheers. Yeah, we're definitely having money issues, which I don't fully understand. Like, inherently, our deck has so many situational cards that we have to draw them in the right order. And if you don't do that, they obviously don't feel like they're performing. We've also had like really rough tech matchups, I think. Right, like I don't think we're gonna be able to flatline an Onacom Anarch, which like for what it's worth, I don't think we're gonna be able to flatline Stone Ship Lat, which is like half the meta, I think. But that's gonna be a problem. Feels bad. Feels really bad. I do think that that Lou deck is like pretty suffocating against anything that's not like really well oiled though, because it's all about like finding a window, and if you can find one server they can't protect, it's hella punishing. Okay, let's try something else. Okay, so let's try and do ops and some tag stuff. So interactions we can do. We can still do the Mavirus into ping. I think Mavirus is actually one of our best cards. Do we ever map to get Rego for money, even if we can get 9 off of it? No, and I think it's because we only have 2 Mavirus. Like, I think we need to play 3 Mavirus to be able to do that consistently. I think that's going to be really good for us. So let's play 3 Mavirus because we want 3 Mavirus. The other thing that I want to try doing is that we can start playing one single copy of Amaze Amusements, and we'll do a tag punishment. The idea with Amaze Amusements is that you can add this by, what would you have to do to add this at instant speed? I think you have to grab a Stavka and trash a 2-coster. If you grab a Stavka and trash a 2-coster, if a Tucana fires, you can give the runner 2 tags because this fires on the turn, whether or not they access it. Yeah, because it's whenever the run on the server ends. So this is like a nice little trick. The problem now is like, how do we win off of tags? I honestly don't know. I feel like in Wayland, I don't think Wayland can win a game really easily on just tags alone. I feel like one of the decks we played against, we could have won with Retribution. Other deck, I don't think we can win off of End the Line. You just can't beat buffer drive because they can always buffer drive their Ashen if they don't flatline. So that is definitely an option. The other things that we can do is like Trust Operation or any of the annoying NBN kill combo pieces. This card is fine, but I don't think we're excited about it. So whatever. Play 2 Regoliths. We'll play 2 Tucana. Play 2 Ping because we can get those in instant speed. But we still have to make flatlining lethal on as many board states as we can. And how do we do that? How do we make flatlining lethal? Sorry, how do we make tags lethal? I feel like we can figure out making flatlining lethal. We also need to be aggressive. Can Punitive End of Line for 6 damage off the Maze combo work? Punitive End of the Line. Maybe? But like, do you need to? It's weird because part of me is like, I think you end up in situations where if you put your CityWorks project in a remote server with a bunch of upgrades, they'll never run it. Maybe that's good for us, but they'll never run it. That's going to be a problem. I don't know how to get around that. That is just going to be a problem. Will we have the money for Punitive? Another problem. So if we do this, we only have 2 influence left over. So if we do Zato, how many Wayland cards say the word tag on it? That really matter. Like it would be Hammer could work. I don't think I want to play Colossus. I don't think I want to play Pharaohs. But we do Zato. We could have 2 influence left over. I don't think we can grab Ping or Behold at instant speed in any way that actually makes sense. But we could grab play Basalt instead of CWP. What is Basalt going to do for us? Maybe for our last 2 influence, we should just play Public Trail. It's either that or we play like Unsmiling Serevna and feel happy about that. But I imagine Public Trail will just give us lethal on more board states. And then we can play like 1 or 2 copies of Angelique and just play like Modernism again. This could be something. I'm not happy that we have a single Public Trail, but hopefully a Mavirus Angelique Tucana is the thing. 10 upgrades doesn't seem right, but let's just try and play tempo. Oakdown, Atlas, that we have to play a 3-pointer probably. Just 2 more 3-pointers. So it's either Basalt or CityWorks. Basalt gives us back. I'm actually sure. What does Basalt give us back? Is there a 3-pointer that makes sense? Can you filter for 3-pointers? There must be syntax for that. Played a Public Trail twice by using Basalt before. Oh, cool. What's a trash on a Maze? A Maze is 3 trash cost. And if they trashed it, it still fires. Delta Blast 2 this time on a boat. Okay, so we can do Public Trail, Basalt, Public Trail. Yeah, let's try that. That's fine. Okay, so the shell of the deck is we need to go fast and loose to score out points, and then use the points to tempo ourselves forward, and then have a kill combo plan. The cards that we're playing that feel bad, I think Zato City Grid feels probably pretty rough. I don't think we need this because we don't have any tag ice. This probably can get cut. But Virus is super valuable for either Tucana or Ping. We have Angelique, which we kind of need, I think, inherently for an end-of-line combo. Probably. Oh, what's the op trigger to pull it? Oh, very good. It's convoluted. The op trigger is you do a Tucana when the runner steals the ice in the remote server. And then with Tucana, you go get something that trashes ice. So inherently, you're going to have to go get a Stavka. Let's play 3 Stavka. And then when you get the Stavka, you trash a 2-coster. And then when you trash the 2-coster, you go put the maze in the remote. Super convoluted for sure. We're going to make sure that we run enough 2-costers to feel okay about it, but that is the trigger. Are we using Regolith to get the maze? We can also do the Regolith to get a maze. Like we can just empty the Regolith. That's another option. But we also have a weird line with Tucana Stavka. It's convoluted, but you can do it. So now we just have to play Wayland in neutral. So let's just go through all the options and see if there's anything we're missing. Let's try to keep our open mind. Cyber Sand is a way to get a 1-coster and instant speed. In theory, Cyber Sand allows you to get a public trail, but then you're still playing Cyber Sand. And I don't want to do that. But Cyber Sand is, as long as it has credits on it, a way to get a public trail. Or sorry, get a Maze Amusements at instant speed. Kind of interesting, but I feel like we need to play the most straightforward deck now because we've been struggling. Tucana itself as a 2-coster. Oh, you're right. You can just trash the Tucana with the oh, that's really cool. We just have to make sure that we haven't used Op that turn, but you can always get the Stavka to trash the Tucana. Is there any line to be able to get it on a pre-breach pay to build window to force the tags on a steal? It doesn't need to be pre-breach. Blurby, if you get a mid-run, a maze checks once the run ends, so you actually are very, very able to do it, even if you don't need to do pre-breach. You can do during breach. It fires. Because this is a weird pay-to-ability thing. So you don't need to. Wall-to-wall is a bit of tempo in the remote server. That's so funny. Yeah, it's very strange because it checks. The only way that a Maze Amusement loses is that if you coupulation it. If you coupulation, it beats a Maze Amusements because it's not trashed and it's not installed. That's the only way you can beat a maze. Okay. Let's worry about the ice. So what do we want to play? So we have 2s and 4s. So what are our Stavkas are going to get? Our Stavkas, we're just going to play like Wayland special. So we'll have 1 Afshar for sure. Anvil seemed a bit too cute for what it did. I do think Anvil is a bit okay, but it's not the most important thing. We definitely play 3 border control. Descent is a 2-coster, which is nice, but we have Tucana. We'll play one of them. Seems fine. Envelopment actually might be what we want because we can score out an Oaktown behind an envelopment aggressively, and it's really good with our extract. Obviously, it's expensive, but we want it early. I think we want to consider playing a hammer just because it gives a tag, and that seems fine. Code gates, we have Afshar Descent. I think Hordem is not bad at all. We want to make sure we have some 1-costers. We'll play 1 Ice Wall. We'll play... Winchester looks really good. Is that enough? Are there any trash on res besides Stavka? What do you mean, Joe? Tucana is not guaranteed at 2 because the runner can trash it first before stealing. Oh, that's a good point. But who would, right? Who's going to access this first? Would Mindscaping be an option over Public Trail? Psycho Shocker Android, how's it going? It could. The issue is that it costs influence and it generally will only do 1 damage. If that's the case and we want a card that does 1 damage, Angelique will probably go a bit farther. Now, if they float 2 tags, Mindscaping is actually really good because then you can do Mindscaping into Public Trail. And for what it's worth, Mindscaping has some value in op combos because it allows you to put cards from your hand back into your deck, and that actually does matter. The same way that Sprint sees some amount of play. That's the problem, is like Endoline removes the tag, so it doesn't work perfectly. But yeah, I could see it. We're 50 cards. Hold on, how much ice is this? This is way too much ice. This is 18 ice. Okay. No hedge funds again? No, I think we'll probably edge hedge funds and then just cut some cards. We should play 1 Audacity. And so here we're at 10, 8, 8. We have to cut 4 cards. I think we can cut some ice. So 2 ping, Ice Wall, Envelopment, Boarding Control. I don't mind that. After Descent, Hordem, Hammer, Stavka, Winchester. We'll play 1 Winchester. I think we'll play 1 fewer Stavka. So 2, 3, 4. I think the Hammer actually might be a bit much. So we have cheap end the runs. Descent is just so we have a 2-coster, I guess. Pings are 2-costers too, which is nice. We have to cut 2 cards here. We don't need 2 Angeliques. She's kind of valuable though because she sets up 4-hand kill combo. You do Angelique, Angelique Public Trail on the line. Clearinghouse is sometimes a card that you install advance. I thought Yakov had a trash can ability to eat itself for credits. It does, but then it's also Yakov. Oh, it doesn't, actually. No, you're thinking Mark Yale. Angelique can be insurance for Deep Dive. I'm not too worried about Deep Dive. Right? Like if we wanted insurance, we just play a Crisium or something like that. It's funny that you say insurance and then you say hope in the same sentence, which like I get you, but we can do border control. We can do we can play Chrysium if we really wanted to. I would not put this on R&D usually, because I want to set up a kill. Need 3 end of lines? I think we do, because our deck can't do anything unless we have this in our hand. Like we just need to find this as consistently as possible. That's my guess. There's also a chance that cutting a ping for a public trail is correct, and we'd only have 1 ping. Like we could do this and then just have fewer pings, but more ways to just flatline out of nowhere. This is going to be hella cheesy though. 2 envelopment seems like a lot. It kind of is, but this is one of your best ites. Like turn 1, if you do envelopment, oak down, and renovation advance, it's very, very hard to deal with this. And this is just a very good card overall. We're not running Sandstone though, or at least a Masakorovka. So if we trash our border control, what are we getting? We have very few 3-costers. We have 1 Afshar. That's it. So that's probably not going to be good for us. Not nice try. So if we do Sandstone 2x, we cut. Our mazes are 1-coster. Let's have 1 and 1. So we'll cut 1 envelopment, I guess. I guess we'll cut 1 Hordem. Are we winning? No, we haven't won yet. Oh no, we won 1 game. 51 cards still. 9 plus 7 is 16 ice. That seems about fine. Maybe a bit much. I'm like so scared to cut the hedge fund considering how our games have been going. Like maybe we can cut 1 Angie. What does the test trial look like? We cut 2 to add 2. No, yeah. This is fine. Like this is actually pretty good. We can do board control on the remote server with well, we push the regolith. We'd Hornum HQ, I think. Ideally, we can empty the regolith. We might have lost that off of R&D. It is what it is. From that point forward, what's our tempo play? I guess we push Rashida. Regolith goes for an Amaze Amusements. We keep that face up. Or we can just go for the Ice Wall to keep the Maze secret. That might be fine too. We're not trying into agendas, but seemed okay. So this is the opening where like, I don't think we just do straight Oaktown Stavka. So maybe we have to play fewer Stavkas. Is this fine? Like I would do Envelopment, Atlas, Hedge Fund. Next turn, advance Atlas twice, put a Descent in front of it. Like I'm just going to open up HQ. Kurjuki, maybe play 54. I never want to play 54 on the basis that like our deck is a bit of a combo, right? Like our deck only works if we have an end of line in hand. So it's really in our best interest to play as few cards as possible. I think playing a 54 card deck is and just trying to see what works is kind of a fallacy because you don't know why things are failing. And then you just, well, you find out what the worst cards are, I guess. 1 Rego's fine. Do 3 hedge fund, 1 Rego, I think. The Rego opens have been good. They've been pretty good. All right. Modern Obism. Yeah, I'll copy paste that. That's going to be the important part. All right. Take 2. Tags. Can we make them matter? My guess, maybe. I'm worried we might end up in like situations where we just get a public trail kill out of nowhere. That's why we only play 1. I don't think that's a great way to end a game. Hey, it's Daria. Daria probably will play aggressive 419. Not Mopaternism. Ooh, 47. Hosh. All right. If Hosh is on good stuff, Hosh, Hordem's actually kind of hard to deal with early because it's a 4-strength code gate. And if Buzzsaw is the breaker of choice, so be it. I don't mind this hand at all. This is where I don't know if we purge into, I guess we extract. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll do Hordem on the remote server and put him a virus in there. We're going to extract this for a regolith sooner than later, I think. Now it's either we leave HQ open or R&D open. I think more of the game currently is an R&D. Obviously we know our hand. Daria might know what our deck is up to. So he should face check server 1. Laundry Leech, you want to touch a card here to flip Hoshiko? End of line? Okay, so now he knows. We're going to protect them a virus. If this is last click, you can just purge them a virus, but we want to be able to extract. Oh, we can't extract actually. Oh, we can do credit extract. It's bad. Funny enough, you can purge them a virus to go get a 2-coster to prevent this, but we can't res them a virus. So that's not good. All right, that's a bad start. Get the leech, though. We're short on public trail and align credits. That's not bad. I think here we just have to install this and click for credits. We could draw once for Rashida. Oh, that's interesting. I think we're going to have to extract one of these cards. See if he goes aggressive on this. I'm assuming he's just playing good stuff Hosh, so at least Leech and Buzzsaw breaks the Hortum relatively well. We have to hope he just draws poorly. Doesn't find a Banhar. Is this also the op situation where, like, if you lose your early Rashida... I'm okay with this, but if you lose your early Rashida, you're just cooked. It's kind of felt like that. Amaze Amusements. Okay, we lost that. That's fine. So we have a Tucana. We have a Rashida. So that's 2 Pinhole and 2 turns. So if we install Rashida on top of this and then do credit, we can extract here if we want to. Hortum's doing well. It's not the deck I was watching. Again, what if the corp isn't relying on an early Rashida? Well, what like corp? Well, some are more reliant than others. Right? Like Ace of Group, you can just go horizontal and you got Nikos and other stuff. Here, it's like, if we don't have this, we have nothing in our deck that gives us a lot of tempo. I think it's Crew Hosh. Yeah, it could be. We haven't been able to tell too easily. Crew Hosh doesn't often play Paladin, though. Ollie, how's it going? All right, 4 cards in hand, doesn't have a lot of money. Definitely wants to be running HQ. We drew into one of our pings, so we don't have a virus into ping. But we have above the law. So we just want to keep this as safe as possible. So last click, we can either click for a credit. This is going to cost us 3, 7, 8, 9. So we can extract something here. We don't really have a great extract target. We can also just keep this on HQ and not res it. I think that's fine too. Like ideally we just score above the law Tucana, which costs 5 and trash the daily cast. We'll see if he interacts here. He has to be able to break Hortum, and if he can break Hortum, he can't break border control. I don't think it's Crew Hosh anymore. No, yeah, it's Crew Hosh. Okay, so we can destroy the twinning. The question is, do we destroy the twinning or the class act, or do we just hedge fund here? If we do this, it's 5 credits, we go down to 1. Tucana can get an ice, so we actually can get a Winchester on HQ, which is not bad. It'll bankrupt us, but we probably need to trash the twinning. It's a shame that he's on daily casts, but I think we just have to do this. Do above the law to get down to the twinning. Tucana searches the deck. So we're going to lose on R&D if anywhere. Like, it's where all our points are. So we can choose what to get here. We can get the Winchester on HQ, which is free, or it costs us 1 credit, but we can afford it. That's going to be important. Otherwise, we can just something cheap on R&D. We already have something cheap on R&D. Let's just go this on HQ. Now, next turn, I'm not sure. Why is that free? Wait, what? Oh my God. Oh, I said ping. I said ping. You mean ice? Ice? Need to trash that first, yeah. I did the math wrong. I was like 4 costs plus 1 for install. We have 1 credit. No, I just did it wrong. Cool, just bouncing here. Gives us a credit, but it gives more. Can't believe I said ping. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I haven't seen a Hosh Crew yet. Crew's really good into our deck. Okay, there's the Banhar. So we're gonna see some pressure this turn. Okay, Spin Doctor. The remote server, if Daria gets a Crew, this border control is still kind of interesting. But we have a money problem. So the question is, how do we extract here? If we extract the Hortum, we can get a Sandstone. I think that's actually kind of fine. So we might just do credit extract. I think Hortum's actually really good in this deck, because unless they Crew it, it's really hard because Amakua can't break it. But I think we have to extract here. We just need to get money. 3 coster. So it's Afsharm, a virus, and Sandstone. We'll just put a virus, a Sandstone on the outermost. So we still have 2 barriers in a row. One's high strength, one's lower strength. Fenris, we're going HQ, huh? That's fine. 3 cards for 1 card. Miss Bones. So there has to be a steel skin in here or you flatline. Okay, found it. Another Miss Bones. And the second twinning? Whoa. So we're getting a leech, we're gonna get an axis, we're gonna get a Hosh flip. In theory, public trail and the end of line. Oh, that's a really good setup. Public trail and the end of line. Oh, never mind. Oh man. I'm just pushing this. I don't care. Tucana, border control sandstone. We also could get a ping on the table. That might be fine. So if we do spin doctor first, we can always have the option to shuffle the ping back in. So if the Tucana gets run, we can give a tag last click. That's actually super valuable. So I'll do the new remote, I'll do server 1, and then we'll advance this once. So Daria has to be able to break 2 ice, including a border control, and we can still Tucana. So we need to get an ice on HQ here before the crew comes down. If he runs a spin doctor, we'll just shuffle the ping back in. Oh, actually, no, we have a second ping. We didn't need to do this. We could have done install double advance. That might have been better. So twinning out of hand. We're running this. So if we don't trash this, Daria makes a successful run, which keeps Hoshiko online. Amazed it's not remote server only. I think we just want to get back a Mavirus. And the question is what the second card is. Either the second ping for interesting combos or the maze. I think the maze is like the more fun line. Didn't make successful run, so not that we can public trail. Maw, oh, okay, very cool. Still haven't seen a crew yet. Okay, so we can score this out and get Tucana. That's probably worth it. We can get an ice on R&D. HQ is going to get a fair bit of pressure, but Winchester is kind of hard to deal with. Now, a crew immediately blows up the Winchester, very importantly. I'm more worried about that because of Maw. But if you can run R&D cheaply, it's just a descent. Let's see what our options are. So we're on game point. That's kind of nice. So we just want to get something on the table that is frustrating to deal with. Envelopment on R&D while we have an extract seems fine. I think HQ is going to hold up enough with Winchester. That would just do envelopment on R&D. We're going to need to purge the leech because leech with 2 with crew with 2, it'll blow up the Winchester. So our options of what we want to put on R&D. Afshar is just going to get crude. I think we have to do this. If it gets trashed, it's fine. But we have an extract. If we top deck our City Works project, I think we're actually on path to put something in their remote server. Notice how we actually have money. Like we're able to play the game. All right, this gives Hosh and a leech counter, super valuable run. Is he on crew? No, he's not on crew. I think he's just on Reg Anarch. With Copulation, sick. All right, Audacity. So we can draw once, hedge fund, install Rashida. Yeah, that's fine. We might not have needed the hedge fund, I'll be honest. We could have done Rashida Spin Doctor. That might have been better overall. We just need to get more cards here. Okay, Cleaver's here. Remote server is going to fall apart a bit. Sandstone is going to get a lot of counters. Here, we can decide what to do with border control. Oh, we're just carving it down? Oh, damage, right. Banhar's here. So we can res for 4. He can break for 1, and it gives us the ability to grab a 3-coster from our deck. I'm not actually sure what's left. We can get him a virus. There's some good utility in that. We're going to lose both of these cards for no credits. We actually might just want to keep the border control for later. It's a bummer that this is our Tucana sooner than we've wanted it. Like, it's funny how putting the Rashida in an empty remote server to some extent might have been better for us. We still have Stavkas. Like, a Stavka will blow him up. He has to respect Stavka here. That could have been a Stavka. Yeah, that could have been Stavka. Stavkaing this board would be quite strong. So we board control, get a 3-coster. We can get him a virus. Grab an Afshar. I don't know if we care. Like for the remote server? I think I'd rather keep this and try and make this more taxing. Yeah, I'd rather keep the boarding control. We have no 3-coster part of our tag kill combo, right? No, we don't. Yeah, on the remote. We might be fine with just another sandstone. 7 credits, 4 cards in hand. Good. Okay, we can do Atlas, Advance, Audacity, get rid of our whole hand. I think if that's the case, we should just protect the Spin Doctor and like bunker down. And if he doesn't trash this, we can Audacity our hand. Yeah, we can Audacity this hand. Do we want to extract anything? We can extract the Sandstone. We can just probably have to extract the Envelopment. I think we're going to extract the Envelopment. Border Controller Stavka. We don't want to show the Stavkas. So here we're turning a turn off, but it's so that we can Audacity and then get the Audacity back in the deck. He might take a turn off here to like get Hoshiko, but he also might just send it here in HQ with Steve. Yeah, Benhar in HQ. I wouldn't be surprised if he runs HQ. Especially because we've drawn a lot. Yeah, this is a bad line into the compilation. If we swap these ice, I think we'd be happier. Okay, sick. Don't draw another ice. All right, I think we're just going to get a game point. Now, this costs us our whole hand, which is not good. We might lose on 6 points. I think it's not uncommon when they get all the breakers down, they have the twinning to lose on 6 points. He also knows that we don't have to worry about combo anymore. So we can give him 2 points and keep the Spin Doctor. Having the Maze on Archives for the setup is actually really fun, but maybe you just run the Spin Doctor. We'll get the Oaktown back in. That's fine. What else do we want to get back in? I think the Audacity, right? Still on Leech. We have 24 cards in our deck. A lot of them are agendas. I think we have 5 and 24. Oh, that's what you expect, actually. All breakers are here. Border control. Actually, this run's not going to be successful. We'll res this because it's a card draw ability. Okay. So we'll probably add this to hand. In theory, having this on the innermost is actually good for us because it stops Benhar. But I think we just need card draw. Cool. If we do Oaktown Advance in the remote server, we can do Oaktown Advance Descent and just say that you have to beat it. And unless he has his decoder here, he can't beat Descent twice. He needs his decoder, and he has 7 credits, 6 credits next turn because of Hosh. And he has to beat this twice. It's not bulletproof, but it forces him to do something. We also played around Maw so far. Like, Maw hasn't triggered. So he needs to find his decoder this turn. With Paladin, he'll come in for 3 credits. Raindrops is the start. Okay. So this is interesting. So we probably shouldn't show what this is. If we show what this is, he has to break Sandstone. Sandstone costs him 1 credit because leech counters are near infinite. And then border control, he could give us the credits to draw another card, which he might need to. So it actually probably is in our best interest to border control immediately. It might be in our best interest to border control immediately. Just to make that this doesn't draw cards. Because as soon as we res Descent, he draws cards. This is also the first encounter, so we should just wait for the Sandstone. Yeah, we need to wait for the Sandstone. Unless we have an Afshar back in our deck. We do. So we can do Afshar in front. And then he has to go through that for 2 damage. And then into the Descent. Ooh. We don't have Zato in the deck, Ba. He knows it was Descent was the only other card in HQ. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. He does know it's a Descent for sure. So if we need to use the Banhar. So I think we just Banhar the Sandstone. Oh, before letting it fire. You're right. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, that is so cool. So check this out. He hits a Sandstone. He'll say fire all. Oh, no, he's actually going to break it. Okay. Wants to keep his hand. And so now in theory, we can force him to break the border control. Oh, that didn't go. Yeah, that's interesting. I think technically, yes, we can force this. Now he has to decide. Well, he can break both, but he can choose to let one fire. He wants to fire. So we can give him a card or we can gain 3 credits. We don't need 3 credits. So I'm just going to end the run before this subroutine resolves. We'll get a 3 coster from our deck. So Raindrops is not going to draw any cards. We'll get an Afshar in server 1. Yeah, very funny. We don't get the credits though. He has the buzzsaw, so now he has to run back. He actually has exactly enough credits here. Not that he couldn't click for credit, but we forced him to interact with this. It just did not work out. He needed Paladin for this. Oh man, it's credit perfect. Really well done. Okay. 20 on 5 is terrifying. And now we're at the late game. The best thing we can hope is he doesn't have money. Now he does want to click for a credit because he loses the Hosh. Wasn't a virus better to keep them out by purging? Huh. Yeah, you might have been right. Because if he installs a buzzsaw runs, he breaks Descent. Then we had Sandstone on 6. No matter what the Descent was doing it, so having another code gate that he breaks for 1 wasn't worth anything. Yeah, you're 100% right. I wanted to get 2 code gates and I don't know why. It like beats Boomerang, but it's more likely at this point that he has his buzzsaw considering he has 10 cards less than his stack. So if we went for the Mavirus, we could have purged. And then if we purged, yeah, I think you're right. We could have won there probably. Very cool. I don't feel bad. That's frustrating. Okay, so what do we do? If we purge, he loses his leech counters. That's it. We push the Rashida probably and just say you have to run this every turn. This doesn't do anything. He runs the server for 2 credits, but he's going to have 2 credits. He trashes Rashida for free. If we do this, he runs it for 1 net damage and 2 credits. In theory, he can run this for 2 damage and 1 credit. We have seen 2 strike funds, so the chance of him getting economy. I think we want to draw and jam every turn. Yeah, exactly. I'm just worried about drawing too much because of Maw and because of Copulation. So like ideally we have no cards in hand. This is a bit expensive for us, but he knows this has to be the Descent. I don't know why I did that. I assumed that I would use the draw button on Descent, but I didn't. Wait, that's bad though. It draws 1 card for 1. Yeah, that's probably not it. Banhar's on R&D, so he's trying to win off of R&D. Fire all on border control. So this draws him 2 cards, and he takes 2 damage. He's likely to draw more cards because he has Steel Skin. So we just fire border control here, we get a 3-coster. I think we get a 3-coster here, and we get him a virus on server 1, and then that's probably how we win the game. Oh, but we'd have no agenda in there. I think we just trash this. I don't want him to draw cards, I'm assuming. Yeah, he has Steel Skins. He wants to draw there. He needs to run the server. Oh. All right, that was in his deck. So he's going to see like what? 4, 5, 6 cards. We can lose to that. The cool thing is with Rashida, we can shuffle the deck. So we're actually going to draw different cards than what he sees. All our 3-pointers are in the deck. Nice. Whoa, we survived. It's not GG though. He's 4 cards in hand. It's not. So we shuffle, we find unknown cards, which is actually kind of bad because he has twinning. What do we do? Do we shuffle? Because if we shuffle the deck. So we're going to draw unknown cards. I think we have to do that to have a chance of winning, but he's going to still see 4 in R&D. So here I'm going to use Rashida to search for a -1, which obviously fails, but it shuffles the deck. Okay, other option. Public Trail, Angelique, and Align. Oh, sorry. Start with this. Didn't hit a Steel Skin Scarring. Now we win. Yeah, we only have to make sure that we don't hit a thing. Oof, okay. Hey, GG. Yeah, so we drew into unknown cards there, which is important. He didn't have 8 credits for the Public Trail, which we drew into. If that missed, like if we hit a damage, we could have still public trailed and trashed the twinning. I'm not sure if that's a great spot to be in. But yeah. Yeah, that does flatline. Yeah, right? I think that's the argument for playing more public trails and less pings. You can just set this up. Technically, the combo could have been on the top before the shuffle. Yeah, but not again would have seen it. Neat. Yeah, I think there's a chance on that turn 2 turns ago, we could have Mavirus and purged out to get the Sandstone. I think that's a really cool line. The Cleaver Leech interaction is like, oh, I just shuffled. I want to look. Okay, the deck did what it wanted to do. It rushed up to game points, which forced your opponent to be aggressive and then closes the game out. I do think 2 public trail is probably worth it. Let me just make that change. Because this wins on more board states. I don't know if we need another ice in the deck. Cooked. Daria, good game. I think on the turn prior, chat was probably correct. I think if I pulled instead of an Afshar, Mavirus, I could have purged you out of the remote server. I missed that. And that was bad. 14 ice seems too little. 14 ice is too little, right? I'll try that. I was baiting the map to try and draw laundry to contest after purge. Oh, very cool. I didn't know what you're drawing until last turn, and then it turns out it's finality. I'm like, oh crap. Okay, wild. Obviously that the twinning was getting frightening, and we have real 3-pointers in the deck too. So the deck is only on, I think, 9 agendas, so it's not like as bad as some op decks are, but yeah, there's real 3-pointers in there. All right, Hosh again, 45 cards. Our opening start has Afshar Rashida. That's actually a real face check. I kind of like this. Afshar Stavka is like a fun server. Not that we're going to do that turn 1. So Hosh always accesses central servers on turn 1, so you just have to keep that in mind. Double Spin Doctor means at least if we lose a Spin Doctor, we're not incredibly upset. So we'll do Rashida, Afshar. Now we put Spin Doctor on the table and they run it. We were forced to res it, and then he can run HQ. That's not great. Now I don't like to put Stavka anywhere really, so we can leave these both servers open. This really solidifies my theory that DJ is cringe and not crew decks. Daria, I think if you did DJ for Los, you'd be in a better spot. I think when you got DJ for, like I thought you were on crew for a bit, so I thought the DJ Steve was a bit better, but if you did DJ for Los, you would have made an absurd amount of money. Javier, our deck plan is to give the runner tags at weird windows and play aggressively enough that they can't keep up to us. So modernism ideas, but we also have the ability to grab pings and other tag punishment card at instant speed that the runner might be surprised about. Paladin install first is really clever. Seeing that on turn 1, hate it. So now they know what our game is. Don't pinhole us. Running R&D as well, okay. Often it's better to run HQ twice. It is what it is, but usually there's an agenda in here and it's totally random the top of R&D. All right, Tucana. Especially if you think it's a Rashida in the remote server, right? Not only can we shuffle, but you don't lock the top of R&D. I don't love R&D first click on turn 1 usually. It worked out for our friend here. No. How are you capitalizing on the tags? And can the runner have multiple tags at once? They can. We have things like a Maze Amusements, which can be a bit tricky. But we're capitalizing on the tag with End of Line, and then we have some extra chip damage. It's a bit tenuous. Like, it doesn't seem like the most bulletproof plan. I'll be the first to say it. The game is entirely in R&D, so why is that up? Have you been versioning, have you played version of Man of the Moon's Ops? I've been playing Donald's version, the UK Nats, and having a lot of fun. I haven't. I'm not the biggest fan of the sort of like asset grinder. I don't feel like it's a really fun JNet casual deck. I probably should check it out though, because it's obviously pretty cool. All right, Earthrise. He's got no money, but he's got twinning. This is where 2 public trail is really good. So he can't steal a trash here. Hoshika's going to keep him at 0 credits, so it's going to be hard. Actually, accessing there, I think that's totally fair. That being said, if we had an agenda, do we put in the remote server? Probably yes, but now we're likely to draw into multiple agendas, which at least Spin Doctor will fix that. There you go. So here on 0 credits, are we worried about the remote server? I don't think so. I think Winchester on HQ is fine. We could do Winchester, Atlas, Tucana. That's fine. We're not incentivized to score out the agenda that fast. I mean, this usually goes on HQ, right? We can always just score out an Atlas for 2 points and not care. On 16 credits, it's either hedge fund or regolith. I like regolith a bit better. But his money here is not very good. So he has to get back into it somehow. And Hoshiko's sapping credits that, like, it's hard to click up to credits when you're on 0 with Hosh. So he might take a turn off here. Best case would be like moshing. Or even just playing a strike fund. Nuka? Okay. It's not very grinder for certain definitions of grinder. It scores out. It didn't make a ton of sense to me till I played it, but yeah, not great for JNet casual. Okay. All right, so Public Trail End of Line will do some work. We haven't seen Steel Skin so far. Card draw is definitely coming in. This so far looks like any Hosh deck. Earthrise Hotel shows up a bit more in like price lists and crew lists. I kind of want to just score this Atlas out. We have to discard a card though, so let's set it up. Let's do Spin Doctor for an ice. That's really good. And then we can advance this once. Let's do 2 types of ice on the remote server. Because we want to get the Atlas token really, really badly. And also with the Spin Doctor, we can discard cards from our hand like we are now next turn and not be too upset about it. I think we throw out the Spin Doctor or the Whoredom. We're going to need our money. Like, we're on 14 credits, which feels comfortable, but like we haven't rezzed anything yet. So we're going to need the Regolith. The Atlas is our next agenda. Public Trail End of Line is our win. So it's either Whoredom or the Spin Doctor. Whoredom's pretty good to Hoshiko and Buzzsaw. I feel bad throwing out a Spin Doctor there. Now with the Winchester on HQ, what do we Tucana for? Taka Gachapon. Okay, old school. You might see a bit more of this hit play, considering we have an alt art coming up. Okay, running archives, that turns on Hoshiko. It's totally fine. There's some assumption that they're going to chase out agendas here. When you see a Spin Doctor in the bin, kind of makes you worry about what's in hand. Like, that's really weird, isn't it? All right, Audacity. So we can Atlas and score and throw something out. We can also advance the Atlas once more and get a Whoredom somewhere. That might be fine. We can also Atlas without a counter. The counter is kind of useful because we have End of Line, Public Trail, but we don't have Angelique. Not that she works before threat. And we already have an Audacity. So I'm not sure what we're meant to do here. It's either score out the Atlas for 5 with a Tucana, get an ice on, I'm assuming R&D because we don't want to res this. Or we can score out this for 4, get no counter, and push the Regolith. That might be fine too. I'm going to go for the Atlas with no counter. I don't think I often do this. So what do we want to get on the table? Border Control, Descent, Envelopment, Ice Wall, Ping, Sandstone. We have no Extract yet. Sandstone on R&D is just going to be difficult. And we either can push the Atlas here or push the Regolith. Do we want to take a turn off to get Regolith money? I'm imagining they're going to run this turn. So we're going to need money. Now, the cool thing about it, if we put an agenda here, is that Tucana to Regolith will, like, happen. Gachapon finds Buzzsaw. Looks like it's going to hit the table. So cheap Buzzsaw is pretty good. Other options, Keiko, Shuregambo. So this just looks like the most reg Hoshiko, which is, like, a very good deck. Remove the Keiko, so they might have one in hand. And the second Gachapon. Now, they did this at start of turn trigger, which only really matters for companions. You actually might be better off. Well, to some extent, it like allows you to filter your draw before the Earthrise, but you could also see the cards you draw with Earthrise before you commit to this. I'm not sure what's better. Maybe they're looking for a Mystic, and that's like worth something, or like a Fermenter. Could see that being the case. All right. They're just going to have credits and Turbine, and it's just going to be that sort of game. And if they have credits, they beat Public Trail. Now remember, Tucana into Stavka means that we can get an Amaze Amusements. And that's a good reason to have an Atlas counter, because we can do end of line, end of line. All right, we're getting breakers. Hoshiko has Link, so Winchester's slightly less good. Spin Doctor we're going to have to use. Hoshiko's already touched a card. So get the Spin Doctor back. And I think we have to get the Tucana back here. Uh-oh. So our install here, again, Whoredom is going to be 4 credits, which is not bad at all. We can just get the Maze and Server one, I think. And then next turn takes 6. Ideally, you take 9 because it gets a 1-coster with op speed, and that's obviously super valuable. But I think the 1-coster we already just have. Yeah, they're just like waiting for their turbine here. And then I'm assuming they're on echelon. The more we play the list, what's really funny is the more that we see, the parts of the deck that work are just reg op, right? Like all these cards are just reg op cards, and then we just have a bit of like a kill combo cheese at the end, which is really unfortunate. Just setting up here again, twinning Ice Carver, just the most value pilled Hosh. Just saying you do whatever you want, and I get it. We have a Regolith on the table. Hosh is going to flip out. Is this list on Ashen? I don't know if it needs to be. I think technically the way that they did Keiko, did they get a twinning counter? Or did they... You have to be careful how you use Keiko, because you can lose money on it. Discard 3. Wait, random? Or are they on like a tablet or something? Because some tablets you can't drag or drop, so they have to do that. That's usually a tell. Okay, this remote server is Border Control they can break, Afshar they can break. This costs 2 credits. And we have Amaze Tucana. Tucana can get ping, so we can give them 3 tags. With 3 tags, they'll just trash the twinning. So I think we just do Regolith, push Atlas. We also could just do install Atlas Advance. Now the Ice Carver makes the Horde and Brick for 1, so I'm not too excited to install it. So we definitely do that. At some point they'll pivot R&D. Luckily we have a Stavka here and a Winchester here, so they have to find their killer. So I think we're just gonna take the window here to get to this on the table. I hate trashing a regular 3 credits on off, but like the 1-coster we'd get from their deck is either the Amaze or the Ice Wall, and I think they're both accounted for. One's on the hand, one's on the table. All right, just value stuff. They're playing a board game. Eventually the twinning they'll run. This used to be like the best deck in the format, and it's really fallen apart. I honestly don't know exactly why. What's up? Oh, total. Oh, you can undo. Yeah, I don't think they want to hit the Nuka. They probably should be running this turn because of Trickster Taka. At a minimum, running Archives. Nah, it's fine. It just got outpaced. You're right. This is somewhat slow, right? Oh, this is not going to be good for our friend. So let's just check on the table. This is the first of each breaker. They have 2 of each breakers. So Sandstone gets broken for 3 credits. So this is using the Taka. They could in theory jack out here. Oh, they're not breaking. Okay. They're playing super safe. That's incredibly safe. And like, I guess so, yeah. That's so safe. Man, this 20 is going to cost this game. We needed this to be an above the law. Earthrise Hotel. Oh, we're in trouble. Oh, we have it above the law. It pains me here. But part of me just wants the audacity of the above the law. I think we public trail, we trash the twinning, we trash the daily casts. I know it's not our combo, but I think if they're going to make a successful run, we're going to give them a tag. They still have a lot of cards left in their stack. Like they haven't priced or moshed or anything. We haven't seen any steel skins. They actually haven't drawn that many cards. So we can like tempo damage them. I don't want to do that. We definitely get rid of this. This is how we lose. And it's either we get rid of 6 credits or this card draw. There's a chance the card draw is better. They still have Nuka though. Yeah, it's either Cast or Earthrise. I'm not 100% sure. 6 credits is a lot of money. Earthrise will be card draw. They've played Sure Gamble and Dirty Laundry. Yeah, I think it's Earthrise. That's 6 cards. Cards have to be at least worth the credit. You also have to consider clearing the tag, which is easy to forget. There you go. Don't touch our cards. They're our cards. Sitting there thinking about throwing out the whole hand for above the law while holding a public trail. That would have been a disaster. I don't think the Ice Carver is correct, but the Ice Carver actually has a fair bit of value in this matchup. Actually, no, that's not true. It's just like, only hoard him. Uh-oh, okay, we have all the points in hand to win, and some. So if we scored the Atlas onto Tucana, we know they're on Dirty Laundry, so we can just ice up Archives. We haven't seen a Leech so far. It's a bit expensive. Atlas with the counter, like, only sort of matters now. But we basically just need to go fast enough that they have the player play. This is where we're like, if this Basalt Spire was a City Works, we'd be in such a better spot. So we can get border control, probably. If we install the border control, the cost on the remote server costs us 3 credits. That's a lot of money. They currently break our server for 2 credits. We need an extract. This ice is not very good. We can just put an ice wall in Archives to make it, you have to work a bit more for, I'm going to put an ice wall in Archives just so you have to work slightly for Hoshiko. Hordem is much more expensive for us, and they break it for the same cost as they break ice wall, so I'll keep the ice wall. Our opponent is being maybe too cautious. I think some of this cautiousness is because they installed their breakers and they're worried about Stavka. But like, they haven't. Well, they ran 2 turns ago. That didn't work out well for them, but you know what I mean? Unfortunately, we're bankrupt. Oh, no. Ah, beans. That's rough. Okay. At least that was only 14 minutes. I don't know if we win from here. Thanks for the game. I don't know if we win from this point. What do we need top deck into to have like a way to close the game out? They need to respect Stavka, which they're kind of doing. The best thing we did is public trail for tempo. All right, you gotta level with me. I don't think this is a deck. I don't think we're exploring anything that interesting and or it's working in a way that feels good. Is this a symptom that the deck is bad? The runners are good? Or are we just playing with a part of the card pool that's not that interesting? What are we learning here? It feels like to win, we have to be so perfectly on tempo and draw exceptionally. Because we have so many cards that are situational. Our alternate win condition is not bulletproof. This does not feel good. It feels like we're grasping. I don't like what it feels like. Let's play it like an op list, like a tournament op list. So I know that Ben Blum published a list. Arella's last ride, first at Ohio CO. It's a list from Philly with a few cards changed. Okay, the difference in this deck, it's running 10 agendas. It's running Eminent. Eminent is just such a busted card in op in general because you can go get, as soon as turn 1, in theory, an Archer on the remote server, and that is just a good card. I think every player we played against Archer would be hard to break, so that's quite nice. That seems nice. We're on Arella for tempo. I think this card's really, really good. Seamless launch for tempo. Trojan Horse has an unfair win condition people don't play around. Acid Suite is the same. We're on a single Malapert Data Vault. That's fascinating. Now you can use Malapert to go get a card that's not an agenda to install with Arella in the same timing window. That's really fine. Really fun. Tomb of Virus 1 Tucana, surprised about that. Then the Ice Suite. It's structured to be able to op. So we have Envelopment. That's very good early. Expensive though. Boarding Control Sandstone. Gatekeeper is a really good op card, just in general. It's a 3-coster that comes in at 6 strength. Obviously fantastic. Hordem and Thimblerig. So we have 4-3-2. 2 Archer, 2 Stavka. Tithe instead of Ice Wall. I do love Tithe. I think Tithe is just really fun. And a single Winchester. I mean, it's going to be good. I hope. Let's give it a shot. Oof. Yeah, I think Thursday we might do like a little bit of a RAM stream, but otherwise Sunday we'll be back on streaming. I got some video work to do this week, as we do most weeks. I haven't got really any feedback specifically about the last video we put out, because it wasn't gameplay. So we've been working on the System Gateway video series, and the last video we put out was a replay review. It's really funny too, because it's like a 12-minute game, but the replay review is like over an hour. And I think rightfully so. I think that was the reason why I was scared of doing like straight gameplay. Maybe scared's not the right word, but I thought it might not be the perfect fit. Because we have to spend a lot of time talking about like the intricacies of what we're doing and when we're doing basic things, right? Like, oh, these are where agendas are. We have to explain that concept. So I didn't want to sit there for like 10 minutes explaining this while Patrick was waiting to take his turn. I don't know whether people are like much more happy to watch gameplay. Like comparing this to things like, I know at Team Covenant, they have their video series where they play games on a simple version and talk about like basic strategies. Maybe I'm going too deep too fast. But for them, because they're doing paper play, it's easier for them to pause and talk, and like they can both share basic ideas. I know I watched recently like the L5R stuff, and like for L5R, they'd be like, okay, I'm playing Crane, so this is my basic game plan. But also for what it's worth, when they did their like Legend of the Five Rings learn to play stuff, they were bad at the game. And I mean that with the most respect. They just picked the game up a month ago or a couple weeks ago, just like everyone else. So you're kind of learning it with them as much as they probably put more time into it, considering it's their job. But you know what I mean? Like, it's not like they were experts, but I still really appreciated that content. Karjuki series have been great so far. Thank you. Appreciate the kind of words. I think the content's really good. Very much just not for me. I think it's really valuable. I think it's better than gameplay. Thanks, Axu. I'm also interested, like, I wonder how many people just don't watch it because obviously they're not the target demographic if you've been playing the game for a bit. Sable. Okay, wow. We need to ice up central servers. Thanks, you two. Not sure if it's deep dive or knife or we'll figure it out. Now, our only play here is envelopment eminent, which is not very good to any sort of aggression or diversion. Our hand has an audacity. A spin doctor. I'm going to mulligan this. Ideally, we get a Winchester on HQ, a cheap bender run. That's like the same hand. Okay. Okay. So if we do eminent envelopment and we get diversioned, we are soul cooked. So that's not good. We can also do Mavirus, extract Mavirus. If we do Mavirus, credit, extract Mavirus, and just get a 2-cost dice on HQ. Not a fantastic start. Ideally, we're like envelopment. We're extracting the envelopment. So I'm going to open with the spin doctor. We're hopefully going to ice HQ with whatever we draw here. I don't like putting a board control on HQ. And then we'll see what happens. We do have SDS, so it's actually harder for Sable. Like Sable can interact with 9 of our points on R&D as soon as turn 1, and that's okay. Unless our opponent here installs something. Video content is so hard to do. It's just so much more effort for probably a smaller reward. BC on HQ is goated. I don't love BC on HQ. In Op, it's a lot better, obviously, because if they diversion us, we can like exchange it for something of value. But if you're not playing Op, trading a border control for a diversion, I don't know. Then you don't have ice on HQ. That seems like a bigger problem. Okay, so we res the border control. We're in a bad spot. We're on 3 credits, 2 credits. I don't want to be on 2 credits. We can extract the spin doctor. Yeah, this is fine. All of these trashables are pretty good, and Sable gets a click back, so it's actually worth something. Video content is hard to do, so much more effort for probably a smaller reward. Yeah, like you're not entirely wrong. I think those videos hopefully are going to stay relevant for a really long time, which is good. Oh, that was on top of R&D. That's sick. They did make us a run, so we can't public trail into line. But we might just like extract the spin doctor here to get into the game and then just put the eminent in behind the border control. I think that's probably a fair line. This is weak to only inside job. Guest videos are more evergreen. Those videos are more evergreen, yeah. Like the whole System Gateway review series I did like 3 years ago, 4 years ago now. Like those still get views. I think that's fantastic to help people get into the game. It's weird. The whole like YouTube ecosystem, for what it's worth, like encourages me just to do live streaming, which okay, we'll res this. I thought this was an envelopment. It's not. This is still fine for us. And we can get an Archer on server 2. Archer to boarding show is really hard. Pinhole, yeah, this looks like a Rashida, so this is a pretty heads up play. Unfortunately, that's like the worst thing to see there. Especially before Hermes has come down. Not that we have advanceable eyes. I have been thinking about doing a video teaching how JNet works. Do you know what's a weird thing, Axu? I think JNet works is a very good video. I'm going to leave R&D open because we have a Horton for it. I think this is the problem. I think for newer players, there should be a video content that explains that what Shiraboga is. For those who don't know, Chiriboga is a website in which you can play System Gateway and System Update, I think, as well. And you can play against a bot. I think for a lot of players, playing against a bot is like a really good thing because they can learn the rules of the game in like a relatively safe space at their speed. It's also, you can walk away. You can do it on the side, right? Like it's not, I can't walk away from Questius right now. It'll be very rude. That being said, the reason why I'm not excited to promote Chiriboga to newer players is that it teaches you how to play the game poorly. It genuinely does. Oh shit, this is deep dive. Like I've played against the Chiriboga bot and like, I want to be very clear. Chiriboga's sick. I just need to put on so many like warnings, like just be careful. Chiriboga teaches, like it doesn't teach you how to play the game well because the Chiriboga bot does things that nobody else does. Right? Like it's really difficult to learn your fundamentals of the game incorrectly and beat Chiriboga, which doesn't beat human players. It's like, hey, you can play chess against a robot. And it's a difference between difficulty. Maybe that's just the way I should think about it, is that when you play chess against a bot, you put it on easy, and the easy chat boss, at least it plays like a person. It doesn't make the best plays. It teaches mechanics, not strategy. Yeah, that's probably it. Okay, so Spin Doctor is interesting. Mavirus in this matchup is not super important, but we can go get our Regolith back for money. Money is the big problem here. So I think we will do this. Okay, that helps. We should need to get an ice on archives, or sorry, an R&D. At this point, they're almost definitely a deep dive deck, which might mean they're on hands. Melandraging. If we have more money, we can push in this remote server because this deck is probably not great at running the remote server. If it's on inside job, the archer placement is a bit unfortunate, but at least we can border control them back into it and put an ice in front of the archer. So we want to top deck an agenda we want to score out. Yeah, maybe the mechanics versus strategy thing is like a very real thing. Running archives. Mutual favor, I guess. It's really funny. Sometimes running archives, right? Like you spend a click just to save a click. Now, if your breaker suite encourages it, it's fantastic. But here it's just a wash. This run is fine. It charges the Kurapira, which is interesting. We could have got a 3-coster here if we wanted to. I think we'll be okay. Sometimes Grand Chiriboga work when I'm bored. What has it learned you? What has it taught you? Okay, so we can decide to end the run here if we want to. The Axis on HQ gets a click back. It's fine. Tucana? That's the best card I think to hit in our hand. Now, if they're careful with Sable, like they'll never hit a Stavka because they can bypass it. It's up to us to build a board state where that's an issue. Top basically nothing. Running a Spin Doctor, we can force them to spend 2. Otherwise, we're going to Spin Doctor back in the Spin Doctor and the Regolith here. This is the one of Tucana, actually. We probably just want the Tucana. Hopefully Rashida gives us enough money and we top deck into some sort of events. Yeah, that might be okay. Throwing out a class act. Okay. So Rashida, draw 3, gain 3. We won't do that. Okay, we got multiple SDSs. Trashing the Kurapira will be pretty good. Yo, Ben, we're playing your deck. How you doing? We played Op all day. Is this my build? Yeah, the one that you did a CO this weekend. How you doing? I don't want to install Advance. The stop in front of HQ is like kind of okay into Kurapira backstitching. I'm worried about the backstitching. Ooh, I'm just going to put this on archives and assume that's going to collide with the Kurapira sooner than later. I think we can greed for 1 more turn. The Mavirus, what does it get us? It puts it on the table, which is nice. We can get a 2-coster and instant speed. Our Tucana's back in the list, which is important. So if we want to do SDS to install Advanced Fans, stop R&D in HQ. You're right that actually against Sable, we probably don't want to spread out too much. We want to stack the same server. I'm okay doing this. In theory, the Stavka protects the SDS, but we're assuming if the mark is on HQ, like you can just run this and backstitching. Yeah, Regolith, the Mavirus, and Turtle up. We lost the Regolith. That was our original plan, and then we got Rashida into Rashida, so I didn't shuffle it back. Our option last turn was to shuffle back either the Regolith or the Tucana. I went for the one of Tucana. Yeah, we lost that off of R&D, I think. Okay, they have a lot of cards in hand. Draw 3, gain 3. No shuffle. I mean, SDS, Mavirus. Oh, we have our Tucana, so we don't need Mavirus really. SDS Tucana Advance means we can seamless launch out. I mean, trashing the Courier seems okay. So we discard some cards. I don't want to do the envelopment. When life gives you barriers. I think I'm going to throw out the Mavirus here. We don't have that many targets. Healing Kuro seems good. Yeah, we can seamless for the Kuro with Tucana. It's going to cost us most of our money, though, which we have to be careful. Having at least one board control on central servers to deal with deep dive is going to be okay. I would have kept envelopment and ditched sandstone. For real. We haven't found an extract yet, but we have 3 board controls on the table. Courier is really not great into either of them, but ideally we're trashing the Courier no matter what happens this turn. Like, our opponent needs a really wild string of cards to be able to deal with this remote server. Where they have to deal with an archer twice. Okay, so this is where you don't res the Stavka because of the Courier. So I think we just let the Courier go through here. Envelopment is your best dice against every deck that isn't playing Hush. You don't say. So this is only really weak to... Res it? No way I'm resing into the backstitching. Like, if they deep dive here, we're fine. We're holding 6 points. Let them burn backstitching? I don't think so. We have a Stavka on Archives, right? Like, if they're going to run Archives to do a deep dive, I'd rather hit the Stavka. But even then, we have an SDS. We don't res the Stavka. I don't know if we do res it. Like, we don't have to worry about the first deep dive. We have to worry about the second deep dive. We also want to use the Stavka to actually do something on our board state, which we can't here. You're right to some extent, like, weak Stavka on HQ will keep him out for a bit. Oh, not anymore. So that's fine. What does it cost to break an archer? Twice. So we're like, window opportunity gets really strong. We only have 7, yeah, and we need 5 for this. I don't think we can pay 4 for this. I don't know what we get with our Tucana. We might just get a tithe for R&D so that you can't inside job hoard him. That'd be my guess. Creds don't matter. They do. We have to score out. Holy shit. The fuck. Oh, that Lucky Charm's really, really good. That's incredible. All right, so we res the Hoardem. We're down to 3 credits. I don't think we want to res the Hoardem. So if they run this remote server, it comes down to math, right? This is a deep dive list. Yeah, this might be the Mr. Hands list, the Bears list. Oh man, if we had a virus, we could purge into a Thimble Rig on our server 2, which would be good. So this stops 1 and the run ability. They're still going to lose a breaker, so I think it's okay. If we res the Hoardem, we go down to 3. We gain a credit, so we're on 4. We deny a credit, though, so they're on 7. If they're on 7, what does it cost to break Archer? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we gain 2. I think we have to res this to deny 1 credit. I think denying 1 credit is actually kind of important. Unless they have an inside job in hand, which he probably does. If we res this, we go down to 4. I think we res and go down to 4. If we res the Tucana, we go down to 2. I don't think resing is good. I think the money matters, right? Because this is now going to be 10 credits. Wait, I did the math wrong. He's going to be on 10 credits. Oh, yeah, okay, never mind. The difference between 10 and 11 is not super important. Lucky Charm's incredible. I wonder if there's some like Zato respect here. Oh, shit. Okay. That's not how I thought that was going to go. Well, we got the Thimble Rig now. So I think we just do seamless, trash the Kurapira, get a Thimble Rig. I mean, not a Thimble Rig. So if we res this, we can get an ice. Karma might be good. I don't think so. We have more barriers than anything else. So we're kind of on game point. We have 2 res barriers. Like Carmen breaks Archer for 700 credits. I think we're allowed that to happen. And so what we get here, I think I might just do a tithe because it's super cheap, or we can get a sandstone R&D. This is why we play Ice Wall. Yeah. Yeah. Ice Wall would have been okay. I think we just do a tithe because it's free. You have 2 stop go down, I think you'll Carmen, but they have backstitching. Like, I don't think it's going to work that well. And I'm assuming they'll inside job. Like, they have more bypass. I think we just need hard end the runs. I'm just going to get this on R&D. Tithe extraction to spin, which you need to bring back the regolith. Are we at the point, Ben, where we need the regolith or we're cooked? Like, we just don't have ways to get money outside the regolith, right? The game may last a long time considering your credit total. I mean, I'm okay just putting the SDS in the remote server and seeing what happens. Swift, yeah, they're on deep dive. Credit. They have to like find an HQ mark that makes sense for them. Oh, no, I don't want to draw that. This is where armed acid protection is better. No. So I think we just do. Mavirus doesn't get us anything. We can just put SDS in server 2, credit, next turn credit hedge fund. You have to consider running it though. I'd rather them steal that there, I think. Like, what are we playing? We're not playing. Maybe we install Mavirus. That's maybe the other thing that we install this turn. We keep this in HQ. That's fine. Next turn we do credit hedge fund. The only difference is if we put the SDS in the remote server, the Tucana fires. But if they overextend here to deal with this remote server, I'm totally happy. Rolled R&D mark, it's good. HQ mark is a really important one because Lucky Charm inside job beats the remote server very handily. We would need another border control in it. But we basically can't res anything here. We just have the hedge fund. 7-string Stavka, Carmen deals with for 6. That's doable. I agree with jamming the SDS as soon as possible. I'm just talking about the possibility of steal somehow. Yeah, we'll jam it. We just need to have enough money, right? So we'll do credit, hedge fund, jam, and then next turn double advance. Yeah, this is good. I don't think we res this. We can't res this. Like, they can still break it. But if they pinhole this, it's fine. They may pinhole to Tucana, but this looks like... Yeah, I don't want to res that. I need a hedge fund. Criminal into corp drawing 2 SDS in the first half of the deck is so cursed. Yeah. So Mavirus will purge. We could have purged the Mavirus, but I don't want to pay 3. We just need a hedge fund here. It would have been funny if they, in theory, like they would have pinholed an SDS. Credit. Okay. They're in a really weird spot. They can still deep dive us, but it'll only be a single deep dive because of border control. We also have a Crisium in the list. We can always border control for a Crisium. That's going to be very hard for them to deal with. It's so rare to win by scoring eminent SDS instead of scoring 4 agendas, but this is definitely the game you want it. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it. We're on 3 SDS, right? So it's 3 SDS, 3 eminent. Yeah, that hits even. All right, throwing out a career fair. Like, this card is useless to us. Let's just score another eminent. So I think we just put this in server 2. So let's talk about it. Like, we can res 4, 8, not everything, but it's either we click for credit, we put this in the remote server. If this goes in the remote server, we can Tucana another piece of ice and then jam the Azyaf. I think I'm okay with that line. We just want to make sure we don't overextend. We have an Audacity. Jam draw. I don't think so. You always want to do that in the other order for what it's worth. But I don't have a huge incentive to draw here. Because we don't want more agendas in hand. We just want to score this SDS out. Stop kick to turn the tithe into spin too. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so our hand has to be like Audacity. Man, we got an Audacity, right? Sick. So we'd have to like top deck Audacity seamless somehow. All right, cast undo. Sandstone advance. Yeah, I think we do Thimble Rig advance. Just because of the inside job, the Thimble Rig, like we can move the Thimble Rig down 3 times and there's some value to that. So this drops us to 765 credits. Yeah. If we get diversioned, we border control. We should be okay here. But Thimble Rig is really annoying because it gives us a lot of flexibility. And if we res it, we'll still have money. R&D is the mark. Okay, so it's going to be hard for them to backstitching. GG's, it's likely. They could still like
I don't know how they're going to deep dive this turn. But they need to play run events, and I don't know if they're scared. They're on 11 credits. They can break us Stavka. We can res one Stavka. We won't. Agree with this line? Yeah, Thimblerig's super, super valuable. We just have to hope that, well, we know they're not on Hermes, which would be bad. We could lose to Reprise, or by lose, I mean not win. Reprise could cost us here. That's the only thing we're worried about. Credit, sick. So if we res the Horde and we can't score out, because we'll be down to 2 credits unless we top deck a Seamless or an Audacity. I'm just going to let this access through. I don't care. No way. Reprise. Reprise. We can lose the Reprise. They can also just run it back. It's kind of hard, though. Like, there's only 10 points and 22 cards. I mean, they're going for it. Oh, actually, they could win. No, if they steal this and this, if we border control, I don't think they can win. The most they can get is 3, 4, 5, 6 points. It's going to be close. And we're actually not going to have money. So I don't know how they deal with the border control. But I'm not sure how they get the HQ run off here. If they do inside job, we have some work to do. They do inside job or Estabrado. We could always just take a turn off. Like, even if we stop the deep dive, we might be okay. Oh, sick. This is totally fine. That's a cool play. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize that would technically be a deep dive there, but they just don't have enough clicks. So they can steal an SDS. They'll get them to 4 points, but they don't have another click. So they actually, yeah, that was 4 points in one turn, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they couldn't get 7 points, but still, that's quite a lot of effort. AGG. They were coming back. Yeah, I got lucky. Yeah, the SDS was really, really, really rough. That would have been a scary game if we had to score 4 agendas. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah. I don't know if they were able to do it again, but our just money wasn't there. I think losing the Regolith, and maybe we should have, like, that was a question, is like, Ben, I think you can look at the replay if you care to rewind at some point. But our option was between shuffling back the Tucana and shuffling back the Regolith, and I went for the Tucana. The Regolith, obviously, like, we just don't have enough money if we don't get the Regolith back in. You should have shuffled back the Regolith if you had the option. Okay. Cool. Because we did have a virus on turn 1, I think. There's no way for the Corp to win this days with no 3-pointers. Well, if they're scoring to 7, it's hard. But if they're scoring to 7, like, 3-pointers make a lot of sense. Right? Like, I don't think you want a deck that scores 2 4-pointers. Those are pretty rare. So you generally want to score a 3-pointer. 2-1s also don't see a lot of play. Do you think we got Deuce's Wild Reprint in Dawn? Oh, no. That's what Biobans is, Oxy, right? You can win the game without Tucana with Arella instead. Oh, yeah. I forgot this is an Arella deck. We didn't see Arella. That is a 1-coster we can pull, right? Or is Arella a 2-coster? I'm not sure. She might be 2. I don't also know how to spell her name. Did I not spell that right? She's a 2-coster. Cool. Arella's 2. So you can always like Mavirus for Arella. The Arella lines, if you're scoring 2 3-pointers, doesn't seem that great unless you have a Seamless or an Audacity. But yeah, the money in the deck is just Extract, Hedge Fund, Regular Rashida, which is not that different than what we were playing. And even 2 Mavirus, so we got lucky that we found them early because they were good. Get out. Gatekeeper Archives. Let's go. I basically always plan to empty Regolith 1 time during every game unless I have an especially rare draw for the rest of the money. So early game, say that you push in a remote server and it's a Rashida or a Regolith and it gets pinholed. Do you just lose the game? I feel like that's my biggest issue with Op. It's like if you lose the early Regolith or Rashida, the game's cooked. I don't know why it feels so much worse than like when you're playing it in HB. Like HB, when that happens, you are cooked too. But the idea is that you can like never advance an off-world office and get back in the game. Still think Yellowman is better than Arella in this deck? In this deck, I'm not sure about that. I'm not the biggest Arella fan, but I haven't seen Arella do Arella stuff. Right? Like when Arella pops off, I imagine it's really quite good. I just haven't seen a lot of it. If your Regolith gets pinholed, it's pretty bad. Yeah, I would say that. It's really, really bad. Try to take off 9 off Regolith the turn hits the board as much as possible. Would you not play a second Regolith to give yourself some more consistency to just naturally draw it? It feels like it should be so easy. So I want to check the ice slots in this deck. 6, 8, 3. 17? Wow, that's more than we were playing. It feels good though. Like you get utility from ice. I've thought about playing Regolith number 2. Like is Regolith number 2 better than Hedge Fund? I could see it. Regolith firing Op is also so sick. I imagine we just get a nice wall. Or sorry, a tie, excuse me. All right, let's do one more. We can do one more. It's 4:30. Dang. Oh, it's still getting dark out there, that's for sure. We got some more video work to this week. I could conceivably be better than Hedge Fund. Yeah, so we played some earlier lists of Op today on stream. We played like Kill Combo Op. It did nothing. With like Anemone, Reaper Function, or Vera, Azef combos. It didn't do anything. And we did Modernism Op, which like it did win games, technically by getting runners to ugly forks of cards in hand. But the idea is that we can like Mavirus for ping, Public Trail. The issue is like I'm still stuck in a world where Wayland can win the game with a single tag. And I need to realize that world has left many, many moons ago. Yo, it's Eric. Dow. What's Dow up to? I'm assuming it's usually Hermes Dow, which is like such a snowball if it like picks up. Okay, this hand, we have Eminent Gatekeeper. Giving Gatekeeper the ability to go on R&D is kind of rough. But I don't mind this hand. If we do Eminent Gatekeeper credit. What would be the best top deck here? Hedge Fund, I think. Best of luck. Have fun. We should have a lot of res dice, so hopefully minimal bouncing. Yeah, that's true. Like Tucana. Ooh. Yo, Ben, you do Rashida or you do Geiki? You do Eminent. I kind of want to do Eminent and then do Rashida second. You do Rashida? Get out. What? That's so wild to me. So the thing that we have Eminent is we can protect the Rashida. The thing about Rashida is it gives you money and more cards to protect the Eminent. Did Eric keep or he mulled? He mulled 666. Okay, so Conduit is usually it. This can go really bad for you. You leave HQ open with 2 agendas. I don't know if I want to. I worry about Burner. I don't know if the Dow list runs Burner. It's only on 40 cards. But Burner's game losing. You definitely don't install Second Ice against Dow. It's gonna happen. All right, so tempo start. Oof. I'm glad we iced HQ. I kind of want to do an Above the Law more than I want to do an Eminent. That might be wrong. Well, there's actually interesting choices here. We've also drawn a lot of agendas. So Tucana Above the Law trashes a daily cast. He probably loses 6 credits. That seems okay. Eminent gets us our big old Archer, but the problem is the Dow Archer is just going to end up on HQ. That's probably why we don't ice HQ, because the Archer's going to end up there. Why is the F and not Slash and Burn? Because it doesn't do anything. We have to trash our board state. Like, we give a runner 2 points? Wait, we don't even have Slash and Burn. What do you mean? Oh, why not? Because his F is good. You can get Thimbleroga Tucana and put the Archer back. Oh, that's sick. Oh, I'm not scared of Dow anymore. Thank you for the confidence. We can either credit or put the Stavka. Stavka, like, technically beats SMC, sort of. Yeah, Thimblerogan does Dow. That's actually kind of incredible. And it's, like, nearly entirely free. Thimblerogan MVP. Yeah, it's going to be good. The issue is if he does, like, just Hermes Conduit runs R&D. Like, yay, Hermes. The Bane, the anti-Arella technology. Now, we have to do our triggers before Dow does the trigger, so he's going to have the ability to put ice on R&D. I wonder if Stavka on server 1 is a bit much with the Archer, but I guess, hey, we're playing into Dow. Our ice placement, we can't be too precious about it. We just have to make sure we don't ice archives or something that's useless. Simulchip. Why are you getting that out of your hand? That doesn't do anything. Ah, we drew 1. That's okay. We have a second. So we have to do all our triggers first. We'll put on server 1. If you want to move into HQ, so be it. We'll put a Thimble Rig on R&D. So we have 2 ice that are relatively reasonable. They can't be bounced. But now you can do a little swap. It's nice to get the scored out before Hermes hits the table to undo our magic. That's honestly sick. So now what's the convoluted nonsense we have to do? We have to swap Thimble Rig with Gatekeeper and then eventually Thimble Rig with Archer. 1 free Archer, 1 from hand. You can feed Eminent too. Wait, what? So the thing is, like, Eminent doesn't, the expend part of Eminent doesn't work. Muse. Physarum? Botulus. Oh, that's fine. As in drawing Archer is great. Huh. Interesting. Oh, like you want me to res this? You want me to res this and score 4 agendas? Okay, so Cataloger, we have no shuffle effect here. Huh. You can forfeit? Yeah, you can just forfeit. But then we have to res the Archer. All right. So he's probably not going to run back. He's going to hit the button because he can't run back. So I don't think we swap it unless we set it up. The issue is, like, installing ice on the server is way too expensive. Now, I don't think he's going to find any agendas, considering we've seen 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points already. There's only 12 points and 36 cards. So I think we can leave this here. Or we can swap it onto server 1 and then swap the Archer. That actually might be fine too. Yeah. Watch out for the Summon Chip Muse Physarum. You want to res the Archer when you have Mavirus on the board? Yes. Oh, Gatekeeper and R&D is not it. That was not right. We should have gone in for a barrier because you can Physarum Gatekeeper. That's definitely not the play. We should have done the Sandstone. Swap with the Sandstone. Yeah, Sandstone was better. That was a misclick. And by misclick, I mean a misplay. I clicked exactly where I wanted to. The problem was wanting to was wrong. I don't know what the best draw here is. Oh, you didn't ask for action. Oh, that's annoying. Just an UZF. Okay. Gonna undo our nonsense. I'm surprised he hit points there. I don't think it was super likely. He also now knows the next cards on R&D, so we don't have a shuffle. Wait, doesn't that help us? And a Spin Doctor, so we can undo everything? Huh? You have literally nothing to do. Why would you need to ask for action? Respect. Respect. You gotta ask action before I hit that button. What about if we anti-thou tech. Hey, Meteor, finally caught a grid stream properly after 2 weeks. How you been doing? Okay, above the law is like whatever. I don't really want to score it. As Yef trashes board state. SDS is pretty rough into Muse. Now, Physarum can break the Archer, so we need to make sure we have at least Sandstone credits. So I think we're just going to do Spin Doctor above the law credit. No, that's not great. Yeah, I think that. It's good to have the shuffle on the table. Take the mulligan with spin. You just want to get a better hand. The thing is, if he sees that we're not drawing to any agendas, I don't know if he's going to pressure HQ. He might do the opposite, assuming that we have an Eminent and he's just going to set up a bit. I would love it if he installs a nice, expensive resource, but we're going to have money problems. Got third to CO. Hey, well done. What are you playing? Yeah, there's the Hermes. This is where it's going to get bad. I hate Hermes. Once you're financially stabilized, don't think you can lose. I think we can lose to Hermes. So now all we do here is we trade the Thimblerig with the Gate. Oh, it's not going to matter. Because he can always like Dow before he Hermeses. Scoring above the law is pretty weak. It does get a tithe on the table. But then tithe is on the table. That's pretty weak. I don't think we swap. Oh, that's cool. Seamless advance. Score above the law. He loses 2 credits. Not a great agenda. So what are we doing here? Res your spin and see what you get. Yeah, that's probably it. I want an extract. That's fun. That's pretty fun. I don't like this. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. So we can seamless advance above the law. We'll get a card returned to hand. See, this is the thing. He used the catalog, so don't worry about it. Still thinking about the Asher's lore from earlier. Me too. If we score this, we trash the daily casts. It puts us on 3 points. So what he's going to do, he's going to swap nothing and bounce an ice on R&D, and we're going to be on no credits, and then he can drop a conduit and we can lose the game. So we can't lose. We have to be a bit careful. Score the Alice and install the virus. I'm worried we're going to lose to conduit. Let's see what happens. I don't love this. So we'll do above the law, 2 credits. Wah, wah. And then we can get a card here. So whatever we install, he can just move around. So I think a sandstone for 1 credit is kind of fine. Run tempo Ob, yeah, this is just this is Ben Blum's Ob that they won a CO with recently. So Tithe is just probably frustrating. The problem is then we have a Tithe on the table, and Tithe is the ice that like Eric will put on their remote server, and we don't want that. What else can we get? Hordem is a bit annoying. It's all our money though. I think Hordem's fine. I think we just do a Hordem and R&D. Sandstone is... Oh, we can't afford it. Never mind. So Sandstone bottoms this out. Tithe makes Extract drop better. Yeah, we'll just do Tithe. I'm just really worried about the Tithe. Being put on like HQ or whatever that he wants to run cheaply. So now he has his triggers and we have a click to respond. We'll have 7 cards in hand, which is fine. It's just Hordem or Sandstone. I think the Tithe into like Spin Doctor Extract is like kind of fine, or even to Rashida. I like that. But we have a money problem here. We probably have to do Mavirus into Regolith to get back into the game. This is way too thinky for 4 hours into the stream. I need more food. Yeah, of course. Yeah, dude up. This is the sort of thing where you make one positional mistake and like Dow just devours you. Mavirus Regolith is the way out, assuming we don't draw Extract. Yeah. Even if we do draw Extract, like I'm not sure what we do with it. Like I still think we just, well, we extract the Mavirus for Regolith, right? That's what I mean. I think we throw out the Trojan Horse. What's your influence? Arella, 2 Seamless, Mavirus, Spin Doctor, Thimble Rig. Yeah. Okay. So we can put the Mavirus in server 1 and discard the SDS. Oh yeah, throw the agenda. Yeah, we're going to do that for sure. So we can either click for a credit and throw out 2 agendas. Well, the deck is on Muse and Simulchip. I don't know if Trojan Horse is that good. So we can do Mavirus in server 1 and or we can discard 2 agendas. We can click for a credit, discard 2. I think we need the Mavirus in server 1 just to keep it safe. So I'll just do this. Keep it as EF. They won't steal the Azef. It's really bad if they steal the Azef because it can make the board state really rough. I'm assuming at some point they'll use Fizerum, the archer. On 1 credit, he's not too stressed here. We really need money. If we res Mavirus, purge Mavirus, like we have to like ender start our turn on 3 credits to do the Mavirus play. It also lets us purge the Botulus, but you can always just like Simulchip flicker the Botulus. Or even Muse flicker if you just want installables. I think on any turn that we don't need the remote server, we put Archer on R&D. I'm assuming that's correct. Second Muse. I think we're running the remote here. Botulus. Okay. Op runs a lot of Mavirus. This is actually pretty sketchy. I wonder if Tattoo is better influence than the Gatekeeper. I don't know why you want to play Tattoo and Op, right? You want cards that get rezzed. Oh, that's kind of sick. Shame if we extracted that. Right? Also, like, Gatekeeper's just so good. Because you res it, you extract it. I don't want to shuffle these back in. Okay. Well, that just might be Rashida credit. That puts us on 3 credits to res the Mavirus. Thimble Rig on R&D is fine. I think we just go for this. This is the part of the card pool that I think I'm gonna be the most frustrated with, where it's like infinite recursion and then Trojans, like bypass Trojans. This is gonna be a spree deck too, I imagine. We really don't want to use the Mav for Regolith because we need the Mav for ours to be good. Yeah. All right, let's go. So his money slowed down. We don't need to do that. Okay. We've hedge fund. The Botchless on top of the Archer is pretty good. Now, if we purge, he can simul-chip the Botchless. He's still going to get programs trashed. So we got to plan the turn out. We can do hedge fund, Azief, border control. We'll have to discard a card. That seems fine. It's already like a shit ton of sentries. So I don't honestly know if we need the border control. What we're worried about is if we push in a remote server that he runs R&D. That's what we have to be more worried about. And so like Botchless on top of Sandstone is pretty bad for us. Luckily there we can virus. So I think we just do that. We just say we're going to purge the Thimble Rig. Archer on HQ. I don't think we have a big reason to ice HQ. So we can res them a virus, which will stop this. We could get a third ice on R&D. That might be okay. An Archer on ID is annoying. This is a deep dive deck. I doubt it. We've seen a cataloger so far, so I'm assuming like we have to be worried about trick shot. Like we saw a cataloger. I don't know if you run cataloger and deep dive. Maybe you run one deep dive, but whatever. So one click left here. We're gonna Azief the Thimble Rig very likely. So we just don't want to like again overextend. Expect trick shots to runner deck, yeah. I think maybe we just trash this Thimble Rig. It makes it harder for him to use simul-chip. He has to use it immediately. So I think we just trash the Thimble Rig and put an Archer there. Or we put a border control. I think border control is fine too. No, wait. Because I don't want to lose to Spree. I think Spree, there's a big reason to trash a 4-strength Botchless. Azief Thimble Rig turns into Malapert. Yeah, but we always can trash a Tucana. I just don't want this to be around. Like Hush is really good into us. Botchless is really good into us. With one program, he's going to struggle to do his thing. I'm not worried about Spree as long as we have Mav on the board. Do simul-chip, yeah, but then he has to use the simul-chip now. And it's much harder for him to use the simul-chip now. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try this. We'll see if we get forked or stuck in a corner. Ooh, I don't like that discard. It actually might be the second Azief. But that's the Azief we need to win. I don't know. See, he didn't use his simul-chip, so now it's a lot harder for him to like use them. Well, he'll trash the muses actually, so it is what it is. But like now he only has one tool on this board state. Because like he doesn't run this remote server ever. He runs R&D. And now it's harder for him to run R&D. I don't know if he's going to get his money off of this. I'll be honest. Do it up. Yeah, he drew once. It's whatever. Yeah, do it up. Yeah, he can always use the Muse, but here I think he just wants it for the virus counter. I guess Malapert is not as good if we're playing to win in 2 turns. So he's gonna do that. That's fine. Should have 2 counters on it. I think he's running their remote server. Should have 2 counters. Yeah. And then he owes a simul-chip. All right, it is a spree, so this is exactly what we thought. No, you didn't. I think he added to his grip. Yeah, it's not in there. Cool. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So here, he is going to be able to get into this only sort of slightly. So we have to figure out when to use the spree. So spree means he can move these Botchlists around. This is actually really interesting. Yeah, of course. I know. Okay, we need to figure out when to purge, which is very funny. Because he can only res this on approach. So if we res this right now, what does he do? Do you not purge right now? I don't know. I guess we might. We could purge right now, which means this tithe fires. And then if he continues, the Stavka hits this one. And he only gets one counter. I think we purge right now. 2 costs for a deck, Arella, sick. I was worried about that. Yeah, it's op class. We're only on 2. Usually we're on 3. Action before encounter. In theory, if he wants to pull a Fazarum here, which we still have to watch out, he can pull Fazarums. This is why it might not be right to do this, but luckily we have a Stavka in the way. But in theory, this is still not bulletproof because he can grab Fazarum. But this might be influence. Okay. Fazarum still costs? Yes, but he has the money. He jacks out. Whoa. He actually could have ran that. The Stavka doesn't do anything. And then he breaks the archer and the run subroutine. Yeah, I'm assuming he thinks this is an end the run, but he actually could have made that. So we don't want to lose this for no reason. So we'll just shuffle back in the SDS and probably the Mavirus. Yeah. I don't understand the spree. All the Trojans were already on the server. It's so he can Trojan the second one. But also, I think he just wants to play spree because it's spree. Like, spree does have a siren's call to it. Okay, what are we SEFing? Yeah, not a lot of people have played it in spree. Only D, I think. Thinking. So we can seamless this, and then we can win on Audacity, assuming he's not on Clot. This does 2 damage. That's something. If we play Public Trade on the line, lethal. So what does Arella do? It allows us to install the SEF and advance it, but it'll probably be bounced. So we still have to hold up on R&D. I think we'll just do seamless advance and see what happens. Oh, wait, we have to decide what to trash. I think we trash the Tithe, right? For Spin Doctor? Oh, no, we have no more Spin Doctor. What's a 0 coster? I guess we get a Rashida, but it can't put it in server 1. So we put Rashida on the table? We can also trash Arella. I don't think that's good. We can trash Arella for a Malapert to get the Audacity? That might be right. Seamless advance, jam the SEF, put SEF back if it bounces. I think that's definitely the play. Is there a Malapert? Yeah, the Arella's better than the Tucana right now. Yeah, you're right. Actually, the Arella is better. So we'll trash the Tucana and go get a Malapert. The Malapert will fire. Get Audacity? Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do the damage first to get some information. We hit a Propeller and a Coalescence, so those are in the bin. We'll then do Malapert to grab an Audacity, and then we'll install Arella with an advancement. Now, obviously, he can bounce here, and he can Dow. Get Audacity wins on his own. He might be on Clot. Even if he's on Clot, though, he still has some work to do. It might have been better to install the Archer, because it's free. But this remote server is still very tricky for him to run. Not impossible, but tricky. Like, the thing is, again, we lose on R&D. And he's going to pull the Archer off of server 1. Like, I don't know if we win this. Like, we still have a lot of work to do. Okay, my play is we put the Spin Doctor now in server 1. Because Archer is locking this down. Border Control is locking this down. We put the Spin Doctor, and then ideally we fast events out from hand. Like, he has to run this. This is a bluff. He only has 1 card in hand, but he has a Simul Chip. But this forces him to spend his whole turn dealing with this. And if this doesn't work, Archer HQ is fine too. Yeah, Archer HQ is fine, but it's a 1 in 5. If he kept a burner in hand, you can't pay a point for it. No, yeah, you're right. Actually, if we res the Archer, but even just the idea of ice might keep him up. What's the influence spend? No, you can find it published. Nice. This is it's Ben's list. They're on Arella, Mavirus, Spin Doctor, Gatekeeper, Thimble Rig. I mean, the opponent, oh, we don't know. We've just seen a Hush and I think 2 Boshless. Last click, I think we res with the Spin Doctor because we don't care what happens. Oh, Hermes too? Not looking too hot. So our opponent is on 2 Hermes. That's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, I see why you're asking that. That's a really clever question. Do we res the Spin Doctor? I guess we do. Nice. Maybe we should put the agenda on the remote. I missed that they gave us a BC on the remote. GG. No clot? You got a clot bluff. You got a clot bluff. Eric, stop sniping. When we ask about a clot bluff? This is gonna be the best. This will be a sick clot bluff. So we can still install this in a remote server and just like overinstall a Spin Doctor. Otherwise, we can just install straight into server 1. I'm gonna install straight into server 1. So whatever, we'll use this, I guess, to put back in. I think we want a hedge fund and a Rashida. So we'll do. Oh, we can't. Yeah, we can call bluff. I'll say server 1. Action. Yeah, we've seen 12 influence, not 15. Ah, nice. Hey, GG. Trash the archer. Actually does not flatline. You win the game before it happens. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we kept it in HQ, assuming that he would miss it. He did. He missed 4 1 and 5s, so 3 1 and 5s, 1 and 7s, which is kind of expected. Now, the reason why he's running HQ is if we have another agenda in here, he'll bounce the agenda he thinks is in server 1. So with that in mind, yeah, we probably should put in server 1. Because actually running HQ was the only server he could run and hope for Hermes. I don't think I realized that. That was probably not great. The deck has been good fun, but yeah, my virus blowout. Yeah, and op. I only have 2 in this. I'll do a res all. Yeah. Hey, Eric, the remote server run you ran, if you committed to it, you actually could have got in. Because the server was like tithe into Stavka, which doesn't do anything, into Archer, which if you just sandwich a botchless Archer, you get in. There's only one end to run. The spin install forces the runner to run HQ. Yeah, exactly. I think we didn't realize what it would do to Eric. But yeah, we probably should have just put in the remote server and said, like, good luck. This is 60% of the time? Those are good odds, but I feel like the remote server was better than 60%. Because it was still like a border control. And border control to end the run with op is pretty good into 3-coster for free. Which beats Hermes, usually. I think even getting him past the Archer is too expensive to be worth it. I don't know. If we're on game point, we're on game point. And if Eric steals a 2-pointer, he's on game point, right? Having to let the trash subs fire, but the trash subs have nothing to fire. Right? Like, there were no programs on the table besides the one program. So it's only one trash sub. Because, like, you already, if we res the Stavka, which we don't, then you hit the Archer. And then with the Archer, you just say, okay, I'm going to break the end of the run. You gain 2, and then you trash the stuff. Like, I think it's an interesting thing. He had muses and botchlists. Yeah, the muses are useless. Like, they don't do anything. I don't know if he's on pawn shop. But I think if we get to game point, he's in a bad spot. But if we use the Archer to trash the botchlist, like, it's fine. The muses were for SDS. Yeah, exactly. I think that's fine. Maybe you're worried you get into the remote server and it is an SDS, and then that would be a problem. But I think you actually have 4 installables, so you will be fine. I think it might be worth it. It's worth considering. And even if you go deeper and you force us to res the Stavka, that's actually most of our money. Right? Like, you can continue and see what happens. I guess if you're going to jack out on the Archer, you shouldn't do that because you don't want to give us options. We never saw the extract all game. Yeah, we never saw the extract at all. Our money was not great. Never saw a spec work. Yeah. Is your last influence one more botchless, I take it? Dow with botchless is like a pretty strong thing you can do in System Gateway. It's not something I really considered, but it's like one of the best ways to use Dow is just to put the botchless dice on R&D and win a conduit. Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing about Cataloger, right? Like, hear me out. How expensive was Cataloger? Cataloger was 3 clicks to steal 1 point. Like, 1 agenda, 2 pointers. For what it's worth, we had a lot of agendas in hand, Eric, so we weren't expecting it. But this is why, like, Cataloger doesn't see a lot of play. Heaven forbid trick shot, right? It was 3 clicks to steal 2 points on the part of the game where you need to set up. You know what I mean? Oh, there's a Miss Bones. Okay, so we knew that there was no 2 botches, 2 Hermes, and a Miss Bones. So that we knew there was no clot. I forgot about the Miss Bones. She's on the table. Cataloger kind of feels like the worst card in my kit list too. It's so slow. Like there's a value of it, which is like late game, and then you can charge this with Orca. But like early game, spending 3 clicks for 2 points is just way too slow and standard on turn 2 or turn 3. You just gotta watch out. I play Cataloger too early just because R&D was open and Ob leaks points sometimes. Yeah, but Ob leaks more points the later the game goes. That's the way I see it. And you actually want the Cataloger for Hermes' turn. Like imagine I push an agenda in the remote server and you can run R&D and guarantee to see 4 cards. Like that is a problem for us. That being said, the later the game goes, the more likely we have a virus or something to shuffle. So it's a bit of a balancing act. But I'm way more scared of it when it's with a Hermes. You do need Cataloger to be PD. You only have 2 credits, so I think Dow should have run back to steal and solve the second click. Sorry, Kolaba? I like Cataloger to close with stone chips. Yeah, we didn't see a trick shot. Trick shot would have been bad too. We can't really res ice on R&D. Thimble rig was sick. Hushing the Thimble rig is like, there's so much ice in that deck to hush, but the Thimble rig is actually like pretty good because it undoes Dow stuff, and Dow's really annoying for obvious reasons. You're not on trick shot? Eric, what is going on? That's a good card. It's so easy to play too. It's so easy to play. Free muses, sort of, kind of. I know. Okay. Instead of clicking your Cataloger to steal, Dow should have just ran back. I don't think he could have because he didn't have botchless tokens. Huge thank you to all these names here and more. We're supported on Patreon. It's how we put the time into Take Off Tuesdays and spend nearly 5 hours streaming, which let me tell you is a treat. I feel like the last couple of streams, like I have to be a bit watchful. There was a bit of like misery, I think, on the Thursday stream with tags, and that happens. And when things don't work out, we don't do anything interesting. We're conceding games. Like if you think that's bad TV, please let me know and roast me. And maybe we have to like pre-prepare a deck to go into this so we have something that functionally works. I feel like we spend a lot of time exploring and trying to see what works. And if it doesn't work, like, I don't know, maybe it feels like lost time. Let me know how you think. But anyways, all these names here and more, including Ben Blum's name. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. We also have a whole bunch of daily cast patrons. I want to shout out, we have a new patron just yesterday. Let me get a name real quick so I don't get this wrong. Shout out to Matthew Hill for joining on the daily cast patrons. Absolutely incredibly appreciated. If you want to find a link, you can find it down below. If you want to take a second just to like the video, it also helps a heck of a lot. We've been putting out content. We'll have, we're trying to do at least a video a week, and we've been holding on to that, doing system gateway content. I'm going to make sure there's content that's not only system gateways. So if you're watching the channel and you're playing in the standard card pool or startup, we'll have stuff for you. We're going to try and preload a bunch of stuff before the holidays, because holidays will have a week and a half off. And also this weekend on Sunday, we will be doing streaming on Nelson Games, doing RAM. Also on Saturday, Toronto is doing Eternal streaming. That's going to be really fun too. All that stuff is on the weekend coming up. So it'll be a lot of Netrunner this weekend for sure. Of course, we'll be back on Thursday as we usually are. You played like 4 games of Op before I even showed up. Yeah, we played a whole bunch of Op. It wasn't great. Thanks for streaming. Hey, Bane, thanks for coming by. My last game last night was Kevin was an hour-long slog with Deuce, so bad feels and everywhere sometimes. Yeah, I don't know, but that like, I feel like in-person play where you can banter directly with someone. It's easy. Come join us for Eternal Fun. Yeah, that's on Saturday. You can find more online. Again, I mentioned this, will be more news coming up, but we have won our bid for the district championship, so I'll let you know on the date as soon as we lock one down, whether we're going to try and aim for the time after Dawn releases or before. It's probably going to be before Dawn because it's going to be really awkward, but I'll ask around. And for featuring me, for featuring Ben. I think that's mostly it. I think that's it. I don't think there's other news. Stay tuned to another single games. We'll see you on Thursday.